Chapter 1072. In the sky, the Supreme Realm's attack immediately caused the night sky of Rushta to become unstable. The lines of law shattered and trembled, causing the magic particles floating in the air to boil. The leaves of the trees danced as if they were possessed. The flickering lines of law flashed in the air, and the mountains were immediately torn apart. However, the battle in the forest did not end there. After Brendel sent Bradley flying with his sword, he did not even have the time to look at his teacher Mephistopheles' battle. Instead, he flashed to the top of the collapsed mountain. In the meantime, several Flame family knights tried to cross the lines of flame to stop him, but Brando, who had activated the Crown of Thorns and the Berserk talent, was already at his peak. As soon as he passed by, 7 or 8 shadows appeared in the sky with the 9 luminaries' sword art. Before the Flame family knights could react, the flaming blade had already swept through with the violent power of space. The swords in their hands were forcibly removed in an instant. The suppressive power made it impossible for them to resist, and they could only watch as the shattered holy swords penetrated their bodies. Brando withdrew the shadows he created, and countless dismembered bodies fell from the sky like raindrops, filling the sky with a rain of blood. These people could not even stop him for half a second. Brando was very clear about his own situation. He was now at full strength, and could even be said to be in peak condition. He could even fight against an intermediate Lemiter. However, this state could not last for long. He only glanced at the collapsed mountain, then took a step back, raised his sword with both hands, moved his right hand back, and slashed down. Under the flaming blade, the layers of soil immediately collapsed, forming a bowl-shaped depression with a diameter of more than 100 meters. However, the moment the power of law hit the center, a black crack that was more than 1,000 meters long silently appeared in the ground. Brando knew that Bradley had been swept into the mountain by his sword, but he was not seriously injured. His opponent was a Lemiter, so how could he be injured so easily? Brando's plan was very simple. It could even be said that it was the same as Richard's. It was to cut off one of Bradley's fingers before he could react and change the balance of power on the battlefield. Thus, his first goal was to beat Bradley while he was down and kill him in one fell swoop while he was at a disadvantage. Although killing a Lemiter might sound a little inconceivable, this world was filled with all sorts of chances and coincidences. No one could guarantee that they would succeed. What Brando wanted was this what if. If he succeeded, then the situation would be very different. Of course, even if he failed, he wouldn't lose anything. That was why he was so determined. Brando could not guarantee that his attack would have much effect. It was not as if he had never experienced a Supreme Realm battle, whether it was in this life or the last, but no one could say for sure how much of an impact a Supreme Realm attack could have on the extreme planes. However, after recalling his past experience of fighting against a world boss, Brando still cautiously estimated that this attack would at most injure the other party, but it was still a distance away from killing him. However, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he calmly retreated, because he knew that the initiative was still in his hands. It was at this moment that a golden red flame burst out from the cracks of the stacked rocks. Brando raised his hand, and with a soft hum, the sword wind had already missed him and flew into the air. The flame that scattered in the air brushed past his hair, burning off a few strands. Brando could not help but break out in a cold sweat. He immediately knew that he had made the right choice. If he had not retreated, then this sword would have beheaded him. He looked up and saw that the flame that burst out from the ground was rapidly retreating to both sides, revealing a sharp sword that looked like a whirlwind behind it, and the flame sword master, Bradley, who was holding it. The latter's condition was obviously not ideal. There was a bloody wound from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Although it was not a penetrating wound, it did not look too easy. Bradley's injuries were rather serious, which was within his expectations. The attack just now was obviously a sword that Bradley hoped to turn the tables on, but he never dreamed that this young man would be so cautious. Brando looked at the sword in Bradley's hand, and his eyes narrowed slightly. He was no stranger to the sword formed by the wind. It was an elemental sword. Almost all elemental swords were imaginary swords. Apart from adding a certain amount of elemental damage, they were not sharp, but they had a special characteristic, that was, they could not be broken. As an extreme sword master, Brando was not surprised that Bradley had a backup top-notch weapon. In fact, experts of his level, including himself, would usually prepare several swords. For example, he had Frost Chance Cinna, Francis Grip, and the newly acquired duel as backup weapons. However, Bradley actually chose to use an elemental sword. It could only be said that he was frightened by the sharpness of Odorfice. But this was not wise. Brando rejoiced in his heart. When Bradley met him with his sword again, he simply chose to meet it head-on, as if he was trading his life for Bradley's. Bradley was shocked. His first thought was that there was a trick. Some swordsmen had an extremely valiant fighting style. They often chose to trade injury for injury to force their opponents to be restrained. But this tactic was almost useless against someone above the supreme realm. How could an old sword saint with nearly half a century of combat experience be affected by such a small trick? But when his sword continued to move forward, he found that what happened next was somewhat beyond his imagination. Before the sword in his hand touched Brando's body, it seemed to have hit an invisible barrier. This barrier did not have any resistance, and it was not like any kind of defensive spell he knew. But what he saw was that the wind sword in his hand actually dissipated when it passed through this barrier. After being stunned for nearly half a second, Bradley finally understood what he had encountered. Willpower barrier. At that moment, he almost wanted to curse because the main damage of the elemental sword was magic damage. But magic damage was almost useless against Brando's monster-like willpower. But how could Bradley think that a human would have such an amazing willpower barrier? For a moment, he almost thought that the Brando in front of him was not a descendant of Darius, or that the Earth Sword Saint himself was a dragon or something else. But in short, it was impossible for him to be an iron person. But no matter what he thought, he could only watch helplessly as his opponent's sword pierced his chest. It was supposed to be the left side of his chest, where his heart was, but at the last moment, he managed to avoid hitting his vitals. Bradley immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. He stretched out his hand and pushed the sword away with all his might. The shattered sword was pulled out of his chest, bringing with it a large amount of dazzling blood and rising steam. He pressed on the wound with one hand and desperately retreated. Because the sword almost tore a third of his lung, he almost immediately coughed, and the fragments of his organs spewed out along with the blood foam. But Brando did not seize this opportunity to pursue. This was because he had also suffered heavy injuries. After all, Bradley's sword still caused him damage. He glanced at the data panel, and he had lost more than a quarter of his life. This was the result after more than 90% of the damage was offset. The gap between the supreme realm and the peak of the law was indeed like a chasm. He coughed softly, looked up, and saw that one of the Empire's twin paragons, Willock, had finally rushed over. There was no chance. Brando felt that it was a pity. The opportunity to kill an Empire's supreme realm was right in front of him, and he was almost successful. But as he understood, this world was always full of opportunities and coincidences. It was almost. There was nothing to regret. Willock happened to witness the scene of Brando seriously injuring Bradley in mid-air, and he could not help but feel a sense of disbelief. Although Bradley was only considered a second-rate supreme realm in the Empire, he was still a supreme realm. And yet, the number 3 figure of the Holy Cathedral of Fire had been defeated by a young man in his early 20s. He was well aware that his own level was probably lower than Bradley's, so for a moment, his heart was filled with a strong sense of vigilance, afraid that he would accidentally lose his reputation in a fight with a junior. In fact, he might even end up dead. Therefore, he originally had the opportunity to kill Brando at the first moment, but he still cautiously attacked from afar, intending to test the waters first. The sword flashed, and a flash of light arrived first. At this moment, Brando was rather helpless, and he could only give up on pursuing and block with his sword. The sword collided with the holy sword Odorfice in his hand and was immediately deflected to one side, sweeping towards the forest on the side. It was as if an invisible razor had sliced through a patch of ancient trees, causing the forest near the Cold Dew Manor to immediately become bare. Brando, who had noticed this scene, could not help but secretly curse in his heart. He was afraid that after this battle, this famous place of the empire would really become a worthless wilderness. He heard that the owner of this place seemed to be the royal family. He did not know if Her Majesty the Queen would be heartbroken after losing so many people. After blocking the sword, he actually felt a faint numbness in his arm. He could not help but immediately become vigilant, knowing that this was a sign that his crown of thorns was about to lose its effectiveness. I can't drag this on any longer, Brando thought to himself. His gaze swept across the sky, taking in the battle in the air. At this moment, Mephisto and Royer were long gone, and the battle between Richard, Saipan, and Vala could be said to be earth-shattering. Saipan had already reflected the land of floating stones in mid-air, which was a scene in the elemental plane of Earth. In this domain, most of his defensive spells were greatly strengthened, but even so, he could only barely block Vala's attack. Before Vala became a holy sepulchre, he majored in the Nord Holy Words, which was an extremely ancient holy spell. It was said that it was related to an ancient clan called Reiser. This clan did not have a fixed residence on the continent, and traveled as their religion. Their power also came from the myths and legends of many worlds. And to make the legends manifest in the material world, this was the ultimate meaning of this holy spell. Vala raised his hand and summoned 2 trumpeter angels. These were the envoys of the gods in the myths of the heavens, possessing strength close to the lower level of the elemental truth. Vala, with the strength of the peak of the elemental truth, summoned creatures of the lower level of the elemental truth, and it seemed to be effortless. The Nord Holy Words were so unreasonable. He also held a golden sword in his hand. How terrifying this sword was. Vala held the sword in his hand, and every time he stabbed, there would be a ray of light. As long as these rays of light shone on Saipan's defensive spells, no matter whether the spells were of the 7th circle, 8th circle, or 9th circle, they would immediately vanish. Brando even saw Saipan's absolute barrier spell, which was actually pierced through by the other party's sword. And it should be known that this was the top spell of the 11th circle of law magic, which could be said to be the highest level of magic that mortals could master in the mortal world. Therefore, he immediately understood the identity of the sword. It was also one of the most legendary holy swords, Light of Contempt, the top artifact forged by the Light of the Golden People, Martha. It was said that it once killed the Butcher of Truth, Kujur, and was later lost in the Battle of Ebabel. Some people said that it broke in that battle, then turned into starlight and disappeared from the world. This sword had a characteristic, and that was to break all spells. In other words, it was said that there was a line of description in the attributes of this sword. It was only 4 words, but it was enough to explain everything. But because it had existed in legends, Vala could use the Nord Holy Words of vision and faith to manifest it from the long river of fate. Although the power was not as good as the original, it was enough to defeat Saipan. Even Saipan the Tower Rebel had no way to break through Vala's defense circle, let alone Richard the Imperial Gate. Although the Flame Family Knight Regiment commander was known as the strongest defense of the Empire, it was only defense. In fact, he had been roaring in mid-air for a long time, but he couldn't do anything to Vala. Vala was fighting against 2 enemies, but he still had the upper hand in the battle. If he didn't know that the Nord Holy Words had a weakness of consuming too much energy, Brando would almost think that this great sage was invincible. But in any case, Vala was an existence that had 1 foot in the sage realm. Legend had it that after the War of the Holy Saints, because the Sea of Magic was isolated from the world by the Dark Dragon, there had been no one who surpassed the supreme realm among the mortals for more than 1,000 years. In other words, Vala represented the peak of the mortal world at this moment. As long as the silver person and the gold person didn't show their strength, then there was probably no one in this world who could beat him. Of course, after the arrival of the demonic wave, this situation might be broken in a very short time. But Vala could only be said to have a slight advantage. It was basically wishful thinking to talk about winning. After all, his opponents were the 2 poles of the Empire. It was impossible for Saipan and Richard not to know the weakness of the Nord Holy Words. So the current situation was no longer suitable for a protracted battle. Brando immediately made a decision in his heart, and it was at this time that Willick's sword was already in front of him. He raised his sword and blocked the long sword that was slashing at him. The broken holy sword Odorfice in his hand shook slightly, and at the same time, his HP dropped by a line. This phenomenon immediately rang the alarm bell for him. It meant that the crown of thorns had disappeared, and his defense was close to zero. He had to break through. The Shire. While blocking Willock's attack, he contacted the others through telepathy. At this time, the Shire, Mephistopheles, and Enrich were not idle. In fact, they had been surrounded by the Flame family Knight for a long time. While receiving Brando's order, the Shire forced several Flame family Knights to retreat with a force field wave, and used the Law of Stop to freeze the two weakest among them. Because of the heavy losses before, the Flame family Knight was a little too cautious at the moment. When the Shire suddenly attacked, their first choice was not to attack, but to retreat to protect their companions who were frozen by the spell. This gave the Shire a chance to breathe. "What is it, Sir Lord?" he asked while panting. "Don't continue to fight, come closer to me." "Are we going to execute the next part of the plan, Sir Lord?" "Almost." At this moment, Brando once again forced Willock's sword back. The swords in Odorfice's and Willock's hands clashed in midair, and dazzling sparks splashed out. The sword in Willock's hand was not ordinary. It was the prisoner's song. Brando knew that it was a famous ancient weapon. The characteristics of this weapon were its sharpness and indestructibility, so it just happened to restrain Odorfice's incomparably high attack. With this exchange of swords, Brando felt a burst of weakness, and Willock obviously noticed it, but he could not confirm whether it was a trick or not. However, this probing attack was only temporary. After forcing Willock to retreat, Brando immediately took the opportunity to put on the double-ringed snake's pupil. These two fantasy rings were his spoils of war in the deadly frost forest. Because it required magic power to be at the pinnacle of the law to wear it, he had been keeping them dusty until today. And this set of rings had a very special set attribute, which was to increase the bloodline and perception attributes by 100 points. Bloodline was still okay, but perception was extremely difficult to increase in the game. When this attribute was increased to more than 100 points, the perception would become extraordinary, and they would obtain magic vision and other characteristics. As soon as he put on the rings, he immediately felt the whole world change. Willock's body emitted circles of translucent ripples, and in mid-air, where Saipan and Vala were fighting, ripples that were hundreds of meters long swept across the sky. He knew that these were actually magic ripples. He raised his head and saw the space enchantment that Royer had set up before floating in the sky. Clang, the flaming blade and the prisoner's song collided once again. This time, Brando took 7 steps back, and the crown of thorns finally lost its effect. It was as if he was in a weak state after going berserk, and he began to fall into a difficult situation. At this moment, Willock finally discovered the abnormality in Brando's body. "It's the crown of thorns." At this time, Bradley suddenly shouted. As a high-ranking member of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, he certainly knew these inherited skills of the Templar Knight. What's more, he had seen the scene of Brando and the Flame Knight fight before, so he already knew that Brando was a Templar Knight. "I see," Willock's eyes flashed with a deep light. He knew that his opportunity had come. And Brando also seized his own opportunity when Willock was distracted. "The Shire, dispel the spell in that direction in the sky." He immediately yelled at his mage servant. Chapter 1073. Medisha was like a silver cheetah running through the forest. Her calm expression did not reflect the anxiety in her heart. Why isn't my lord summoning Hipamra and me? What is he waiting for? At this moment, a figure flashed through the forest. She suddenly braked, her boots plowing 2 ditches in the soil that was covered with pine needles. After Medisa stopped, she saw a person standing in the middle of the forest. To be exact, it was a woman. If the lower half of her body was still considered as a person, then she would be considered a person. Hipamra also stopped. "Who is she?" She looked at Medisha and asked. "Andesha?" Medisha looked at the woman in front of her in disbelief. The woman slowly turned her head. It was the Lord of Decay, Andesha, who was imprisoned in the Empire after being defeated by Brando and Veronica in the Loop of Trade Winds. The woman's condition was very different from what Medisha remembered. Her smooth face was covered with blood vessels that extended from her neck upwards like blood-red roots. Her eyes were pitch black, with a pupil that looked like a blood jade marrow embedded in the middle. It looked extremely demonic. Medisha was shocked. This was the mutated state of the blood of God. Most of the tree herders' patriarchs had been baptized by the blood of God once, which was why they looked like neither humans nor ghosts. However, she had never heard of anyone being baptized by the blood of God a second time. Could it be that the tree herders' research on the blood of God had progressed further? But what puzzled her the most was that Andesha should have been imprisoned in the deepest part of the Empire's prison, and not here. "Why are you here, Andesha?" Andesha saw that it was Medisha and smiled strangely. She did not answer and walked into the depths of the forest. "Stop right there." Medisha frowned and scolded. Andesha stopped and turned back with a smile. "Little princess, this time we are friends, not enemies." "No one is your friend, not your enemy." Medisha knitted her brows and replied in an unfriendly tone, "You better explain why you're here." "Little princess, if you have the time to care about me, why don't you care about your lord?" Andesha raised her head and looked in the direction of the mountain. At this time, a silver ray of light rose from the mountain where the Frostdew Manor was located. It was like a resplendent silver line that cut across the night sky, splitting the stars in the sky into two. Medisha's face was illuminated by the radiance in the air. She could tell that it was the direction of the Frostdew Manor. Her expression changed slightly, and she turned around to look at Andesha coldly. She no longer cared about the other party's intentions, and directly rushed in that direction. But just as she was about to leave, she suddenly remembered something. Andesha had called her little princess, so how did she know about her identity? This thought flashed through her mind, but soon, her concern for the Count overcame her. She forced herself to become focused again. "She's Andesha?" Hipamra glanced behind her. She did not experience the battle in the Loop of Trade Winds, and only knew bits and pieces about it from the people around Brando. She was not as fearful of Andesha as Medisha, and was even a little curious. After all, Andesha was once the Count's enemy. "You have to be careful of her." Medisha looked at Andesha and reminded her, "None of the 12 tree herders are kind people. Their inheritance existed long before the War of the Holy Saints. It seems like she used the same method to identify me. This means that their inheritance is still intact." Hipamra nodded slightly, then sighed, "But it's a pity that the tree herders were once believers of the goddess." In the dark forest behind them, Andesha looked at their backs thoughtfully, and the corners of her mouth curled up strangely. "Their strength is rising so quickly," she sighed softly. "This is a good era, but it's a pity that some people don't know how to appreciate it." Andesha raised her right hand, and the blood jade bracelet on her wrist shone brightly under the moonlight. She stroked the bracelet and said, "The flaming blade has already rushed over. That little fellow has turned the Cold Dew Manor upside down. That woman has underestimated him. Right, I met his subordinate just now. It's that princess." She suddenly fell silent for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, I understand, my lady." Royale was known as the strongest magus in the Empire, and ordinary magi could only dream of dispelling his magic. However, the Shire pointed his finger forward, and countless silver threads of law extended from his hand, converging into a beam that struck the magic barrier in the air. The magic barrier trembled for a moment before disintegrating, and Mephisto and Royale's figures appeared behind it. In the eyes of others, a beam of silver light rose from the top of the mountain where the Cold Dew Manor was located, like a bright silver line across the night sky, splitting the stars in the sky into two. Saipan was fighting with Vala, and he almost lost his mind when he saw this scene. As an old rival of Royale, he knew the former's strength best. However, his old rival was already one of the top existences in the Empire 20 or 30 years ago. Although he had never fought with the Empire's number one person, Vala, the difference between them was only about the same. In other words, although he had not yet reached the peak of the Supreme Realm, he was only a hair's breadth away. Furthermore, Vala was known as the Lord of Mirrors, and was quite skilled in dispelling spells and reflecting spells. He had considerable attainments in the field of spells, and even Saipan was ashamed of his inferiority. Someone who could easily dispel Vala's spells, wasn't that the legendary sage? However, Saipan knew that no mortal had set foot on the Forbidden Realm for thousands of years. He could not help but be shocked. Could it be that the Bugis finally could not help but intervene personally? At this moment, he was not the only one who had such a thought. Everyone stopped in an instant and looked in the direction of the forest. After all, if the Bugis were to intervene in this battle, then the nature of the battle would be completely different. Bugis, how dare you break the contract? The Silver Queen's angry scream echoed in the sky. The Shire was slightly stunned, and immediately understood that there was a misunderstanding. He immediately straightened out his thoughts, so he raised his head and stepped forward, and smiled slightly to the air. Your Majesty, the Silver Folk have no intention of intervening in the affairs of the earth, but the sacred covenant is concluded on the cornerstone of the War of the Holy Saints, and maintaining the order of this world is also the duty of the Silver Folk. It's you, the Silver Queen's voice turned cold, the Shire. Brando was a little surprised by what was happening. He never dreamed that the people of the Empire would have such a misunderstanding. He could not help but look at his wizard attendant, knowing that the latter did not have much memory of what happened decades ago, but the Shire was smiling, as if everything was under control. It's been a long time, the Shire said with a smile, Your Highness. Brando could not help but grit his teeth, thinking that this guy was indeed better at showing off. I haven't seen you for decades, and you haven't changed at all from that time, the Silver Queen said coldly, you really are a Silver Folk. Although I've suspected this for a long time, I didn't expect the Bugis to have started planning decades ago. William and Solomon keep saying that they have no interest in the struggle for power in the mortal world, but in fact, the Bugis still have everything under their control. In the face of everything shown in the crystal ball, Constance, who looked like a 15-year-old girl, narrowed her eyes slightly and spat out a word contemptuously, hypocrite. At this moment, William, who was far away in the Great Glacier, could not help but sneeze a few times. The leader of the Wizards of the Silver Alliance could not help but look back in confusion in the biting cold wind. The Silver Folk were not born with diseases. Could it be that someone was secretly cursing him behind his back? The Shire, who quietly let the Bugis take the blame, smiled but did not refute the Silver Queen's words. Instead, he replied confidently, Your Majesty, no one can do whatever they want, whether it's you or the Silver Folk. It's the same. The Silver Queen was silent. The situation was a little beyond her expectations. The Bugis had not been involved in the affairs of the earth for thousands of years, not to mention that they had such an agreement on the battlefield of the final battle decades ago. These damned Silver Folk dared to go back on their words. She was furious, but for a moment, she found that she could not come up with any way to deal with the other party's shamelessness. Although she had many cards in her hands, that was only relatively speaking. No one dared to act rashly in front of the Silver Folk. The Shire was the only one in front of her, but who knew what else was hidden behind him? But the Silver Queen was cautious, and Brando and the Shire were also very nervous. The others thought that they had backup, and even the Greysword Saint Mephistopheles looked over thoughtfully. Only Vara, the great seigneur, looked around a little doubtfully, and finally his eyes fell on the Shire. He narrowed his eyes, apparently seeing something, but did not speak. The Shire racked his brains to think of a way not to be exposed, and Brando was also thinking of a way to escape. He was a little surprised that Sydney and Veronica had not yet arrived. It was not that there was no way to escape at the moment, but it was a little troublesome. It was the misunderstanding of the Empire people and the improvisation of the Shire that surprised him a little. At the moment it was best to scare off the Silver Queen, but the possibility was very small. He could only see how much time he could delay. But he also knew in his heart that it was also not good for him to drag this out. If Sydney did not arrive, then Her Majesty's backup should be arriving soon. Just a moment ago, he had received news from the witches that the flame blades stationed in Mulberry Castle were on their way here. The good news was that the possibility of rescuing Scarlet was a little greater, but the bad news was that if Sydney did not arrive, he would be in trouble. But sometimes, what you feared most would come true. Brando had hoped that he could delay for a while, but suddenly, his face changed and he looked up. Suddenly, the air was filled with an unreal aura. The surrounding scenery seemed real and illusory, just like a dream. He had experienced such a scene once when he was in Fulton Harbor. It was a high-ranking witch who had arrived at the battlefield. But obviously, it was not his subordinate. In just a moment, everyone looked up in the air and saw that a new supreme expert had arrived. At this time, 3 light doors suddenly opened in the sky, and 3 witches stepped out calmly, exuding an amazing aura that made the whole battlefield quiet. They were indeed supreme existences. Brando narrowed his eyes and recognized Atatrice and the Witch King. As for the last little girl, he had never seen her before and had no impression of her. But he was secretly complaining in his heart. The flaming blade was troublesome enough, and he did not expect the Silver Queen to send her personal forces over. "We can't wait any longer, we have to retreat." He forced himself to calm down, and then glanced at the Shire, but he did not pin his hopes on an illusory opportunity. Although the Bugas were famous, if a name alone could scare the Silver Queen away, then the other party's previous actions were too ridiculous. No one here would be naive enough to really believe in the Covenant, and as the Supreme of the Empire, the Silver Queen was even more so. If the Bugas had placed their strongest fleet here, or if William or Solomon had come personally, she might have hesitated for a moment. But right now, the Shire's words obviously could not change the other party's determination. The Silver Queen had not spoken yet, but Brando knew that she was just making a choice, or secretly mobilizing her secret trump card, and these witches were probably one of her countermeasures. The Shire could not delay for too long, Brando realized at this moment. The Shire also did not take the initiative to speak. As a former genius of the younger generation of the Highland mages, he also had extraordinary talent. Everything that Brando could figure out, he naturally already knew. At this moment, he was coping with the changes by remaining unchanged, trying to buy time for Brando as much as possible. After a moment of silence, the Silver Queen suddenly said, "Wait dash," she frowned on the back of the crystal ball, and her voice became suspicious. "The Bugas have never broken their promises, this is not their style of doing things." Brando's heart sank. He did not expect the Silver Queen to find the problem so quickly. If the other party was just making a choice, then she might have some scruples when she attacked, but if she saw that the Shire was just a fox pretending to be a tiger, then she would definitely go all out. He quickly took a step back secretly and quietly gestured to Mephisto in midair. The latter had returned to the battlefield at this moment after Royal's spell was lifted. Although he had some doubts about the relationship between Brando and the Bugas, when he saw Brando's gesture, he immediately understood. "There's a misunderstanding, don't worry, I'll explain later, let's carry out the plan first." The plan was to retreat, and Mephisto immediately put away his sword without hesitation. Chapter 1074. Mephisto and Royal had yet to decide a victor between them. When Mephisto sheathed his sword, Royal couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He then saw Mephisto take a step back, and his figure faded into the grey domain. Royal raised his grey and white eyebrows slightly and put down his right hand. The spell in his hand suddenly disappeared. There were all kinds of rumors about Mephisto in the Empire. Some were absurd, but none of them mentioned that he was a coward. Although Royal was not familiar with Mephisto, he could see that Mephisto was not afraid of him. He thought of something and subconsciously glanced at the forest. In the forest, Brando and the Shire looked at each other. The Silver Queen was already suspicious. It was only a matter of time before she saw through their lies. The two made the same choice at the same time and fled in different directions. The two turned around and fled. Mephistopheles quickly followed Brando. Enrich was a little slower. She hesitated for a moment before choosing another direction. The Silver Queen was stunned for a moment before she reacted. "Catch them!" she screamed angrily. A terrifying force swept across the sky. It was the Witch Queen. She stretched out a finger, and a silver ring of light shot out from her fingertip. The ring of light expanded in an instant, extending to a radius of several miles, like a visible wave of water. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed the entire forest and caught up to Brendel. Brando only felt the temperature suddenly drop. The biting cold wind blew and the sound of ice wolves chasing behind him could be heard. He subconsciously reached out to touch his face. His palm was wet with snow and broken ice. A thick layer of frost appeared on the forest floor from far to near, covering the piles of dead leaves, moss, and rocks. Thousands of trees withered and leaves fell one after another. However, before the leaves fell to the ground, they were already frozen. The branches were covered with icicles. When the north wind blew, it made a rustling sound. Brando landed on a piece of rock and felt something heavy under his feet. He cursed inwardly as he was unable to raise his foot. The white frost on the ground seemed to come alive as it spread up his riding boots. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of ice had formed. This was the power of the north wind, the element of the witch queen. This element was one of the most important inheritances of the witches. It came from the witch queen, and the maids of the witch queen also had the same inheritance. Although it was inferior, it didn't affect the power it displayed in front of Brando. In just a breath's time, he could no longer feel his frozen foot. He could not help but be shocked. The witch queen's strength was already at the peak of the supreme realm, but the most terrifying thing about her was her strength of the northern wind. As expected of one of the top elements of the War of the Holy Saints. Although it was inferior, it was not inferior to the elements of the few world bosses that he had seen in the past. This can't go on. Brando thought to himself. The power of the north wind was too powerful. If this continued, he would probably be frozen in a few seconds. Gritting his teeth, Brando slightly sobered up. He focused his eyes and looked at an open space in the forest a few hundred feet away. He was ready to activate his space element to teleport himself there. Golden lines of law flashed in his eyes. He was about to find the correct order of law, but suddenly, a majestic force fell from the sky and pressed down on him. Brando was caught off guard and the space element was interrupted on the spot. The power of the element instantly backfired. If he had not reacted quickly, he would have been seriously injured on the spot. However, even so, he was still not in a good condition. He groaned and his face turned pale. The connection with the element was forcibly cut off. This was definitely the power of the extreme planes. To the supreme realm swordsmen and wizards, they were like the giant Antaeus standing on the earth. They could obtain endless power from it. That was why the extreme planes had the term a domain. It was almost impossible to defeat a supreme realm expert in an individual's domain. Therefore, in a battle above the supreme realm, the stronger side would often use their own domain to defeat the other side's domain. When the realm suppression was too great, the stronger side could even use their domain to forcibly cut off the other side's connection with the law realm. There was definitely more than one person on this battlefield who could absolutely suppress him. However, there were only a few people in the entire empire who could cut off his connection with his elements without pulling him into the extreme planes and using the power of a limiter to such a degree. Brando raised his head with some effort and saw Royale's right palm in the air. In the air, Vala could not help but shake his head. Mephistopheles told him not to worry about Brando. He was really curious about where the Ash Sword Saint's confidence in his student came from. After all, Brando was facing not just one, but several people at the peak of the Empire's power pyramid. Vala was slightly disappointed when he saw that Royale and the Witch Queen had teamed up to stop Brando. However, this result was not unexpected. Even with the Holy Flaming Blade, the difference in power was obvious. If 7 or 8 Supreme Realm experts were to let a junior escape under their noses, how could the Empire's reputation be? He was not surprised. He raised his hand and the golden flame's sacred rune flashed in his hand. He was about to help Brando out, but as soon as he moved, Saipan and Richard appeared in front of him again. The flame's sacred knight's grand commander's long golden hair danced in the wind like an angry lion. The sword in his hand shone brightly, and like a meteor streaking across the sky, the golden flame of the sword pierced towards the golden flame's sacred rune in front of Vala. Although Saipan did not immediately make a move, the meaning in his eyes was very obvious. "Your Excellency, your opponent is here." Vala was helpless. If it was only Richard, he would not be able to do anything to him. However, Saipan's covetous eyes made him feel even more troubled. With a flick of his finger, the golden flame's sacred rune in front of him disappeared, and a golden shield appeared on his body. The golden sword slashed accurately on the shield, and in an instant, half of the sky shone as bright as day. Thunder continued to rumble on the mountain where the Frost Dew Manor was located. At this moment, the brilliance of the sword and magic intertwined. The entire Empire's capital had long known that there might be an elemental-level battle on the mountain, but no one dared to leave their houses to find out. The residents hid in their homes and looked through the windows at the crowd gathering on the streets with uneasy eyes. More and more people wearing cloaks and hiding their heads and tails gathered on the streets. Usually, the patrolling cavalry would have dispersed them, but today was a little strange. Until now, the city guards and patrolling cavalry were nowhere to be seen. It was as if the Empire's control over its heart had quietly disappeared. Silent uneasiness pervaded the entire imperial capital, and countless people could not sleep at night. In the frost-covered forest, the ice creaked along Brando's knees and spread to his waist. He could almost feel the strange tingling of his blood freezing in his lower body. The Witch King looked at him in midair. She was a rather beautiful middle-aged woman, but her eyes were like rolling mercury balls. Neither the white of her eyes nor the pupils could be seen. They were gray and silver, making her look very cold. She looked at Brando with a cold look and said, "The Dark Dragon?" It was not difficult for Brando to hear the mockery in her voice, but his expression did not change. He frowned as if he was thinking of a way to escape. He maintained this posture for a few breaths, and the ice continued to climb along his waist, covering his chest in the blink of an eye. But it was at this time that Royal, who stretched out his right hand to cover Brando, suddenly frowned and subconsciously looked in the direction of the Marigold Commercial District. The Witch King's expression changed instantly. It was at this moment. Brando, who was frozen by the north wind, suddenly collapsed like an ice sculpture and turned into snowflakes that scattered in the air. These snowflakes dissipated before they fell to the ground. Ice break. Adatrice looked at the Witch King subconsciously. If she did not know that it was impossible, she would have thought that the Witch King was in cahoots with Brando. The Witch King was tricked by an elementalist's third circle illusion. The Witch King's expression was gloomy. "Chase." She only said one word, but Royal, who was not far away, added, "Stop his men. His escape method is a little strange. Icebreak is just a trick." Adatrice looked back. Because their main target was Brando, they did not care where the Shire and the two little bloodline ran to. However, the Flame family knights surrounded them in the forest, so there was no need to worry about them flying out of the encirclement. However, the moment she saw the young adept servant, she could only watch as his figure slowly faded away in the forest. Finally, he vanished into nothingness. Adatrice felt her hair stand on end when she saw this strange scene. In Wonde, there were many kinds of magic and elemental powers, but the way the young wizard's servant disappeared in front of her eyes did not belong to any of them. It was neither invisibility nor illusion. Adatrice did not even feel the slightest fluctuation of magic. The lines of law on the other side of the world were as calm as ever, and there was no trace of elemental power left behind. It felt as if a person had disappeared into thin air in front of her eyes. As a witch, the mistress of the Lonely Hill, Adatrice had a strange thought at this moment: a ghost? She looked in another direction, and saw Andrique and Mephistopheles disappear into the forest in the same way. Almost all the Flame family knights surrounding them were stunned. "He's at the edge of the Marigold business district," Royal's eyes flashed, and he finally confirmed his guess. "It's not magic. It's also not witchcraft." The Witch King replied with a gloomy face. "I also didn't feel any trace of elemental power." The youngest girl replied with a smile. After that, Royal and the Witch King could not help but fall silent. If it was not magic, nor was it the power of elemental power, nor did it borrow the power of the witch's dreams. Then what kind of power was this? The key point was that they could not detect this kind of method. In other words, this kind of power was beyond their understanding. I seem to have heard of such power before. After a moment of silence, Royal suddenly frowned and replied. But, the Witch King's eyes flashed, and she did not say a word. She had also heard of such power. But that was a story that belonged to a distant era. The person who once had it had a title that was unprecedented in history. He was called the Dark Dragon by the world. Vara, who witnessed this scene in the distance, could not help but have a flash of light in his eyes. He did not expect this little guy to really give him a surprise. Unlike anyone else present, he clearly recognized the source of Brando's power. Planeswalker, they really came back again. Mephisto's student was really amazing. He slowly stopped, and a beam of light broke through the dark clouds and descended from the sky. It actually made Richard and Saipan, who were fighting against him, unable to move. Sanctuary of Holy Words. There were several exclamations from below. Richard and Saipan were fixed in the flawless golden light, glaring at Vara. In the distance, Royal subconsciously wanted to attack, but after glancing at the golden light all over the sky, he shook his head and retracted his footsteps. Holy Word Shelter was the top holy spell of the Holy Cathedral of Fire, which could not be learned by anyone other than the Holy See. It was also the strongest life-saving method above the Holy See. Within the range of Holy Word Shelter, if Vala wanted to leave, no one in Vaunt could stop him except the sage. Thinking back, Sydney used this spell to escape from the capital. At that time, Richard and others could not do anything to her, let alone Vara himself. At this moment, Vara's figure was fading in a golden light. He finally looked at the dark night sky and shook his head. The Empire is no longer the same as before, Your Majesty. Teacher, are you also going to betray the Empire and stand in the position of others to fight against me? The Silver Queen's voice calmed down, as if she was not angry at Brando and others for escaping. Vara sighed. In the time of the princess, he was indeed one of the many teachers of the Silver Queen. At that time, the little princess' talent in the way of the golden flames had amazed everyone. If she were not a member of the royal family, she would have probably surpassed Sydney to become the next Holy See of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. You were once the kindest princess of Cruz, Vara sighed. If you are willing to return to the right path. I have never been more convinced that I am on the right path than I am now. The Silver Queen replied coldly. Bigotry has blocked your vision, Your Majesty. On the contrary, it is you who cannot see the road ahead. Vara shook his head, and his figure turned into a golden shadow. Finally, the clouds closed, and the golden light only existed in the memory of the people present. As if everything that had happened before was just an illusion, only a long sigh echoed over the forest. The Silver Queen did not speak for a long time. The Supreme Class Masters above the forest subconsciously looked at the night sky. Everyone more or less felt a little uncomfortable. 7 or 8 Supreme Class Masters came together, but they could not even stop a young man at the peak of the law. What made them feel most ashamed was that not only did they not stop the other party, but they also let the other party escape unscathed after turning the Frostdew Manor upside down. Among all the people present, the Witch Queen's face was the gloomiest, followed by Willock and the injured Bradley. Royer, who had failed in the end, looked calm. After a moment of silence, the Silver Queen's order came again. No need to chase, return to the White Rose Garden immediately. Chapter 1075. Mulberry Castle was located on the shores of a small lake called Hazeroy to the west of Rushta. At the turn of summer and autumn, the surface of the lake reflected the castle and the distant horizon. The snowline of the Hazeroy Mountains was a stark contrast against the tall forests and white maple trees. It was one of the most famous scenic spots near the imperial capital, but it was also a royal garden. However, the imperial family did not often stay here. They would only spend the long summer here to avoid the heat. After the Silver Queen, Constance, ascended to the throne, the castle was used even less frequently. She might not even visit it once in 2 or 3 years. Even if she did visit, she would only stay for less than a month. Even so, there were still groups of servants and imperial guards stationed in the castle. Half a month ago, a group of mountain maidservants had been replaced in Mulberry Castle. In addition, the Flaming Blade Knight Regiment had swapped in with the imperial guards. This made the castle much livelier. But tonight, this ancient and elegant castle by the lakeside was unusually quiet. The silver moon, Timmy's, moved slowly above the nearby forest. The white maple's shadow extended forward with the moonlight, crossing the fence and the forest path, leaving a shadow on the castle walls. The wind pushed the clouds above the night sky. A moment later, the shadow on the castle walls began to move and rise from the ground. It gradually formed into a woman dressed as a witch with a veil draped over her face. The woman stood by the battlements for a moment and looked into the courtyard in confusion. The courtyard was pitch black, and there were no lights in the stables. There were no hidden sentries or patrolling guards on the castle walls. Normally, the servants would be asleep at this time. However, the castle would at least have a minimum amount of defensive power. It would not be as silent as it was now. She frowned and walked to the edge of the castle walls. The moonlight pouring down from the clouds seemed to materialize under her feet, forming a flight of stairs. She walked down the stairs and arrived at the courtyard. A faint silver radiance spread out in all directions from her body, sweeping across the entire castle in the blink of an eye. The woman raised an eyebrow as if she had realized something. However, it was at this moment that she suddenly looked back in the direction she had come from. She seemed to have heard something and was about to leave, but it was at this time that a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. She raised her right hand, and a crystal ball the size of a palm suddenly appeared in her palm. Several images were constantly changing on it, like flickering lights and passing shadows. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to see it clearly, but she could engrave one of the images in her eyes in the blink of an eye. If Brando was here, he would definitely recognize that it was the scene inside the Cat and Beard Inn. The woman raised her hand, and the crystal ball in her hand instantly turned into silver dust. Her body also shattered like broken glass, melting into the moonlight in the blink of an eye. As soon as the woman left, a few small black shadows landed lightly on the city wall behind her. They were cats. The black cat at the front had a big bow tied around its neck. It looked around curiously, and when it opened its mouth, it spoke in the characteristic sweet voice of Sugarpot. "Strange, why is there no one? Even if the knight regiment has been led away by the Lord, there should at least be guards in the castle, right?" Behind the black cat, a yellow and white striped cat suddenly showed a nervous expression when it heard this. It hurriedly reminded her softly, "Shoo, lower your voice, Mississippi. It's good that there's no one here. Do you want to attract everyone here? Babasha, what are you afraid of? Haven't we confirmed that the Knight of the Sword of the Flame has already left, either to support the Lord's battle, or to deal with those strange guys in the city? Anyway, they won't be here. The rest of the guys combined are no match for me. Miss, it's better to be safe than sorry. It's better to be careful." Babasha looked around nervously. "This is the Empire. Don't forget that Adatrice and the others are here too. There's no one here." Sugarpot, who had turned into a black cat, glanced at the castle immersed in darkness indifferently. She raised her head, sniffed around with her nose, and wondered, but there's a strange smell in the air. It seems that someone of our kind has been here. Strange, I'm not sure. Does that woman have such a powerful guy under her command? Could it be the Witch Queen? Babasha was startled. That woman can't be here. Well, Sugarpot nodded. It's really not her scent. Strange, is there such a powerful guy in our generation of witches? Let's get down to business, miss. Sugarpot jumped down from the city wall and landed steadily on the meadow in the courtyard, just like a real cat. It didn't make the slightest sound. Behind her, including Babasha, the three witches who had turned into cats also jumped down one after another. They walked around the courtyard, but found no one. There's no one here, miss. The one who spoke was the white cat behind Babasha. Although it looked the smallest, it spoke with the voice of a middle-aged woman. That woman is really unreliable. Be careful, miss, this may be a trap. Hearing the word trap, Babasha's hair stood on end. She subconsciously looked back, but the courtyard was as quiet as before. Relax, Babasha, even if there's a trap, it's for the Lord. The Silver Queen has no interest in an old woman like you. Miss, the white cat who spoke earlier suddenly spoke again. There's someone in the castle. Sugarpot nodded. She also noticed it, front left, third room. She walked elegantly like a cat to the window of the room. With a light jump, she jumped onto the windowsill and reached out her claws to fiddle with it twice. She opened the window a crack, and a strong smell of alcohol immediately wafted out. That's why I hate drunkards. Hobbs Barak was indeed a drunkard. He was a dwarf from Ambrose. He was addicted to alcohol, but he was also the best horse trainer in the entire empire. The royal family hired him to be the equestrian master of Mulberry Castle, but he dared not drink on normal days. No matter how careless the dwarves were, they would never dare to ignore the strict rules of the royal family. Moreover, he cherished the current job very much. Not to mention how rich the collection in Her Majesty's stable was, just his identity as the strongest royal horse trainer of the empire was enough to make him feel extremely proud. But today was an exception. The royal guards were replaced by the Knights of the Sword of Fire. The servants in the castle were also transferred earlier. He had to help take care of the knights' horses, so he was left behind. As a result, a few hours ago, the knights also left. Now, he was the master of this empty castle. He did not dare to touch the royal wine cellar in the basement, but there were a few barrels of fine wine stored in the kitchen. Although they were not as good as the royal collection, they were enough to satisfy his craving for alcohol. He lay on a few bags of flour in a daze. He could not remember how much wine he had drunk. It seemed that there was a small barrel of dwarf liquor, then 3 bottles of Landfair liqueur, and a bottle of whiskey. The alcohol seemed to form a thick cloud and wrapped him in it. Hobbs Barak burped. This was the life he was pursuing. He had a dream in a daze. He dreamt that he had earned enough money and returned to his hometown to build an unparalleled wine cellar. There were all kinds of rare wines in the cellar, from the Griffin's Feather in 1936 to the famous Cold Moon wine. This wine was produced in the year of the Cold Moon and was almost destroyed by a snowstorm in the winter of that year. However, because of this, it had a unique cold taste. It was the top collection of every royal family and aristocratic family. He dreamt that he had invited guests to a banquet. There were famous drinkers as well as people of noble upper-class society. On the long table covered with white cloth, there were all kinds of silver plates, piled with famous wines and colorful fruits and vegetables from all over the world. A black cat with a bow on its head was walking back and forth in the middle of the table. Hobbs Barak was stunned for a moment. He almost thought that he was seeing things. Why was there a black cat on the table? He could not help but rub his eyes subconsciously. It turned out that there was not only one cat on the table, but also 2 white cats and a tabby cat. He could not help but sit up. He was about to be furious at the servants in his dream, but before he could say anything, he saw the black cat talking to him. Hobbs Barak, the black cat stretched out its paw and fanned in front of his nose. It said with a look of disgust, "Damn drunkard, I'll give you a few words, or I'll send you to hell." The dwarf trainer's eyes widened. The cat actually spoke human language. He shook his head and thought that he was indeed dreaming. But a moment later, he suddenly woke up. Everything in the dream had turned into bubbles, and the surrounding environment had turned into a pitch-black kitchen. The narrow space was filled with the strong smell of alcohol and raw meat. On the wooden table directly opposite him, there were exactly 4 cats standing there. Among them, the black cat was the leader, and it was staring at him with eyes that were emitting a dim light in the dark. Ghost! The dwarf shrieked in fright, his legs kicking wildly as he crawled backwards. With a bang, he crashed into the water bucket behind him. A series of rustling noises came from above his head, and the various spice jars that were originally placed on the shelf immediately toppled over, smashing into his head and face. "Huh, Sugarpot could not help but laugh at this guy's stupidity. But she quickly put on a straight face and said, Hobbs Barek, did you hear what I said? The witch was good at controlling dreams. She had already known the name of the other party in the dream. However, the dwarf trainer was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. It was not a good sign to meet a black cat in the middle of the night in Wound. Some legends in the countryside often believed that black cats, like crows, were the messengers of death. Moreover, these animals that brought bad luck were often associated with the witches, which was even worse. Hobbs Barek did not know that the people in front of him were the witches, but he was extremely frightened. He thought of the black cat's words and thought that it was really the messengers of death who came to send him to hell. Did he drink himself to death? He could not help but feel sad. The sad thing was that he had not drunk enough. Let me ask you a question. Sugarpot did not care what he was thinking. Her eyes were shining with a charming light, as if it could make people fall into a dream. Where is the mistress of this place? St. Contic Palace, White Rose Garden. 2 rows of knights slowly stopped outside the gate of the rose garden. It was very quiet at night. There was not a single person on the Imperial Avenue. Rows of oak trees stood on both sides of the avenue, casting dark shadows on the ground. Outside this solemn palace was a large open meadow. There were no other buildings within a few hundred meters. It was all the royal gardens. But the knight's visit in the middle of the night still woke up the residents in the distant streets. The citizens secretly looked in the direction of St. Contic Palace through the window under the cold moonlight. From afar, they could see that these knights in black armor were not the imperial army, nor were they the knights of the Holy Cathedral. Which duke's guards were they? Why did they come so late? And in St. Contic Palace, there was also a gaze that fell on these knights' body. Constance could clearly see the situation in the Rose Garden and the Imperial Avenue from the French arched window in her study. She sat behind her desk. The light from the crystal ball beside her hand had long since faded. She could no longer see the scenery of the forest near the Frost-Dew Manor. It had become dark, and a sliver of moonlight was reflected at the edges. There was no one in the room at this moment. Only the Dragon Queen stood silently in the darkness. She did not speak. Her Majesty the Queen did not speak either. Her gaze passed through the glass of the window and looked at the tightly guarded black carriage between the 2 rows of knight. She watched as the carriage door was opened by a knight. A maid alighted from the carriage. She had fiery red hair and bronze skin, the typical characteristics of the mountain people. After the maid alighted, she bowed slightly and then helped a well-dressed princess down. That was her countess. Only then did the Silver Queen reveal a proud expression. When will our prince arrive? She asked. He's on his way, Your Majesty, the Dragon Queen replied in the darkness. The officials had been waiting in the hall for a long time. After a while, she said, Your Majesty. It's fine, the Silver Queen replied, let me be alone for a while, Gwendolyn. The Dragon Queen nodded, but did not move. Those rats are making quite a ruckus today. Yes, I just asked. The city guards have been drawn over by the battle over there. Then go tell my dear Knight Commander what he should do now. The Dragon Queen nodded. Go, come back before the main course. That's the theme of today's banquet. Only then did the Dragon Queen's figure retreat into the darkness. Then came the sound of the door opening. Finally, there was a click, and all the sounds turned into silence. Constance silently looked at the night scenery outside the window, not saying a word. You were once the kindest princess in Cruz. If you are willing to return to the right path. I have never been more certain that I am on the right path than I am now. Bigotry has clouded your vision, Your Majesty. On the contrary, you are the ones who cannot see the path ahead. An illusion seemed to extend before her eyes. Chapter 1076. The wind blew through the wilderness of the 4 realms. It was the sea breeze from the Silver Bay, or the summer breeze from the White Mountain. The airflow flowed over the sky, pushing the cotton-like clouds slowly towards the north. At the place closest to the skyline, the clouds were like a goddess, reaching out from the clouds to touch the rolling hills in the distance. When the wind blew over the hills, the meadow rose and fell in turn, forming stripes of different shades. The forest was located in the south of the Yundan area, like a dark green shadow, mixed with many tree species such as the thick-leaved maple and Elson black pine. The gray and white trunks were hidden in the shadows like toothpicks. The forest and the alfalfa tributaries under the low river bank formed a clear boundary. To the east was the kingdom of the elves, across the river from the allied forces of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. Mr. Darius, have you ever seen such a magnificent scenery in your hometown? The wilderness of the Four Realms is unique in Wonde. In terms of magnificence, even the White Plains cannot compare to it, Your Highness. The general on the horse looked at the horizon, trying to find traces of the elves' movements, but to no avail. The Alkash Mountains hung down from the sky like a shadow, the clouds on Whistling Peak did not disperse all year round, and a few eagles soared in the sky. He looked back at the princess of the empire. His face was chiseled, full of fortitude, and vaguely similar to Brando, but his lips were thinner, and his brow was deeper, full of the characteristics of the Highlanders. A pair of brown eyes were bright, as if they could not support the strong will of their owner. But Erewhon has its own beauty, just like the Empire, the mountains of Cherepet, the pine needles of Elson, and the ruins of the high towers on the highlands. I understand, Erewhon is the only place of civilization and order created by the sages after the year of the return of glory. There is no more glorious land than it. Its people are hard-working and brave, and the nobles who lead them are excellent and glorious. The princess looked at the knight beside her without blinking. You flatter me. The princess smiled slightly, then turned her gaze to the horizon, her eyes as gentle as water. That is the kingdom of the elves. The wind elves turned their eyes to the north after the summer. They do not seem to intend to fight with us in the wilderness of the Four Realms. Perhaps they will enter the mountains. Before and for a long time after the War of the Holy Saints, the four sages, Gretel, Saint Tassol, Fanzan, and Alanta, were close to each other, but now we see each other as enemies. Is that why your highness is fighting for peace in the empire? Yes, but this holy war is too tragic. Who knows how long it will take to wash away all the blood that has been spilled. But I know in my heart that there is nothing wrong with killing each other in order to compete for living space. From my point of view, I cannot blame my country and allies. It is the same for the elves. The sages once expanded the territory, but since the end of the Age of Chaos, the knight who pioneered the land almost disappeared. It is not because people are stubborn, but because the power of order is declining. The fire produced every year is less and less, and it is not enough to replace the fire that is about to die of old age. The Parliament of Nobles even legislated to limit the number of new territories each year, in order to prevent the mature lands of order from declining because of lack of replenishment. The princess said softly, but we cannot tell the people this, for fear of causing panic. What should we say? Should we tell them that Lady Martha is abandoning us? Last month, my teacher Vala and the Great Holy See discovered that someone in the upper echelons of the Holy Cathedral had joined All for One. Although it was only an archbishop, the meaning behind it is disturbing. It shows that our faith is declining, and people are becoming more and more confused. If this trend is not stopped, the consequences will be unimaginable. The general listened quietly. I have a plan. I hope to go to Saint Tassol and Fanzan after this holy war. On the one hand, it is to eliminate hatred. On the other hand, I believe that the Holy Cathedral of Fire is not the only one who is confused. All civilizations should have encountered the same trouble. 1,000 years ago, we could form a sacred covenant and fight together for a goal. 1,000 years later, we can do the same. If I cannot persuade the Holy Cathedral of Saint Tassol and Fanzan, then I will go to the Ring of the World and find a way to seek the approval of the Great Holy Sage. Lady Eloranta will stay to protect this world. She will not sit idly by. As the Princess of the Empire? The princess nodded. Mr. Darius, are you willing to be my knight? It would be an honor. The princess smiled knowingly. This is my dream, Mr. Darius. I have never told anyone. I hope that the 4 holy cathedrals can return to the era of glory. In the distant future, we will open up a wider territory. The civil war between civilizations will thus be eliminated. I want to prove that what the 4 sages did was right. Once we succeed, people will no longer be confused. The general nodded thoughtfully. If such a day really comes, I will feel honored to be your knight, your highness. But it is difficult. We may not see it in our lifetime. It is difficult, but there will always be successors. No matter how lofty the ideal is, there will always be a lack of people who will fight for it. The princess nodded. Constance looked at the face that seemed to be reflected in the mirror. She stood face to face with her. The soft face was full of kindness and persistence. The light silver eyes flashed with longing and hope for the future. But there was not only naivety in them, but also a strong and indomitable will. That face was both familiar and strange to her. Her face was pale, and the muscles on her face were tense, as stiff as stone. Enough. She growled in a low voice, her hands clutching her hair so tightly that her knuckles protruded like ghost claws. The scene became fragmented and blended into the darkness of the study. The heavy curtains reflected the lights of the city in the distance. The tall bookcase stood quietly in the shadows. The desk was scattered with documents on parchment. The signatures on them seemed to be written in blood, and were extremely eye-catching in the dim light. Outside the study, Dragon Queen Gwendolen silently withdrew her gaze and shook her head. This is fate. It is laughable and true, but not worthy of pity. Because everyone has to face it, and no one is more noble than anyone else. On the day of the destruction of Babel Tower, they also felt the same bone-piercing pain. She turned around and walked out of the corridor. In the guest hall, a knight had been waiting for a long time. He seemed to be restless. Gwendolen took in his expression and replied, "Her Majesty does not wish to receive guests for the time being. She has entrusted me with full authority to handle emergencies on her behalf." "Speak, what is it?" "My lady, please forgive us for not being able to contact Marquis Baroque. Before he left at noon yesterday, he sent Her Majesty an order to strictly order the city guards of Ginkgo Castle to leave their garrisons. However, before evening, our informant sent news that the cultists are inciting riots in the city. Now, thousands of people have gathered in the Marigold Commercial District and Silver Horse Square. If they are not stopped in time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Is this news before you left the garrisons, or is this the latest news?" "Before I left the garrisons, my lady." "How much time has it been?" "Half an hour." "What about the patrolling knights?" "I do not know, my lady. I did not see them on the way here." "That is good." The knight was slightly stunned. He looked up and saw the Countess in front of him, Gwendolen's identity on the surface. A strange smile appeared on his face. Before he could react, his consciousness was shrouded in endless darkness. Gwendolen looked coldly at the corpse on the floor. The young man had died with his eyes wide open on the carpet. His head and headless body were on each side of the carpet. The blood showed a dark color in the darkness. The shadow of the corpse wriggled as if it was alive, and in a moment, it was reduced to nothingness. "Marquis Baroque won't give you any orders, but you won't be able to hear it anyway," she muttered to herself as she looked at the hole in the carpet. "Marquis Baroque won't give you any orders." Her figure slowly melted into the darkness. The scenery before Brando's eyes changed rapidly. The forest was pulled behind him faster than the speed of light. Oak trees, goosefoot grasses, and heather were hidden under the rocks. Due to the speed, the trunks and leaves were almost connected into a straight line, to the point where they were indistinguishable from each other. It was as if they had flowed into a color plate and mixed together. Then, a speck of light appeared in front of him. The speck of light arrived in front of him in an instant. The scenery within extended and expanded, turning into a quiet night scene on the east bank of the Marigold River. The river glistened under the moonlight, and an ancient bridge spanned the waterway between Cold-Dew Forest and the commercial district. The rows upon rows of roofs in the city gave off a faint silver light in the distance. Brando was stunned for a moment before he realized that he was already at the foot of the mountain of Cold Dew Manor. My lord. Brando turned around and saw Medisha and Hippamra by her side. He did not speak, but immediately waved his hand. Several doors of light opened in the air, and the Shire and Mephistopheles fell out one by one. Finally, Andrique landed heavily on the female vampire. Ugh! Andrique used her hand to push herself up from her brother's body, pressing the latter's head into the mud at the same time. She did not even look at the latter. Patting the dust off her skirt, she silently took a few steps away from the riverside. Although bloodkin were not as afraid of water as the legend said, they did not seem to like it that much either. Brando looked at Mephistopheles, who got up from the ground and wiped the mud off their faces with their hands. He could not help but shake his head helplessly. Although the card had turned Mephistopheles and Andrique into twins, the latter did not always seem to admit it. Hippamra also glared at Andrique and walked over to help Mephistopheles wipe their faces clean. The priestess was known for her kindness in the Abbey's domain. Although she liked to keep some strange animals, which made it difficult for people to get close to her. My lord, Medisha breathed a sigh of relief, and asked with some concern, the battle just now. There was a small accident. Where is Sydney? This should be the edge of Marigold's commercial district. Nearby is the 12 Fingers Alley, and the patrolling cavalry's headquarters is located at the junction between here and the Queen's district. That's right. Brendel asked as he observed the surroundings. The river bank and forest quickly formed an impression in his mind. Lady Sydney and His Excellency the Legion Commander left before us. Did they not arrive? It seems that they have been intercepted. Except for Royale, Saipan, and the other supreme beings, Cruz did have the strength to do this, Brando thought to himself. The Silver Queen is not completely defenseless. He replied, there's no need to wait for them. Sydney and Lady Veronica have their own ways to escape. I don't know when the Silver Queen will catch up. Although the ability of a planeswalker should be able to confuse them for a moment, Royer and Saipan are the top wizards in Kurlutz. They must have their own ways to detect the direction of my escape. He looked at the west bank of the Marigold River. We will go along the canal between the Marigold Business District and the Queen's District. After we reach the King Street, we will go directly to the west of Rustle. Although that is where the patrol cavalry headquarters is located, the cultists are inciting riots in the city. If I'm not mistaken, the city guards and the patrol cavalry should be attracted to them. This route is actually safer. My lord. Brando turned around and asked, what's wrong, Medisha? Do you have anything to add? The Silver Elf Princess frowned and hesitated for a moment. She seemed to want to say something. But she finally made up her mind and said, we met Andesha earlier. Who? Brando was stunned. Andesha, she? Did she attack you? Medisha shook her head, no, but she looked a little strange. Have you heard of the second corruption, my lord? The second corruption, you mean she looked like she was injected with the blood of God for the second time? Brando immediately reacted, that's impossible, unless she doesn't want to live anymore. Medisha could not help but look at her lord in surprise. Although the tree herders were no different from the members of All for One and the Sheep's Head cult in the eyes of ordinary people, few people knew that these former druids who called themselves the Withered Ones had been secretly studying the power of the blood of God for more than 10 centuries. Many people did not even understand what the blood of God was, and they confused it with the demonic sacrifice of the Sheep's Head cult. But Medisha knew that although the tree herders were extremely crazy, the blood of God in their hands was the real blood of God. It was not the demonic blood or the power from hell as the rumors said. However, not only did her lord have a clear understanding of the God's blood, he was also able to point out the nature of the secondary corruption. She couldn't help but be curious. How did he learn such obscure knowledge at such a young age? Brando did not know what the little princess was thinking. He only frowned deeply. It was not strange for Andesha to appear here. She was originally in the imperial capital. Perhaps the rioters had attacked the imperial prison, but the second corruption was somewhat unusual. I hope there is no connection between the two. He did not know why, but he felt a deep uneasiness in his heart. Chapter 1077. When the battle at the Col du Villa came to an end, Rushta's restlessness and chaos were spreading under the night sky. The 12th month square was filled with people. Duke Durat's statue stood in the middle of the square, sitting on his earth dragon, Lonely Flame. He held a long sword in his hand, and the long sword, Azalea, was pointed forward. Under the cold gaze of the statue of the demon slayer knight, all the ambitious and scheming people in Rushta were ready to make a move. It was as if a grand performance was about to begin, and all that was left was for the curtains to be pulled open. As if to make a note of this, a loud voice was heard from afar. The harsh voice was like two sharp metal files ringing in one's ears. The noble master will return to the world to save and cleanse all this filth. In the epic of the Pale poem, the angel Eroma killed the evil god Frederick and perished together with the army of dusk. After her death, her blood flowed into a lake. 12 centuries later, someone found her shield in the lake. The Flame King, Gretel, built this city with the shield as his name. In the Crew's language, Rushta represented holiness, justice, and victory. The secret society's followers claimed that the empire was notorious for its brutality. 1,000 years later, Eroma would return to this land and punish the evil queen. This rumor was baseless, but it was widely spread under the queen's rule. The people believed it as if they had hypnotized themselves. Seti was mixed in the crowd. The hot air was coming from all directions, mixed with the stench of sweat and feces. Her hair was wet and stuck to her pale cheeks, but the girl did not notice it. She just stared at the center of the square without blinking. In the middle of the crowd, the secret society's disciples, who were dressed in thick cloths, formed a circle. In the middle of the circle, the ground of the square was crisscrossed with scarlet patterns. The fresh blood from the lambs was smeared on the pitch-black stones like thorns from hell. It quietly emitted an aura as if a bloody storm was about to arrive. However, the people did not seem to notice it. A buzzing sound echoed in the square. The followers were chanting and praising a mysterious name. Eroma. Eroma. A powerful and oppressive aura filled the air. The crowd was in an uproar. Then, someone shouted as if he had gone mad. The fanaticism soon spread. The crowd seemed to be possessed. Everyone raised their arms, sweating profusely and shouting at the top of their lungs. Seti was soon separated from Al in the crowd, but she did not realize it. She raised her arms as well, and a ring of fire seemed to be reflected in the depths of her blue eyes. She seemed to have found a quiet place in the crowd. She saw the archangel holding the sacred sword step out of a white light. The angel swung the sword in the direction of the empire's palace and the palace. Seti saw the evil empire burning, nobles screamed and the queen in the flames. She saw her brother who had lost his life in the war in the south. She saw that hateful war, and she saw all the people who had created this pain, the people in power she hated, and even the people who were indifferent and numb. They were all turned into ashes in the flames. That's right. Burn them all. A voice echoed in her mind. Burn those damned rulers. Burn those fat nobles to death. Burn those heretics. Burn it all, this evil and filthy world. Seti saw someone pulling her from behind. Arl? She came back to her senses. She turned around and saw a disciple of the conclave standing behind her. The other party's entire body was covered in a thick black cloth. Only one of his eyes could be seen, shining with an icy cold light. For a moment, Seti thought that she had seen a poisonous snake. She instinctively took a step back. The bishop is looking for you. The bishop is looking for me? Seti was stunned for a moment before she remembered what Al had told her in the afternoon. She looked around but did not see her lover. Where's Al? She asked. You will find him after the ceremony, the disciple said coldly. Seti did not dare to say more. She knew the consequences of disobeying the bishop. She nodded silently and followed the disciple out of the crowd. The two of them walked into a shop near the square. It looked like a bakery. The outline of an oven could be vaguely seen in the dark room, but several tables had been overturned. The floor was a mess. Behind the overturned tables stood several conclave members in the same attire. The bishop was standing in the middle of them. The bishop was a kind-looking old man. His wrinkled face seemed to glow with kindness. His sparse white hair covered his bald head, and under the shadow of his hair, there were a few age spots that looked like dirt. When he saw Seti, he nodded gently and said, "Good evening, Seti." "Good evening, Your Excellency," Seti said, looking a little uneasy. "Don't be nervous, my child. I have something to tell you." "Your Excellency?" "We just received the news not long ago. Since it's related to you, as a believer of God, I believe you have the right to know." The old man narrowed his eyes, and an unknown light flickered in his blue-gray eyes. Seti was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what was related to him and why the bishop would come looking for him. "Do you want to hear it?" She nodded. "It's about your brother's murderer." "What?" Seti's eyes widened like a frightened cat, and her hair stood on end. Her brother was recruited into the army because of the Empire's war against the South, and he died in a foreign land. The priests of the conclave told her that the culprits were the nobles who rashly started the war out of greed. She had always regarded those people as murderers, but now the bishop told her a different story. "There is no secret, my child. But you should know that your brother was killed by the Erewhon. Do you know who was the commander of the Erewhon?" Seti paused for a moment and shook her head. Although she was not a country girl, she did not know much about the war that happened thousands of miles away from the Empire. In fact, she did not even know where the war took place. All she knew was that her brother died in the war. That person is the Count of the Erewhon Kingdom. His territory is intolerable. Those greedy nobles again. Seti gritted her teeth. The bishop sighed and continued, "My child, what I want to tell you is that you've seen him more than once in the past few days." "WH. What?" Seti was stunned. "Those people from the Erewhon Kingdom are staying in your hotel. Do you remember now? It's them." The bishop nodded and confirmed Seti's guess. Then, he looked at Seti silently. The girl seemed to be a little uneasy. Her brows were furrowed and she seemed to be thinking about something. "What are you thinking about, my child?" I don't know, Bishop. What should I do?" "If you want revenge, that's fine, my child. But it's dangerous for you." "I'm not afraid of danger, Bishop," Seti replied with a trembling voice. But I don't know what to do." "You want revenge?" The bishop's blue-gray eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of gray. Seti hesitated for a moment, but the image of her brother appeared in her mind. She nodded firmly. "But if anything happens to you, have you thought about your sick father, my child?" The bishop asked kindly. Alcra will help me take care of my father." "Alcra, I know this young man. He's your lover, right?" Seti's face was gloomy. She lowered her head and nodded weakly. The bishop's face was hidden in the shadows, but there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. "If you want revenge, you won't be able to do it to Count Tonajol, my child," the bishop said slowly. His voice was low and hoarse as if it contained magic. It opened Seti's Pandora's box little by little. "But you can do it to the people around him, just like how he killed your family, and this count just so happens to have a fiancé with him." Seti did not know how she managed to get there from Rushta. She stumbled along the main road that was used for carriages. Not far from her was the familiar woodland and the riverside that shimmered under the moonlight. Old Kent's hotel stood on the other side of the bridge. It looked like a hazy shadow under the night sky. Seti was used to the scenery on both sides of the road, but at this moment, it felt strange. It was as if there were countless pairs of malicious eyes hidden in the forest. They stared at her through the gaps between the trees without blinking. The sound of owls chirping in the distance was faint. Occasionally, the sound of wings flapping could be heard from the forest. It was the sound of winged creatures hunting voles in the forest. These noises made her shiver. She felt like a wandering soul wandering aimlessly in the wilderness. As she got closer and closer to Old Kent's hotel, the outline of the wooden and stone building gradually emerged from the darkness. The signboard and window frames that were immersed in the darkness gradually lost their blurry colors and became clearer under the moonlight. Seti walked slower and slower. She reached into her pocket with trembling hands. There was a bottle in her pocket. She held the bottle, and the cold porcelain made her heart skip a beat. She gasped as if she was holding her own fate. The bishop's words appeared in her muddled mind. Think of a way to make that woman drink this bottle of poison. You're the hostess of the inn, you'll have a way to make them submit. Old Kent won't be at his inn tonight, so this is your best chance. See, it's not difficult and it's not dangerous. Once you have your revenge, the church will save you. Seti's teeth chattered. She did not know when it started. Her mind was in a mess. On one hand, she was thinking about the guests who stayed at the Cat and Beard Inn. On the other hand, she was thinking about her brother who died in Erewhon. Sometimes, she could not help but think about Al. The young man looked at her with his unique sarcastic expression. Aren't you going to avenge your brother, Seti? Why are you hesitating? But it will bring trouble to Uncle Kent. After tonight, the Empire will cease to exist. No one will trouble Old Kent. No, where are the Erewhon people? Be honest, Seti. You are afraid. Look at your pale face and trembling fingers. Where is your courage when you are facing your enemies? No, I'm just, the two voices mixed in Seti's mind like two saws, giving her a headache. She wanted to stop and take a breath, but the two church members behind her did not give her the chance. They pushed her forward and said, "Go, Seti. Go, Seti. Don't disappoint the bishop or your brother. We believe in you." Seti did not dare to look back. She felt that if she hesitated, something terrible would happen. The way the two men looked at her reminded her of the wolves she saw in Brocken when she was a child. They were cold and fierce. She hesitated until she reached the front door of the hotel. The door was closed, but she knew that Old Kent would leave the key under the carpet in front of the door when he left. Trembling, she bent down, wanting to fumble for the brass key. But at this moment, a slightly curious voice came from behind the door. "Who is outside?" The voice was light and rhythmic, full of musical notes. It was as if the owner of the voice had put all of her curiosity into it. Seti froze as she recognized the voice. It belonged to the merchant girl who was easy to talk to. Author's note: I recommend a good D&D online game novel called The Creed of the Scoundrel in Online Games. The story is interesting and the setting is rigorous. It is said that the setting of the game world is more than 100,000 words long. The updates are very good, and I strongly recommend everyone to read it. The introduction of the book: first, be kind to others. Second, be kind to others. Third, help those in need. This is the creed of the scoundrel Baggins in the world. The setting of this book is from D&D. It is guaranteed to be updated at least 6,000 times a day, with occasional updates ranging from 10,000 to 20,000. Chapter 1078. Warning: you have received plague damage, 0 damage, 33 of which have been resisted. Warning: you have received plague damage, 0 damage, 31 of which have been resisted. Warning: you have received plague damage, 0 damage, 40 of which have been resisted. Brando suddenly stopped and opened the battle log in his vision. A pale green screen appeared in front of him, and it was filled with shocking system records. He immediately looked up and saw that he had entered the Empress district. This was the busiest district in the whole of Rushta. Dozens of the Empire's most famous merchants were stationed on both sides of the street. The majestic buildings were now immersed in darkness and silence. Every door and window was tightly shut, and a thin layer of fog hung over the street. Fog. Brando suddenly raised his hand and opened his palm, revealing the bodies of several flying insects. "What is it, my lord?" Behind him, Medisha and Hippamra also stopped. The latter looked at him curiously and asked. However, the silver elf princess stared at the colorful flying insects in Brando's hand without saying a word. There was a calm light in her eyes. You know them? Brando asked. These are the plague insects. They live in the fog of the gray wilderness and reproduce by devouring the corpses of demons and the stench of fallen souls, Medisha answered quietly. I have seen them more than once. These are larvae, Brando nodded. They haven't fully matured yet. The ones you have seen should be adults. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the dead silent street in front of him. He knew where Medisa had come into contact with these insects. The plague insects were the inhabitants of hell. They fed on rotten flesh and were usually born from the same mother. The mother was a kind of giant insect, and there was usually only one in a colony. The plague insects would rarely stray too far from the mother, and they would also rarely migrate out of the gray wilderness. But there was one exception. Among the 12 branches of tree herders, the goo insect lords had been insect wizards for generations. This branch of tree herders controlled a large number of plague bugs. As early as the War of the Holy Saints, the tree herders had fought against the silver elves and humans more than once, so Medisha should have seen these visitors from hell more than once. The current goo insect lord, Myad, had been captured by the Empire a few decades ago and was locked up in an underground prison in Lusk Tower. However, even Endesha was alive and kicking outside not too long ago, and Myad would definitely not be content with being left alone. Looks like Her Majesty isn't the only one in trouble. Should we prepare for battle, my lord? Medisha asked. Let's cast a defensive spell first. These larvae won't cause us any trouble, but it's hard to say what will happen if we go further in. Brando frowned. Every branch of the tree herders was difficult to deal with. Endesha was one of the weakest, and Myad was not that strong either, but he was especially difficult to deal with. He had fought with this goo insect lord before in the game, which was why he found it difficult to deal with him. This was the outer area of the plague mist, and the plague damage to the central area could reach up to 100 damage per second. Without a baptismal priest who was proficient in hymns, it would be difficult to move forward. Although the magic damage had little effect on him, and he might even be able to resist the plague damage in the central area, it was hard to say whether Medisha and Hippamra would be able to do the same. He did not want to cause too much trouble at this time. His most urgent goal was to pass through Lusk Tower and meet up with the others in the west. He also wanted to confirm whether Scarlet had been rescued. If everything went smoothly, they would be able to leave the Empire. The way to leave the Empire had already been arranged. The eldest prince and the northern nobles would fully cooperate with him. They could pass through the Evergreen Walkway, or take a detour through the Duchy of Antiburo. This route was still considered safe, at least for now. As for what happened in the Empire, it had nothing to do with him or Erwin. Anyway, it was Her Majesty's trouble. He carefully looked at the thin fog, thinking that if they were lucky, they could directly pass through the edge of the fog. However, Myad's element was the mind mist, not the simple plague mist. It was easy to get lost in the fog, and it was not so easy to leave. Besides, Myad was a psychopath. He might not allow a few living people to leave his plague mist unscathed. But it was too late to retreat now. The trade zone was behind them, and who knew if the Silver Queen had chased after them. Hippamra put up a defensive light shield, but Medisha did not react. Brando glanced at her and remembered that the Silver Folk were immune to diseases. In their confrontation with the Lord of the Parasites, they won more than they lost. The blood of the Silver Folk is really enviable. He could not help but sigh. The Lord is not bad either. Medisha smiled. I'm just a poor ghost. How can I be envious of the Lord? Is that so? How can there be such a cute ghost? Medisha stared, her silver eyes seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist. Hippamra could not help but giggle. The atmosphere eased a lot for a while, and the three slowed down their pace. The Queen's district was a little more than 2 kilometers long. The whole area was made up of a main street, with magnificent shops and tall buildings on both sides. The shrine of the old god of commerce, Crew, stood in the mist not far away. At this moment, it had already become a monumental building to commemorate the glory of the gods in the past. Brando could almost see the gold inlaid on the mottled outer wall. Their brilliance was dim, and the glory of the past was no longer there. The holy cathedral of fire was very generous and did not knock it down. Of course, it was also to show respect to Martha and her followers. In fact, in the countryside of the Empire and many areas of Erewhon, people still maintained their faith in the old gods, but they could no longer get a response. Without response and protection, there were no priests. The shrine of the god of commerce, Crew, was like a mottled empty shell, silent in the mist for thousands of years. In fact, it was not only this shrine that was silent. The whole Queen's district was shrouded in a deathly silence, and only the sound of the three people's footsteps echoed in the air above the stone street. The further in they went, the thicker the fog became. From time to time, an insect would crash into Hippamela's light shield, turning into a puddle of green water and flowing down the light shield, scaring Hippamela so much that her face turned pale. On the other hand, the silver elf princess was very calm, almost without a change in expression as she walked forward. It was only at this time that people remembered that she was once the supreme commander of an army. Although according to human age, she was only 14 years old when she became famous, and was just a budding girl. At this time, Brando almost did not have a fluke in his heart. He knew that the silence was because there was probably no one alive in Queen's district. This was the area with the richest nightlife in the entire imperial city, close to the noble district. The period between evening and late night was often the most lively time, and there were even nobles who often sneaked out to experience life. Although it was not a busy area, at least it was not empty. There was not a corpse on the street, but looking at the carriages that stopped crookedly on the side of the road or hit a sycamore tree, it was clear what had happened before. The carriage's shaft and noose fell to the ground empty, and even the horse that pulled the carriage was not left behind. Hippamela looked dignified. Brando was thinking about where Sydney and Veronica went, and if it had anything to do with Mayad's sudden appearance. At this time, the fog in front of them suddenly buzzed and separated into two sides, and a fist-sized insect rushed towards them. Brando reacted quickly, and without thinking, he pulled out his sword. With a flash of the sword, the insect was split into two pieces and fell to the ground, its 6 legs still twitching. He looked down and found that it looked a bit like a beetle. Its body was dark, and its 6 legs were as sharp as knives. Before he could say anything, Medisha answered first, "This is an adult insect. We are close to the mother body." Close to the mother body meant that they were close to Mayad. Brando did not expect that not only did he not pass through the plague fog from the edge, but he also walked into the center of the plague fog. But now that they were here, it meant that the enemy had already discovered them. If he continued to run away, he would be deceiving himself and others. He did not retrieve his sword, but instead looked up. There was a tall and majestic building in front of him. He thought for a while and remembered that it was the headquarters of the patrolling cavalry. He took the time to look at the light green screen floating above him, and the battle record showed that the damage had risen to nearly 100, which was slightly weaker than what he had encountered before. But thinking about it, Mayad, who had just escaped from the dungeon in this era, was not at his strongest. "Looks like he is waiting for us there," he said to Medisha and Hippamela. "Yes," the silver elf princess nodded, "but something is strange, my lord." "What is it?" Brando knew that Medisha's experience was not inferior to his, and she was even more experienced than him. In terms of understanding of tree herders, she was not inferior to him, so he valued the latter's opinion. "There are too few insects," Medisha replied softly. "Even if Mayad deliberately hid, there should not be so few insects in the plague fog. Besides, we have only encountered one adult insect here, which is a little too unusual." Brando raised his eyebrows, and only then did he notice this. He had only fought with Mayad once in a limited opportunity, and he was not the main attacker at that time. At that time, the Grecius Knight squad was only responsible for containing the insects, and the real attacker was the Diamond-level warrior guild. He recalled the experience of that battle, and there was indeed an overwhelming number of insects in the mist fog, but it was a little too different from the sparse 2 or 3 insects here. What do you think? Brando asked cautiously as the three of them walked forward carefully. I thought of a possibility, Medisha shook her head gently, but I am not sure. Brando looked at her biting her lips, and a thought flashed through his mind, but he did not ask any more questions. The patrol cavalry headquarters in the mist fog was like a living creature of flesh and blood. The towering fortress-like building was its back, and the city wall was its snaking neck and spine. It curled up there, motionless, as if it had fallen into a silent sleep. There were no signs of living people in the fortress, and it was obvious that they had all died. Fortunately, the patrol cavalry headquarters had a camp outside the city, and the headquarters in the city was usually only guarded by a squadron of cavalry. But even so, this incident was enough to shake the upper echelons of the empire. One must know that among the patrol cavalry in the imperial capital, most of them were nobles. The commander of the patrol cavalry headquarters was the Count of the Empire, a master second only to the supreme class. If he was here when the incident happened, then the crew's people would be in even more trouble. The three of them went through the city gate, and the suspended suspension bridge did not cause any trouble for them. Then they went through the empty courtyard, the front door of the manor, the corridor, and the spiral staircase. There was not a single person in the entire fortress, and there were not many insects. They only encountered a few attacks along the way, and it was not so much the plague swarm, but the individual insects that were left behind after the swarm. But the thick mist fog that shrouded the place told Brando that this was definitely the center of the plague swarm, and not the place where the swarm had passed through. They went all the way to the 3rd floor of the fortress, which was also the top floor. This was the center of the patrol cavalry headquarters, and in theory, the Count's office should be here. The internal structure of this kind of military building was similar, and Brando was quite familiar with the crew's stronghold, so he quickly found the Count's office along the corridor. At the door of the office, he finally saw the only few humans on this trip. To be exact, there were a few corpses. 2 of them were crawling in the corridor, facing down, wearing the uniform of the patrol cavalry headquarters. The uniform was pale, and black blood seeped out from under their bodies, seeping into the thick carpet. The other person was leaning against the wall. His face was badly mutilated, and his facial features could no longer be seen clearly. It was as if something had gnawed a large hole in his face. He was dressed in a more extravagant manner. He was wearing a Count's windbreaker, gold-trimmed breeches, and boots. His entire body was covered in bits and pieces of ornaments. He was also wearing an extremely luxurious breastplate. Unfortunately, this breastplate could not save his life. There was a big hole on the left side of the breastplate, and dark red blood was flowing out from it. This should be the fatal wound. The corpse leaned against the walnut wall with its head tilted, and the wall was smeared with blood. His sword was scattered to the side, and Brando recognized the other person's identity when he saw the sword. The Scarlet Falcon proved that this person was the commander of the patrol cavalry headquarters, one of the counts of the Empire. Brando waved his hand, and the sword flew from the ground into his hand, disappearing into the dimensional hole in a flash. Although the Scarlet Falcon's sword of the Imperial Patrol Cavalry commander couldn't compare to sacred swords like Halran Gaia or Odorphis, it was still a rare ancient sword. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been passed down from generation to generation. He didn't have the habit of leaving good things to the people of the Empire. There were a few plague worms crawling around the patrol cavalry commander's corpse, but as soon as Brando moved, they immediately discovered an unfamiliar intruder and pounced over. But before Brando could make a move, the priestess beside him took a step forward and swung the Descent of the Mountains with both hands, sending the worms flying with a perfect home run. The worms buzzed as they crashed into the wall, shattering into green juice on the ground. Brendel's brows furrowed. He suddenly realized that these insects did not attack him on their own initiative, but after he alerted them, they attacked him passively. In fact, the closer they were to the mother base, the more cautious the plague worms became. They would attack all living things in this area, regardless of whether they were humans or animals. This wasn't a habit that plague worms should have. He couldn't help but turn around, only to find that Medisha was also frowning deeply, looking thoughtfully in the direction of the Count's office not far away. There was only a half-broken wooden door in the thick fog. Chapter 1079. Brando also saw the door and carefully approached it with the flaming blade in his hand. He pushed the door open and found Mayad in the messy office. To be exact, the 7th of the 12 tree herders' patriarchs had been split into 2 and was lying in the middle of the room. The wound extended from his left shoulder near his neck to the right side of his waist, all the way down, cutting open his ribs and lungs, completely tearing apart his spine. Dark red blood and black pieces of internal organs splashed out and scattered on the ground. Some unknown insects crawled in and out of the body, as if the empty chest cavity was their new nest. Brando had seen many corpses, but he still could not help but feel the urge to vomit. He used his hand to stop Medisha behind him and said with some difficulty, "You better not come over." In theory, Medisha's psychological endurance was much higher than his. In the battlefield 1,000 years ago, whether it was the scale of the battle or the intensity of the battle, it was 100 times greater than the current one. As the commander of an army, the little elf princess had long been accustomed to all kinds of scenes that were not suitable for children. But no matter what, Brando still preferred to treat her as a 14 or 15-year-old girl who still needed protection. Medisha pursed her lips and took the initiative to stop. It seemed that she did not mind the Lord taking care of her. "Is Maya dead?" she asked softly. Brando nodded. Like Medisha, he had more or less guessed this point. The strange behavior of the insects all revealed this kind of information, but it was too unbelievable. In history, Mayad died around the time of the Year of the Stars. As a world boss, he died in the hands of players. That battle was spectacular, and many guilds became famous because of it. It was not like this, quietly dying in a corner of the imperial city of Rushta, and almost no one knew about it. The two of them did not speak. Hiphammer did not seem to be used to the current situation, and did not speak either. Silence lingered between the three of them. Brando frowned. The situation was getting more and more strange. Andesha seemed to have completed her second corruption and suddenly appeared near the battlefield of the Cold Dew Manor. He did not know what the Silver Queen was doing, but she seemed to have given up her control of the imperial city. Is my mission so important that she is willing to sacrifice everything? On the other hand, Mayad's corpse was like a silent warning. The ancient proverbs were the harshest warnings, and it was the same at this moment. This proverb seemed to be engraved on the corpse and spread across the carpet along with the blood. It formed words. It warned him to leave the vortex as soon as possible. Brando faintly felt that something was breaking away from him and the Silver Queen's control, rushing towards an unpredictable direction. "Are there any signs of the second corruption on Mayad's body?" Medisha suddenly asked. Brando looked at the twisted corpse and immediately found the relevant traces. He was about to nod when a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If Mayad died here, then was his swarm wiped out by someone? Medisha stood on the other side of the door and saw his expression. She seemed to have guessed his thoughts. Her expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly replied, "The plague fog has not dissipated. The insect swarm should still be here. But where did they go? Where is the queen insect?" Medisha suddenly asked. Its corpse should not be too far from Mayad. Not good. A warning flashed in his mind, and he subconsciously retreated. Just as he moved away from his original position, the carpet on the floor had a crack, and the walnut planks below were all broken, as if an invisible blade had slashed them. A strange-looking creature landed gently on the carpet. It looked like a human-shaped praying mantis. It was about the height of a person and stood on 2 legs. Its whole body was covered in a shiny black carapace. It had a pair of compound eyes, and the surface was reflective. Its head was an inverted triangle, and below its arms was a pair of long scythes. Medisha was the first to arrive in front of Brando. With a wave of her right hand, a silver spear appeared in her hand. But when she saw the monster, she could not help but be stunned. What is this? Is this not a plague insect? But Brando recognized it. He stared at the two dark red halos on the praying mantis' compound eyes. There was already a light spot of the same color in the center. He recognized the origin of this thing. Don't move. He lowered his voice and reminded Medisha. He also reminded the Hippamra who had not yet entered the door. It was a praying mantis. He had once received a set of Planeswalker cards from Planeswalker Hawkman's two Planeswalker creatures, Elaine and the Pendulum Golem. One of the core creatures of this set of cards was a nightmare creature. The original version of this insect was actually the Dazra praying mantis, a species of dusk that was born in the coiling serpent abyss. Odin had mentioned this creature more than once. The nightmares were one of the three major races of dusk. The main enemy of the Earth Legion was the Crystal Cluster, and the giants were mainly responsible for fighting against the children of Fenrir and the nobles in the elemental frontier. Only the nightmares rarely appeared in history. It was said that in the Second Battle of Dusk, they were once the main force of chaos. They were called the Nightmares of Doomsday, and that was how the name of the nightmares came about. However, after the first two Dusk Wars, these terrifying creatures disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared in this world. The Hazenians used them as a blueprint to design the Nightmare Furnace creatures, and they fought for the civilization in the Battle of Azure. Since then, the Nightmare race had become a legend, as if they were a legend of the past buried in the dust of history. But today, they had reappeared in front of Brando. If it was not for the distinctive rainbow rings and pupils, Brando would not have dared to confirm that this was the infamous Nightmare Mantis. The Nightmare Mantis was just the lowest level of insects, and the one in front of him was an elite Praetorian Guard. It was born with power that was almost beyond the realm of the sage. Beads of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He could roughly guess the origin of the horned beetle. Myad must have thought that it was the source of the plague beetle swarm. The horned beetle was the king of the insectoids, and it was easy for it to command the plague beetle swarm, but for some reason, it suffered a backlash. You're asking for it. Brando could not help but curse in his heart. But this thing had caused trouble for himself and Medisha. But where did Myad find this thing? He thought again. The Nightmare Mantis had very strong dynamic vision, but that did not mean that it could not detect Brando and Medisha when they were quiet. The mantis tilted its head slightly and looked at the two standing at the door. Its mandibles were constantly moving, and its compound eyes reflected the image of Brando and Medisha as if it was thinking about how to deal with the two intruders. Hippamra, back off. Run outside. Brando silently sent a telepathic message to the priestess outside the door, but he knew that it was meaningless. The Nightmare Mantis's strongest ability was its telepathy. They were psionic creatures. As expected, the moment Hippamra took a step back, the Nightmare Mantis suddenly raised its head as if enraged, and an invisible wave hit Brando and Medisha at the door. There was almost no time to react. Brando only felt a buzzing sound in his head, and even the scenery in front of him was distorted. But he was still fine, and his ridiculously high willpower blocked most of the psychic impact. Medisha was not so lucky. The Silver Elf Princess screamed and fainted. Brando did not even have time to support Medisha before he saw the Nightmare Mantis pouncing on him. Its speed was astonishing, but Brando knew that in fact, its speed should be faster than what he saw. This was a dusk species with the power of the Sage Domain. Although it did not have the power of the law, its basic attributes alone were enough to show disdain. He could see its movements purely because of the effect of the law of time. He did not dare to trust the judgment of his eyes too much. He took a step forward and picked up the unconscious Medisha and rolled back. His caution as usual undoubtedly saved his life. A white light flashed across the door, and the wall were cut in half with a crack. Brando did not doubt that if he did not move, or if he was a moment late, he would have ended up like Myad. He looked at Hippamra. The priestess reacted very quickly and was about to run downstairs. Now he had to stall for time, but Brando's mouth was a little bitter. This was not as simple as it sounded. The plague mist was a mile or two wide, and it was not easy to wait for Hippamra to run out. Left or right? He knew that the Nightmare Mantis's attack would follow soon. At the moment, his equipment and ability could not provide him with any help. He knew that he could only rely on his rich combat experience. But this time, Brando made a wrong judgment. The nightmare mantis did not move. Because it had suddenly turned around, a streak of black light had pierced through the glass window of the Imperial Count's office behind it. Before the monster that had the power equivalent to the sage's domain could react, it had accurately struck it. Brando heard the monster let out a squeak, and then it was lifted up by the black light and slammed into the ceiling before falling down. But its first reaction when it fell was not to immediately fight the attacker outside the window. It did not even look at Brando, who was on the ground. It decisively crashed a hole in the wall on the other side of the corridor and fled in that direction without looking back. What's going on? For a moment, Brando was stunned. He subconsciously looked in the direction of the office, just in time to see the windows in that direction explode with a loud bang. The entire outer wall of the fortress collapsed under the external force, and the wind rushed in from the outside, blowing away some of the fog in the room. Then Brando saw a figure floating in the air outside. At that moment, he felt his blood freeze from head to toe. For a moment, he even hoped that the damned nightmare mantis would come back. At least it would be better than facing this guy in front of him. Because he saw the dragon Queen Gwendolyn. The black dragon's prismatic pupils were looking down at him coldly. Alcra looked around aimlessly in the crowd. The young man was looking for the girl he loved, but to his disappointment, he found nothing. He was not used to the fanatical atmosphere in the square. He was born in the countryside near Rusta, but he had learned a lot from a monk. It could be said that he had received a good education, at least as the son of a farmer. His lowly birth and mismatched knowledge contributed to his sensitive personality. Such a person was not good at trusting anyone, and in his eyes, whether it was the nobles of the empire or the secret society who hid their heads but showed their tails, they were all equally suspicious. But he knew very well what these people were up to. It seemed to him that the so-called summoning of the Archangel Aroma was just a pretense. They were obviously inciting a riot, just like the heathen plays that had been repeated over and over again for decades. Such a rebellion would undoubtedly fail, but the nobles would still feel the pain in their bones. This was probably the only chance for them to take revenge on the arrogant queen. The ceremony in the square was reaching its climax, but he did not fit in with the pious citizens around him. He looked on coldly as if he was looking through a window. The only thing he was worried about was Seti's whereabouts. He saw some of the disciples taking her away, but she had not returned yet. He felt a little uneasy, and at that moment, he heard a few low voices behind him. Alcra turned around instinctively and saw two high-ranked disciples standing behind the crowd. He recognized them as the personal guards of the bishop. Lady Andesha ordered us to. Why is the bishop so concerned about a little girl? This is the order of another lord. Be careful. But those Erewhon people, that young lady's arrival here was arranged in the first place. Shut up. The words Erewhon people hammered into Alcra's mind like a nail. A series of images formed in his mind. He seemed to see the old Kent enshrouded in the twilight, and he immediately became alert. He pricked up his ears and carefully focused his attention in that direction. At this time, the high-ranked disciples' eyes were scanning the crowd. The young man carefully lowered his head to avoid their gaze. The disciple looked around for a moment before he continued. We're not the only ones paying attention to her. The queen is also paying attention to her. Do you really think that crazy woman would be interested in a country bumpkin? The Silver Queen? Of course. That's why it's best if you don't meddle in the affairs of the lords. I see. But the bishop is not worried about leaving such an important matter to a country bumpkin? I'm not sure, but I believe that the bishop has his own reasons. Besides, that stupid woman is eager for revenge. Alcra felt his heart skip a beat when he heard the disciple's words. The last sentence was like a sharp knife that stabbed into his heart. He subconsciously stood up from the kneeling crowd. Before he could think of what to do next, the high-ranked disciple standing behind him noticed the abnormality. What the hell are you doing? Damn it, he's eavesdropping on us. The disciple of the secret society shrieked. The young man instantly woke up from his stupor when he saw the disciple rushing towards him. His first reaction was to turn and run. Chapter 1080. Hey, you're Seti, right? The door of the Cat and Beard Inn was pushed open slightly, and the Roman peeked out with half of his eyes. He looked curiously at the girl in front of him. Seti did not mind the sudden appearance of a living person on the road outside the inn. Everyone had gone out, and there was no one to chat with her. Brando was not around, and with Dilferi's condition, Bailu did not want her to disturb her. As for Seti, she was very interested in the smart Prime Minister's daughter. Unfortunately, the latter was not willing to talk to her after a few words. Previously, she had spent half an hour observing the flowing river outside the inn, but this kind of thing was always tiresome. Now that someone had come to her door to chat with her, she was very happy. Seti trembled and nodded with a pale face. Did you lose anything? No. No. But you don't come to the inn at night. The Roman suddenly found it interesting. He opened the door, grabbed Seti's hand, and pulled her into the inn. He then winked at her proudly. Don't be offended. Brando told me to be careful. The poor girl's heart skipped a beat, and her mind was in a mess. Didn't he tell you to be careful? But the latter did not mind. Seti is one of us, so I don't think it's a problem. Romaine's enthusiasm and unreserved trust made Seti's heart skip a beat. This was completely different from what she had expected. She thought that the people of Awin would be arrogant and vicious, and not treat her as one of their own. She was at a loss for what to do, and her heart was filled with guilt. On the one hand, she was motivated to take revenge, and on the other hand, she could not equate the person in front of her with the target of her revenge. Do you have anything interesting with you? The Roman curiously noticed Seti's hand on her chest. No. No. Seti's face was pale, and her forehead was wet with cold sweat. Fortunately, the Roman did not notice it, and he was focused on her chest. Then what are you here for? Seti stuttered. Uncle Kent went out, so I came to see if you need anything. The kitchen, there are, that's good, Roman interrupted her. Come and chat with me. What? I'm not hungry, but I'm bored. Come and chat with me, Seti. Okay. Okay. Do you want some wine? The kitchen. There's cider in the kitchen. Seti seemed to have recovered from his stupor and managed to complete his sentence. Cider. The Roman pondered for a moment and nodded. But you'll have to hurry. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and walked towards the kitchen in a daze. She didn't know whether she should continue or not, but she had to find a private room to calm down first. Just as she started to move, a white shadow flashed in the dark, and a white fox landed gracefully in front of her. She jumped in fright and looked at the creature that suddenly appeared on the table not far away. The latter raised its head and stared at her with a cold gaze. It gave people a strange feeling, as if it had intelligence. While Seti was puzzled, White Mist suddenly spoke in a cold tone. What's that in your arms? Seti froze on the spot, as if she had been shot by an arrow. It was not because the fox could speak human language, but because of the content of the fox's words. Seti's cold and unquestionable tone made her lose her composure. She felt her blood freeze from head to toe. White Mist, there's nothing in Seti's arms. I've already asked her. Seti's innocent words made the girl feel ashamed, but White Mist interrupted her. Shut up. Romaine pouted, feeling wronged. Only then did White Mist turn around to look at the waitress of the inn, her long and narrow eyes flashing with the light of wisdom. I don't know who instigated you, little girl, but it seems like you don't know much. I suggest you don't be fooled. Those who play tricks behind your back don't have any good intentions. White Mist paused for a moment. In her eyes, she won't care about a nobody like you. White Mist subconsciously thought that the one who instigated Seti was the Queen of Rushta, which was why she said that. Seti was shaken by White Mist's words, or rather, She had been hesitating for a long time. She stood there in a daze, and after a while, she took out the thing in her arms with trembling hands. In her hand was a test tube about the size of a palm. It was stuffed with a wooden cork and filled with a strange liquid. When this liquid was placed under the cloth, it was inconspicuous, but when it was brought into the darkness, it emitted a cold fluorescent light that was as cold as ice. The fluorescent light radiated from Seti's hand and spread throughout the dark hotel, outlining the outline of every table and chair in the hall. The Roman widened her eyes at the scene. She could not help but ask curiously, "Huh?" The monotonous sound made Seti lower her head. She thought that white mist was mocking her for lying, but in fact, the merchant girl did not even think that way. She just thought that the test tube was interesting. "She told you to use this to poison?" White mist was still squinting her eyes. She very wisely guessed Seti's words. "She must not have told you that when you take out this thing, the whole hotel will be alarmed." Seti was stunned. She did not expect the poison to cause such a huge commotion. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that she had been used. The poison would kill her before it killed anyone else. No wonder the two followers of the secret society did not allow her to take out the poison. Seti's scalp tingled when she thought of the two followers of the secret society. Those followers were not to be trifled with. She had seen them kill people with her own eyes. She could not help but want to warn the two people in front of her. But at this time, the white mist frowned. It thought of something uneasily. No one would use such a loud poison to alert its opponent. It suspected that the woman behind this had some other tricks up her sleeves. From the beginning to the end, the white mist thought that it was the Silver Queen who was behind this. She suddenly said to the girl in front of her, "You'd better take this thing away. I don't think it's poison at all." As if to prove her words, the bottle in Seti's hand shook violently before she could react. The glass tube cracked and split from the middle. A white light shot out from the broken glass towards the merchant girl, who was still in a daze. "Be careful. It's the blood of God." White mist suddenly jumped up as she recognized what it was. "Damn it, that cunning woman." Seti struggled to turn her head around. She did not know what Romain meant by cunning woman, but she saw the beam of white light shot out from her hand and hit the merchant girl about 3 inches in front of her. The beam was blocked by a layer of white light, but it immediately exploded, and a fluorescent green mist filled the entire inn. Seti did not know what it was and could only watch as it happened. Suddenly, she felt her fingertips go numb. She looked down and was horrified to see a layer of gray stone spreading up her arms. It first formed numerous spots and then merged into one. It only took a moment for her arms to turn into hard stone. Before she could react, the petrification had already spread to her neck and locked her voice in her throat. Next, it was her face. Seti quickly lost her consciousness. The last thing she saw was white mist shooting out of the window like a bolt of lightning. The inn fell into a dead silence in an instant. In the oak forest outside the Cat and Beard Inn, an hourglass was placed quietly on a rock. Under the moonlight, the smooth surface of the hourglass glowed faintly. It was facing a tall building that stood alone by the side of the road until a hand picked it up. "It's time." A hoarse voice spoke. Suddenly, several shadows in the forest came to life. One by one, the secret society's disciples walked out of the bushes. If Seti saw this scene, she would have screamed in fear. She never dreamed that so many people would follow her to this place. The two people leading the group were the two secret society's disciples who escorted her here. One of them held the hourglass in his hand and ordered the others coldly, "I want her alive. You should know what the Lord means." The secret society's disciples did not say a word. They walked out of the forest one after another. Each of them held a crossbow in one hand and a net in the other. They formed a circle and surrounded the Cat and Beard Inn. However, the inn in the suburbs was eerily quiet. The group of people walked on the main road, but there was still no sound in the dark building. The two secret society's disciples looked at each other and did not say anything. "That was Gaia's divine blood," one of the top 3 divine blood in the organization. It was second only to the elemental divine blood. As for the legendary supreme divine blood of Martha, no one had ever seen it before. Everyone in the inn, except for the target, must have been petrified. The leader of the secret society's disciples had a complicated expression. The 3 divine blood were treasures of the church. In the past few decades, the church had made great progress in their research on them, which was why they could barely use them on mortals. As one of the core members, he was very curious as to why the Lord would use such a thing on a human girl. He thought to himself that he would get the answer soon. However, the closer they got to the inn, the more the disciples noticed a problem. Traces of green mist were escaping from the wooden gaps of the inn's window lattice and door. Soon, some of them stopped. The divine blood was still in a dispersing state, which meant that the target might not have absorbed it. Could it be that she had been petrified? Or did something strange happen? Regardless of the situation, it was enough for them to be careful. Everyone turned around and focused their gaze on the leader of the secret society. The leader's expression darkened. There was a slight difference from what he had expected. Stop. He raised his hand and gestured for everyone to stop. However, to his surprise, the others did not look at him with respect as he had expected. Instead, they looked at him with an indescribable look of horror. In his eyes, everyone's eyes reflected the look of someone who had seen a ghost. He instinctively reacted and felt his scalp tingle. He threw away the hourglass in his hand and tried to pull out the scimitar hidden under his cloak. The scimitar was pulled out unbelievably smoothly. The leader of the secret society did not even turn his head. He swung his hand behind him, but he did not cut the thing he had expected. Instead, he felt his hand being held by a cold hand. The hand was not big, but it was as cold as ice. The secret society disciple watched in shock as his right hand and the scimitar were pulled out of his body. It was as easy as snapping a tree branch. Then, the excruciating pain surged like a tidal wave. He knelt on the ground while screaming. With a flash of cold light, his head fell off and rolled into the sand on the road. His head was badly mutilated and his face was beyond recognition. The whole process only lasted for a few seconds, and before anyone could react, all the sounds had come to an abrupt end. Everyone subconsciously ignored the headless corpse on the ground and looked at the woman who suddenly appeared. It was a little girl. She was at most 15 or 16 years old. She was dressed in a very local style and didn't look like a Kurlutzian. She had long brown hair and a broad forehead. She looked very small and cute, if it weren't for her eyes that were too strange. The girl floated in the air. Her long hair fluttered in the absence of wind. There was no white in her eyes. There were no pupils either. There was only darkness, like 2 black holes that constantly rotated, sucking in people's minds. She opened her mouth. Her voice was not like the sweet and cute merchant girls at all. Instead, it was cold and hoarse, as if it carried a natural majesty. "Mortals, why did you use this thing to lure me out?" Then, she frowned and pressed her bloody hand on her forehead, as if she was in great pain. "Ugh, it hurts." Brando, other than her, no one else could make a sound. A clever disciple wanted to take this opportunity to sneak away, but just as he moved, he suddenly screamed and knelt on the ground with his head in his hands. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the man's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white pieces of his body flew all over the sky. The lifeless body slowly fell into the dust, twitched twice, and then stopped moving. This is... Finally, someone squeezed out a few words from his throat while trembling. Heart. Psionic ability, mental shock. Everyone's heart was in turmoil. Disciples of the secret society who were able to participate in such an operation were definitely not peripheral disciples. As core disciples, they knew many secrets that ordinary people could not hope to obtain. In Vaunt, no wizard could use psionic powers, not even the Bugas, who were silver folk. Only a few monsters had the most superficial psionic abilities, but this level of mental shock could only make them think of one word. Inhuman. Everyone regretted it. What kind of existence did they provoke? Chapter 1081. The bleak night wind passed through the woods by the river like the fingers of a ghost, causing the leaves to tremble. The chirping of birds and the chirping of insects were as silent as cicadas. Only the sound of rustling could be heard, as if invisible footsteps were passing through the woods. There was a strong smell of blood in the air. The battle on the main road, or rather, the one-sided slaughter, had passed for quite some time. A shadow separated from the trunk of the tree and carefully came to the side of the road, staring blankly at the place where the battle had taken place. She had never dreamed that things would turn out like this. She had thought that the cultists would take the annoying woman away, and that she would not have to intervene. Everything was within her expectations. But what she saw was a shocking scene. She still didn't know if the cold-blooded monster that killed everyone was the merchant lady who looked so stupid that it made people despise her. What kind of divine being was that? Delphian took a deep breath, and the thick smell of blood rushed into her nose. She suddenly had the urge to vomit. She clenched her teeth and forced herself to forget about it. But even though she tried her best to remain calm, and the overall situation was not too out of her expectations, she did not know why her hands were trembling slightly. She was afraid, and it was obvious that it was an emotion that others rarely saw in her. Ever since she had taken charge of the family, Delphian had thought that she would not be afraid of anything anymore. She had buried those soft and unnecessary thoughts early on. Men were cold, but she was more determined and ruthless than they were. Revenge was the same. There was not a single person on the main road. The Prime Minister's daughter slowly walked to the side of the road. The dark red and smelly blood gathered into a stream and flowed to her feet. In front of her was a scene that could only be seen in a slaughterhouse. Only corpses, or rather, body parts, were left in the dust. Eyeballs, half a head, broken chests, and limbs were scattered all over the place. It was as if an open-air butcher's shop had been set up. The body parts that originally belonged to humans were now incomplete. They were scattered all over the place like rotten meat. Filthy blood flowed and mixed with the sand, causing the soil to be dyed a deep dark red. It was as if there was a rain of blood, and the ground was covered in blood-colored mud. The air was filled with a thick rancid smell, like the smell of a warehouse used to store salted fish. Delphian bent down and pressed a hand on her chest near her collarbone. Finally, she retched. After a while, her face was as white as paper. She stood up shakily. Her heart was at a loss. For a moment, she didn't know if her choice was right or wrong. She stood by the roadside in a daze for a while before she resolutely turned around and walked into the Cat and Beard Inn. No matter what, that monster should have already entered the imperial capital, and I still have to finish the rest. She thought to herself. The aura of Gaia's divine blood in the inn had already dissipated. Only some fluorescent substances remained on the ground and table. Delphian carefully avoided these things and looked at a stone statue in the middle of the hall. Seti seemed to have retained the last image of her when she was alive. Her eyes were wide open, and every expression on her face and every wrinkle on her clothes were vivid and lifelike. It looked like the greatest masterpiece of a master sculptor's lifetime of painstaking effort. In fact, in some remote areas, some evil wizards liked to use living people as statues. The darkest among them even liked to collect beautiful virgins to complete their work. Delphian looked at the statue in silence. She couldn't confirm whether the statue was dead or alive, but it didn't matter. She went to the corner of the hall and took out a hammer from under the fireplace. She then dragged the hammer and smashed it at the statue with all her strength. It didn't matter if the statue was dead or alive. As long as the hammer landed on the statue, even the most skilled adept would not be able to piece it back together. Especially when the statue had been alive when it was still alive. But what she had imagined did not happen. Before the hammer could touch the surface of the statue, the head of the hammer suddenly exploded without warning. The Prime Minister's daughter, who was swinging the hammer, seemed to have collided with a rampaging dragon. With a bang, she flew out and crashed heavily into the wall at the side of the hall. She let out a muffled scream and slid down the wall. She looked up, but before she could say anything, she spat out a mouthful of blood. She covered her mouth with her hand, and her fingers were stained with blood. Delphian looked around with blood flowing out of her mouth and nose. She saw a woman with a mature aura coming in from outside the door. She looked at the woman's witch costume in disbelief, and a strange, familiar light flashed in her eyes. She felt that she had seen this woman before. "Where is the Roman?" the woman asked coldly as soon as she entered the door. "I don't know." Before Delphian could finish her sentence, she felt an invisible force choking her throat and pulling her up from the ground. When she came to her senses, her feet were already off the ground. A suffocating feeling came from all directions and almost drowned her. "No. It's not me." The Prime Minister's daughter rolled her eyes and opened her mouth wide like a goldfish without oxygen. She clutched her throat tightly with both hands and kicked in the air in vain. She never dreamed that the one who came back first was not Brando, but a witch she had never seen before. She also never thought that the witch would not give her the slightest chance to explain herself and would try to kill her. She had always been beautiful and confident, and was used to strangers having a natural good impression of her. However, no matter how beautiful her appearance and body were, without a soul, she was just an empty shell. She finally felt afraid, and the fear of death was so deep and vivid. Her inner thighs became hot, and wetness suddenly spread down her slender legs. The hall was suddenly filled with a strange smell. But Delphian had already put these trivial matters to the back of her mind. She was seeing stars, and there was only one thought in her mind: "No, I can't die, I have to live." The witch did not care about her reaction at all. Her mouth was muttering something, as if she was chanting a lengthy spell. Although Delphian did not know magic, she knew some mysterious methods. At this last moment, her mind finally cleared up, and as if her soul was blessed, she screamed with difficulty, "I know you, you are Princess Gloria. I saw you at the Evergreen ceremony 13 years ago." The mature woman was slightly stunned, and the power in her hand dissipated. Delphine, who was in mid-air, sat on the ground. The part of her body that was soaked in urine was cold, and she felt ashamed and angry. Even when she was almost burnt to a crisp, she did not feel so hopeless. She subconsciously lowered her head and did not dare to look at the witch again. But the witch looked at her silently, and then said, "You are Nydiven's granddaughter." Delphian did not nod, and of course did not dare to deny it. It was a silent admission. "Where's the Roman?" the woman asked again. "She went to Lust Tower. Although my niece is careless, she would not go to Lust Tower at this time. Some cultists used the blood of God to plot against us. I escaped by hiding in the kitchen. The Roman killed everyone and then went to Lust Tower. I couldn't catch up with her." Delphian answered half-truthfully. Of course, she did not dare to tell the whole truth, but on the one hand, she was afraid of being exposed by the witch. She could not help but let out the sound of her teeth chattering softly. The woman looked at her disheveled appearance and did not expose her half-truth. Instead, she asked, "The Roman killed people?" Delphian clutched her wet dress tightly, and her hands were almost bloodless. "I don't know, she seems to have changed into a different person." Changed into a different person? She became unrecognizable. She didn't seem to recognize us at all. She kept calling us mortals. I don't think that's her at all." Delphine didn't dare to hide anything and answered in a low voice. The woman was silent for a moment, and it was hard to tell whether she was happy or angry. She suddenly raised her hand. Just as the Prime Minister's daughter trembled and thought that the woman was going to kill her, she was surprised to find that the stone statue in the middle of the hall had disappeared into thin air. The woman turned around and looked at her. "Go find Brando and tell him everything that happened here. Tell him to come find me." Delphian felt real fear at this time. She did not know why, but she did not want to see Brando at this moment. Seeing her hesitation, the woman laughed sarcastically. "Only now do you think of being afraid? You are far inferior to your grandfather, but you don't have to be afraid." You tell Brando the truth and tell him who told you to find him. Princess Gloria? No, the woman shook her head. It's my other identity, Noodle, a follower of the blind maiden Misha, the Witch of Fate. Tell him that the main star of the bewitching constellation that I showed him was just an illusion. The Witch of Fate has the domain of charm, deceiving people is a simple matter. She paused for a moment before continuing. If he still doesn't believe me, tell him that I'm the Roman's aunt. I have first-hand information about him wetting his bed when he was young. And if he wants to marry my niece, he has to go through me first. Do you understand? My lady? The Prime Minister's daughter almost choked. You feel strange? This is a matter of life and death for a noble's reputation. You should understand this, so before he sees me, he won't do anything to you. Delphian felt strange. Gotcha. For a moment, Brando felt as if his internal organs had shifted positions. He slammed heavily into a stone pillar, but the solid rock couldn't stop his momentum. The pillar collapsed, and the hall that had lost its support started to shake. In an instant, half of the hall had collapsed. He was like a meteor crashing into the rubble. The only thing he could do was to hug the unconscious Medisha tightly. When he slammed into a wall again, he felt as if all the bones in his body had fallen apart. But he didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. He immediately switched places with the Silver Elf Princess and covered her with his body. In just a moment, the broken ceiling above him collapsed. Rubble mixed with sand rolled down and fell heavily on him. It was just a simple blow, but Brando found that his HP on the screen had decreased by more than half. When he saw the dragon subduing the Dragon Queen and her two subordinates in the Evergreen Corridor, he didn't feel how terrifying the dragon's strength was at all. It was only when he faced them in real life that the hopeless gap between them was revealed. The Sage's Domain. This was a domain that mortals had never reached since the War of the Holy Saints. The pride of the gold and silver elves was displayed in this terrifying gap. It was an unreasonable suppression. Brando spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the princess's chest red. But he couldn't care less. The flaming blade in his hand flashed forward, and a sword light cut a path under the ruins. Before the two of them were completely buried, he shot out like a ray of light. Gwendolyn, who was hovering in mid-air, immediately noticed Brendel's actions. In fact, she did not move much, but the entire patrol cavalry headquarters and the area within a mile of it were all covered by her line of law. It was like a giant web woven by the mother of spiders. Even the slightest movement in this web would be reflected in her senses. She hesitated for a moment before giving up on the impulse to chase after the nightmares. A rare nightmare's queen was important, but it couldn't compare to this young man in front of her. She was furious. This Myad really couldn't do anything right. She had repeatedly warned him not to meddle in other people's business, and only needed to subdue the patrolling cavalry in the city to complete the plan. But she didn't expect him to act on his own. Not only that, he even caused the Nightmare's Queen to riot and pay with his own life. The loss of one of the 12 patriarchs didn't make her feel anything, but the Nightmare's Queen was the only one the tree herders had found in the final battle. What a pity, Gwendolyn thought. She raised her hand and was about to reel in the net, but hesitated for a moment. She still couldn't bear to part with the Nightmare's Queen, so she retracted her hand and gently touched a crystal embedded in her chest. The crystal instantly shone with a faint light. Andesha, the Nightmare's Queen has escaped. Put down everything you're doing and go find it. My lady, Myad, Don't worry about that fool. Be careful. The Nightmare's Queen seems to have been disturbed by something. Don't act rashly when you find it. Inform me to come over. There was a moment of silence on the other side of the crystal before a reply came. I understand, my lady. Only then did the Dragon Queen come to her senses. She already knew that Brando was a planeswalker, and was not afraid that he would suddenly disappear from her senses. The Silver Queen and the mortals around her couldn't do anything to the divine people, but it didn't mean that the golden people were the same. Back then, Kelsey and Odin weren't invincible. Although the planeswalkers' method of using energy was strange, it wasn't untraceable. Under the cover of the net of laws, the young man still couldn't escape. But when she carefully searched the big net she had set up, the expression on the Dragon Queen's face suddenly froze unnaturally. She was shocked to find that Brando had completely disappeared from her senses, as if he had never existed. Damn it, what's going on? Chapter 1082. A hand covered in dust and stained with blood reached out from the rubble, knocking the rubble down. The hand held a crystal ball tightly, which seemed to have been activated by some mysterious power. Its surface was emitting a faint light, and a thin layer of mist was escaping from its surface, shrouding everything in it. The blood-stained hand struggled for a moment, and then lifted a larger piece of rubble. Like a weightless bubble, it was lifted up lightly and rolled down with a heavy thud. Then, with a crash, a large piece of rubble and broken wood was pushed up, and a person covered in dust crawled out. The person was covered in dust, and only his eyes were still lively. He carefully looked around, and when he did not see the Dragon Queen's figure, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was Brando. At the very least, the Elven Queen wasn't joking with him about this. The dragon-repelling orb in his hand was indeed effective. Otherwise, a thin layer of rubble and wood would never have been able to stop Gwendolyn's search. Looking at the crystal ball in his hand, Brando casually opened his waist pouch and threw it in. Although there was a layer of cloth in between, the fog-like film that shrouded his body did not diminish at all, and it probably did not affect the orb's function. However, this allowed him to free up his hands. He bent down and carefully carried Medusa out from under the rock. He himself was covered in scratches, but the silver elf princess was almost unharmed under his protection, and that made him feel a little more at ease. He carried her on his back, and with one hand on his sword, he looked around cautiously. This should be the outer perimeter of the patrolling cavalry headquarters, and half of the fortress had already collapsed in the previous battle. Although the fight between him and the Dragon Queen could not be considered a battle at all, and at most he had stopped the Dragon Queen from pursuing Hippamra, and Gwendolyn had retaliated. And that was all it took to create all that was before him. Brendel stood under the night sky and looked at the scene in front of him in shock. The ruins were more than 10,000 square meters, and it was even more thorough than a demolition. It was like a masterpiece left behind by a bomb squad in the future. The largest fragment he saw was the fountain that was originally in the front yard of the patrolling cavalry headquarters. Fortunately, it was only split in half. Spring water flowed out of the cracked fountain, and half of the front yard was already flooded, as if half of the patrolling cavalry headquarters was originally a water country. Her Majesty is in for a lot of fun now. Rebuilding would cost a lot, but the Empire's people are rich. I wonder how she plans to explain all this to the people. Brando could not help but think gloatingly. He thought that Gwendolyn really did not hold back, and that a sage champion actually dared to use her full strength in the city. Of course, he did not dare to confirm whether the other party had used his full strength. After all, there was the legend of the sage destroying half a city with a single blow. He just hated the feeling of being controlled by others. If he could not become stronger, he would never be able to control his own fate. In this era, he may have stood at the peak of mortals, but compared to those legendary existences, he was still too far away. Looking around, he did not find any trace of the Dragon Queen Gwendolyn. He knew that she probably thought that he had somehow escaped, and thus went to the outskirts to search for his whereabouts. Giant dragons often believed in the physical speed they were proud of, and it was not the first time that they had made such an arrogant mistake because of such an illusion. He was a little worried about Hippamra, who had escaped. There was not much time left for the priestess at that time, and he did not dare to confirm whether she had escaped the Dragon Queen's perception range. Brando used telepathy to contact Hippamra, but found that there was no reply. His heart tightened, and he sent a few messages in a row, but he did not expect to receive an unexpected reply from Ropar. The Lord of the Fireclaw Lizard Men was not far from him at the moment. In fact, he was currently at the outskirts of Queens, and was only a few streets away from Brando. Brando asked him about Hippamra, and after receiving a negative answer, he knew that she had already left the battlefield before the battle at the Cold Dew Villa ended. Ropar was a glorious warrior, and he did not often choose to retreat, but the mission Brando gave him was to protect the young lady of the flower leaf territory, and as a qualified protector, he would always be the first to protect the person he was protecting, and the safest place was his best choice. He had arrived at Queen's early, waiting to meet up with Brando, and only when Mayad had occupied this place did the latter carefully retreat to the west of Queen's, choosing not to clash with the cultists. Brando did not expect this big guy who usually did not care about trifles to have such a meticulous side. He could not help but praise him, and after a few words of affirmation, he asked, "Is Vahina still by your side, Ropar?" "There's nothing wrong with Miss Vahina, my lord," the lord of the Fireclaw lizard men answered in a methodical manner. "We also met others." "Others?" Brando was slightly stunned. "It's Lady Veronica, and others." As they had met once in the loop of trade winds, Ropar only knew Veronica, but Brando immediately understood from his words that Ropar had met Sydney and the others. According to what Medisha and Hippamra said, there should be another important person with them. He knew that it was a person who once commanded the winds and clouds in the history of the Empire. He and the former emperor had established the order of the Empire decades later, until their successor, the Silver Queen, completely destroyed everything. Regardless, this person could be said to be a person who once changed the entire world. He was the former prime minister of the Empire, the legendary Nydevan. Brando sighed softly. He did not ask why Sydney and the others had only arrived at Queen's now, and only whispered to Ropar, "Ropar, tell them to wait for me where they are. Don't show yourself. Tell them that the Dragon Queen Gwendolyn is nearby, and wait for me to meet up with you." "Yes, my lord." Ropar did not ask who the Dragon Queen Gwendolyn was, and did not seem to care if Brando had the ability to reach them. He was like a true warrior, rigidly carrying out orders. But even so, this made Brando feel more at ease. At least among his subordinates, such as Mephistopheles, Andrique, the Shire, and even Miss Priestess, there was someone he could order with ease. Speaking of which, after he ordered Mephistopheles and the Shire to split up at the foothills of the Cold Dew Villa, he had not heard from them. Ever since he saw the Mother of Nightmares, Brando felt that the spiritual connection between him and his planeswalker had become difficult to maintain. The legends of the nightmares being able to control the spiritual network seemed to be true now. Closing the spiritual connection, Brando sighed softly. The cultists, the rioting citizens, and the corrupted Andesha and Mayad. There was clearly the shadow of the tree herders behind all of this. Now that the nightmares had reappeared, and the Dragon Queen was swaggering outside, everything seemed to be coming together at once. What troubled times. The core of the Empire has all sorts of monsters popping out, he could not help but sigh. Brando's injuries were not light. The Dragon Queen's attack had broken at least 3 of his ribs, but it was thanks to his current physical strength. If it had been anyone else, even if they were at the peak of the law realm, they would have been smashed into meat paste. Such injuries more or less affected his movements. Although his life was slowly recovering under the influence of his innate ability, endurance, his broken bones could not be treated effectively. Furthermore, in order to not attract the Dragon Queen's speed, he did not dare to fly on the roof. He could only limp along the streets with Medisha on his back. He first left the patrol headquarters, and then advanced along an unknown alley behind the fortress. He had walked through this alley once a few days ago, and knew that it led to the Street of Swords. That was the closest place to Ropar. After walking on the dark street for who knows how long, Brando suddenly felt a soft breath on his neck. He was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Medisha. The silver elf princess softly grunted in acknowledgement. "Put me down, my lord," she said softly. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm not injured. It's just that the spiritual impact has a huge impact on a spirit like me. But it's not a big problem. I'm much better now." Medisha glanced at Brando, who was carrying her, and bit her lip. "My lord, your injuries are much worse than mine." Brando put her down, and the movement touched the wound on his chest. He could not help but grit his teeth in pain. Medisha hurriedly held him up and looked at him with her silver eyes. What's wrong? Brando was puzzled. Nothing. Medisha lowered her head. She blinked, and the bright colors reflected in her silver eyes were brighter than the real moonlight. It was as if there was a layer of soft light reflected in her pupils. The colors were clear, but her expression was extremely complicated. Just when the latter thought that she had nothing to say, the silver elf princess softly said, "My lord." Miss Scarlet, what's wrong with her? She's very dependent on you. Brando was slightly stunned. He did not understand why Medisha would ask this question. You should be able to feel it. Brando couldn't help but fall silent. Of course, he could feel it. In fact, he knew very well what that kind of feeling meant. I think, even if she never gets any response or promise from you, she will still do it without hesitation. Brando wanted to scratch his head. Even when facing the Dragon Queen, he did not feel so hesitant and difficult to make a decision. Only on this question, he felt that he was at a loss and had no direction. He could only answer timidly. I'm sorry, Medisha. But the Silver Elf Princess did not show any anger or resentment. She was not even disappointed. She just said softly, don't say sorry, because for us, it's worth it. You? Medisha nodded, but her eyes showed that she did not take this matter to heart. When she spoke again, it was as if she was talking about something else. You're too soft-hearted, my lord. In fact, I think Miss Scarlet should know what you're thinking. She just doesn't want to hurt you, not even a little bit. Brando was stunned. He always thought that the one he could not see through was Scarlet. He carefully protected this relationship just to not let her get hurt. In his opinion, Scarlet had been betrayed more than once. If she received a cold response from him, he was worried that she would not be able to take it. But he did not expect the truth to be like this. He could not help but look at Medisha. Perhaps only a woman could understand such a gentle thought. But he suddenly understood that Medisha was also using Scarlet to express her feelings. Medisha, the Silver Elf Princess looked up and gently shook her head. There's no need for that, my lord. I just want to say that I'm very happy. No one has ever treated me like this before. In fact, I don't really understand human emotions because the Silver Elves live their lives in battle. I was instilled with this knowledge since I was born, but I don't feel any more fulfilled than I do now. I think, she said softly, Miss Scarlet should feel the same. Brando fell silent. The two of them walked in the dark alley while holding each other's hands. A ray of moonlight shone through the gaps between the eaves and sprinkled on the stone path. The swaying light intertwined between the two of them. It was like a link of fate. Two souls from two different worlds, separated by thousands of years, were pulled together. The two of them were immersed in their own thoughts, so much so that they did not even notice the green sword saint walking up to them. Veronica looked at the two of them with a teasing expression and finally could not help but remind them, it seems that your relationship is even better. But Darius, it's not good for you to be so affectionate. My student also seems to care about you. Brando was startled and looked up in surprise. He found that although he did not ask Sydney to pick him up, a group of people still came to find him. But his gaze first passed through the crowd, and what he saw was not the rigid face of the sacred maiden of the Leo Palace, but an old and solemn face. He recognized the person at first glance. The only Prime Minister of the Empire, Nydevan. P.S. 2 updates. In addition, please support my friend's new book, Scum's Creed in the online game. It's a D&D novel. It's written very well. Chapter 1083. Carriages drove into the White Rose Garden one after another. Groups of servants were decorating the courtyard and leading the noble lords to the main hall. They placed a long table in the middle of the White Rose Garden, covered it with a white cloth, and placed silver plates, candlesticks, and other tableware. The Queen's garden was already filled with people. People who knew each other and did not know each other were greeting each other. A small royal banquet had begun to take shape. At least the scene was lively and the atmosphere was harmonious. There was not the slightest bit of tension. The inner and outer city of Rushta had always been two different worlds. The gentleman who lived here had long been used to this. Count Conrad jumped down from the carriage with brisk steps. He greeted a knight or a noble who came up to him with a flattering smile. There were no secrets in the upper circles of the empire. Everyone knew who came from a prominent background and who came up through nepotism. His family had a rich heritage. If his ancestors had done something praiseworthy, then their heritage and cultural heritage would be even thicker. Therefore, he disdained such a nouveau riche, just like how military nobles looked down on jesters. What's more, the strong aura of money on these people was often unpleasant. The lives of nobles naturally depended on money, but in their eyes, money was often not worth mentioning. It was almost the same reason that the townsfolk looked down on the farmers in the countryside. Conrad walked through the courtyard of the White Rose Garden with ease. Many gentlemen had already gathered in the courtyard. This was the social circle of the upper class. When the nobles gathered together, they naturally had to talk loudly. However, the topics in these circles were changeable, just like how the gentlemen's thoughts were unpredictable. Therefore, there were often many small circles under a large circle. Different people could always find the same common language. As a traditional noble, he was naturally like a fish in water when it came to socializing. Soon, he found someone he was familiar with. "Good evening, Henry. I thought you wouldn't come to this kind of banquet with your personality. I have to give Her Majesty some face." The noble whose name was called smiled and raised his glass. He was a rather flamboyant young man. The smile on his face carried the usual calmness and composure of people of high status. The banquet was organized by Her Majesty the Queen. In fact, she had already informed the upper nobles of the imperial capital a week ago. The banquet was to welcome a certain mountain prince, but in private, it was already a meeting ceremony. Of course, the grander engagement ceremony would not take place until 2 weeks later. That party would be open to the public, but the private work would begin now. This was how the nobles always did things. Henriette took a sip of wine and continued with a smile, "But to be honest, I'm here for the Countess. I heard she's extraordinarily beautiful." "It's Her Highness, Mr. Henriette," corrected the royal butler with a straight face. "You're right," Henriette said apologetically. "All beautiful ladies are princesses." Everyone chuckled. Everyone knew what was going on with this princess. However, some things were not pleasant to talk about. As nobles, the gentlemen present all understood the principle of not overdoing it. Even the butler of the royal family didn't care about this. "But our Prince Augusta doesn't mind this. I heard he only took a week to travel from Wallach to Bankel. 2 of his 6-horse carriages broke down on the way, and the horses were changed to 3-wheeled carriages. It can't be helped. The mountain people always have horses." This witty remark made everyone present smile again. Just like the rest of Vaunt, the barbarians who were later civilized were always looked down upon. Even among the farmers in the countryside, there were many jokes about the vulgarity of the mountain people, not to mention these noble gentlemen. The mountain prince showing off his carriage had long become the topic of conversation and jokes of the upper class before he arrived at the imperial capital. Although most of the gentlemen present did not have a 6-horse carriage, it did not stop them from making fun of the prince. They were not jealous or envious of him. "So, this prince is called Ogios?" Conrad asked after listening for a while. "That's his nickname." There was another burst of low laughter. The name Ogios was obviously not a Kurlutzian name, nor was it the Christian name of the Holy Cathedral of Fire. It was the name of the mountain people. His Royal Highness certainly had the Christian name of Kurlutz, but no matter how much he talked about this title, people still liked the native name Ogios more. Conrad also laughed. The topics of the nobles were always changing. When they could not find anything funny about the prince, some people talked about the battle that happened in the imperial capital. The commotion at the Winter-Dew Villa was too big. It was impossible to hide it even if one wanted to. Especially after Brando flattened half of the mountain, the silver light that split the sky in the Shire was probably noticed by more than half of the residents of Lushta, as long as they were not asleep. However, other than a few people, the nobles did not know what the Queen was preparing. Some people talked about the riot that was happening in the outer city and linked the two incidents together. The situation outside is not good. It's a mess. In the midst of the heated discussion, it was inevitable that some people would disagree. Thus, a middle-aged noble said with some disdain, "You call the current situation not good? Ha, young people are not bad. What's going on? Isn't it?" The middle-aged noble shook his head. "It's just a small storm. It can't be compared to the riot that happened 23 years ago." The younger generation of nobles had no idea what happened decades ago, but the older nobles had a look of reminiscence on their faces. Even the nobles were involved in the riots during the last few years. Even the city guards had internal strife, and the rebel army had once invaded the inner city. Compared to that, the current situation was just the beginning. What could a commoner do? How could it be compared to the rebellion of the nobles? In the end, it was settled peacefully. As long as the Holy Cathedral and the top powerhouses did not change sides, there was nothing to be afraid of. After hearing the middle-aged noble's description, the young man's expression softened. It seemed that compared to the past, the current situation was not much of a problem. The worries of these nobles always came and went quickly, especially when they realized that it was not related to their immediate interests. Soon, Conrad noticed that Henri was getting impatient. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Conrad looked up subconsciously. The crowd near the hall parted, and a luxurious carriage appeared outside the gate. It was a carriage with 6 horses. Ogios sat in the carriage, frowning impatiently. Contrary to the rumors outside, he was not in a hurry to come to the imperial capital. Instead, he was rushed here by his father, the hero of the mountain people. Just like how the Queen needed the support of the mountain people, the hero of the mountain people also needed the support of the empire. In the dispute over the throne of the previous king of the mountain people, the latter had won as a hero. However, as the heir to the throne, his foundation was not as stable as expected. Fortunately, the mountain people were not like the empire. They did not care as much about their birth as expected. As long as they were recognized by the empire and the Holy Cathedral, they could still easily rule the vast mountains of the Latch of Wa. Sometimes, the world was just so strange. The mountain people saw the empire as their enemy, but in private, they believed in the illusory praise given by their most powerful enemy. It was as if it was a great honor to be recognized by the enemy. However, none of this had anything to do with Ogios. The only thing that made him feel slightly better was that he was the only son of the king of the mountain people. The glory of the father and the son were intertwined. Unfortunately, the competition for the mountain people's throne was not limited to those above the throne. Unlike the civilized empire, the heirs of the surrounding tribes were also qualified. "You have to tame this mare for me. She's good for both of us." This was the only sentence that the man said to him before he left. The dark-skinned prince did not mind. Although he liked beautiful women, it did not mean that he wanted to come all the way to the imperial capital for a woman. Just like how the gentlemen in the imperial capital were not used to his presence, he was not interested in these gentlemen who claimed to be civilized. Women were like maras. According to the tradition of the mountain people, the maras were the most precious assets. Only the healthiest maras could give birth to the best offspring. However, no matter how good the maras were, they were not worth embarrassing him. He had made up his mind to teach the countess a lesson. Although he could not do it openly in the empire, the queen could not control the Latch of Wa. He would let the countess know how the men of the Norca family disciplined their wives. At this time, the servant opened the door of the carriage. Ogios tidied up his appearance before he walked out of the carriage. He thought that he would attract many disdainful or hostile gazes from outside the carriage. However, when he walked out of the carriage, he realized that no one was looking at him. He raised his head. Only then did he realize that the Supreme Emperor of the Empire had appeared outside the hall. Everyone bowed their heads in greeting, and the whole courtyard was quiet for a moment. When the people looked up again, they noticed the girl beside the Silver Queen. This was the first time the newly conferred countess appeared in front of the upper circle of the empire's nobles. Her pure and bright eyes attracted everyone's attention in an instant, followed by her flame-like long hair. The crowd could not help but exclaim in admiration. Beautiful noble girls were not rare in Rushta, but the decadent trend in the empire was swept away by the clean and neat beauty in front of them. It was as if a trace of fresh mountain wind had been mixed into the turbid city air, making people feel relaxed and happy. Most of the men present couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat, and even the eyes of the ladies lit up. What a clean girl. It's a pity that she is a mountain person. Beauty is a privilege. Henriette in the crowd did not care. He raised his glass and saluted to Scarlet, his eyes full of appreciation. What? Someone asked deliberately, Henriette, do you intend to compete with our prince? Why not? Henriette smiled but did not say anything. His words implied that he looked down on the mountain prince. Since he was a mountain man, how could he be a noble? This was also the thought in the minds of most of the people present. Under the gaze of the crowd, Scarlet frowned slightly. Facing all the men and women present, her eyes were filled with nervousness and uneasiness, but there was also an unyielding flame burning in them. If it was a day ago, she would have been like a marionette being manipulated by others. But now, she knew that the Lord was here. Just this piece of news, even if there was no explanation, was enough to ignite an unknown flame in her heart. The Silver Queen, Constance, stood beside Scarlet. Although she was slightly shorter than the former, her innate aura and calmness naturally separated the two of them. In the entire empire, there was probably no one who dared to look at this young girl who was only 14 or 15 years old. Of course, there were some people who did not know where they came from, such as a certain Count Tonagel. She glanced at the crowd casually, as if she no longer cared about the previous failure. She turned back and said to the girl beside her, What? You don't seem to be satisfied with my arrangement for you? Scarlet did not reply. She knew in her heart why she was here. You are a mountain man. Of course, it is best for you to return to the embrace of the mountains. He is the son of a mountain man's hero. Is he not worthy of you? The Silver Queen smiled. You're still hoping that your lord will come and save you? I hope he has the guts to do so. Do you know where this place is? My lord will not be fooled. Don't think you can take advantage of this. As it turned out, like lord, like vassal. The conversation between the two women made the valet tremble in fear. Since when did anyone in the empire dare to speak to His Majesty like that? However, the Silver Queen did not seem to care and asked, Is that so? He doesn't even care about the woman he loves? I'm the one who's secretly in love with Lord Mu. I'm just an unknown person by Lord Mu's side. There are many girls who are more outstanding than me by Lord Mu's side. So you mean he doesn't like you? Scarlet did not answer, but her bright eyes were silent. That won't do. You are the Countess of the Empire, and even the princess. No one can look down on you. The Silver Queen changed the topic, but to give the azure lance to an insignificant person by his side, your lord is really rich. Scarlet was stunned for a moment, and then her heart trembled slightly. She had never thought of this. It was such a simple logic, and she was so inconspicuous. But why did the Lord always give such important things to her without any care? She suddenly felt a little scared. She was afraid that Brando would really come here to save her. This so-called banquet was just a carefully arranged trap. She hoped that it would come later, even if it was a day later, and not now. She used to want to see the face that she could not be more familiar with in her dreams, but now she was even more afraid. She was so scared that the blood drained from her face. The Silver Queen looked at the change of expression on the mountain girl's face and said, You must be hoping that your lord does not come to my banquet tonight. Scarlet looked at the latter with hatred. The queen smiled. But I think he will definitely come. Just as Scarlet was wondering where the queen's confidence came from, the latter continued, If he doesn't come, I will send you to the bed of the mountain prince tonight. You know, This is the custom of the mountain people, and a king does not take his words lightly. But you should be honored. This is a real prince, and the crown of the Latch of Wa is recognized by the empire and the holy cathedral. Who knows, you might even become the queen of the mountain people in the future. Scarlet's teeth chattered, and she looked at the queen as if she was looking at a demon. She closed her eyes, and her heart was full of despair. In the face of such a desperate situation, she had no choice. Miss Countess, you don't look well. Is there something wrong with your health? Standing at the bottom of the stairs, Conrad suddenly had such a thought. Chapter 1084. A corner of the great hazel plains could be seen to the west of Rushta. Under the night sky, the dark sky and the horizon merged into one, and the stars were reflected as if there was no end. Brendel's team stopped in the middle of a forest. There was a farm nearby, and the twinkling lights could be seen from afar through the shadows of the trees. The southern edge of the forest was located on a small, open plateau. Looking south from here, more than 10 miles to the southwest was Mulberry Castle, and the shining border of Stroy Lake was clearly visible. It had been half an hour since they left the city. The people who went out to search soon came back dejectedly. Didn't you find the witch? No. Didn't you find Babatha and the others? No. The Shire and the others are back? No. Brando asked one by one, but he got disappointed answers. Usually, if the witch had succeeded, she would have been waiting for them here. And even if the witch lied, Babatha and the others should have arrived by now. But in fact, the news was that there was no news from the two groups. Even the Shire and Hipamra were nowhere to be found. It was as if they had disappeared in the city. The existence of the Duans had disrupted the mental network near Rushta, and the latter had lost the last means of communication with her men. The situation was worse than he had imagined. Although he had known that the plan could have all kinds of accidents, this development was still unexpected. Fortunately, they finally found Ko Hua, who had been left outside the city in advance. When they bumped into the latter, the black-haired girl was sitting barefoot on a huge white wolf, reflecting the bright moonlight like a forest elf. Looks like you're in trouble. Ko Hua, as always, expressed pleasure in Brando's bad mood. She used to like to find joy in the pain of mortals, but now the fun was much less. Or rather, she had become picky about her food. Instead, she only tasted Brando's pain. But it seemed that the taste was not bad. Do you have any news about Babatha and the others? Brando frowned and stared at the she-wolf. They left you a message and asked me to pass it to you. Otherwise, how could you find me? Your sister is in my hands. Ko Hua's good mood was instantly ruined. He gritted his teeth and made a whining sound, as if he was growling in a low voice. Tell me, what did they say? Your woman is still in the hands of the Silver Queen, but that witch didn't lie to you. She was just transferred away in advance. Our information was leaked? I'm not the only one with bad intentions around you. Ko Hua sneered, there are plenty of people who can't wait for you to be unlucky. Of course, count me in. You mean Delphian? Brando's face sank. Impossible, she has no chance, Medisha is watching her. She didn't betray you, but she only needed to do nothing. What do you mean? In your dreams. Brando reacted. At their level of power, they could easily control their dreams. Therefore, the witch's spells to control dreams were meaningless to people with strong willpower. The latter only needed to prevent themselves from entering the dream easily. With Delphian's intelligence, she would have thought of this, but she never mentioned it. That was to say, when she entered the dream, the witches had already invaded the cat and beard in more than once. He and Medisha thought of arranging for old Kent to stay outside the inn, but forgot about this. He was silent for a moment, then asked again, Babatha and the others only said this? They went after your woman. How long? I don't know about that. Ko Hua looked at him teasingly in turn. Hey, what are you going to do? Brando glanced at her coldly, without the slightest intention of answering her question. He returned to the crowd. The nobles of Cruz were originally very interested in Ko Hua, but since someone's arm was almost bitten off by the latter's black wolf, these people kept a respectful distance from this witch, and even a little more reverence for Brando, who could order her around. "What are you going to do?" After listening to Brando's statement, Prime Minister Naidevan asked the same question. Brando was almost stunned for a moment before he realized that Delphian was the granddaughter of this important person. However, the former was calm and low-key, and her words and actions contained wisdom, while the latter was obviously too far away. Although she was also smart, she was too sharp and made people afraid. Sometimes, she was simply an out-and-out madwoman, an unpredictable bomb. Not only him, but also Her Majesty the Queen would not like such a person too much. That Supreme One would never tolerate the existence of such an unruly person within her scope of power. In this regard, Delphian's performance was obviously far less farsighted than her grandfather. Politics was the art of compromise, not the arm wrestling of smart people. It had to be said that this young lady once again created a rather bad mood for him. It was probably because he saw this point that the old Prime Minister of the Empire took the initiative to ask. Although the Prime Minister had not shown any malice in their previous conversation, he had faintly revealed a respectful attitude towards him. Clearly, this was the common understanding of the upper echelons of the Empire. No matter what, the internal strife of the Empire was a matter of the people of the Empire, and outsiders were not to be interfered with. Not to mention Prime Minister Naidevan, who appeared humble on the surface but was actually incomparably arrogant on the inside. But no matter what, it was Brando who had helped these old fellows. Moreover, the latter could be said to have indirectly saved his granddaughter's life. The politicians of this era had not evolved to the point where they could renege on a debt. He stood up not only to return a favor to Brando, but also to make up for his granddaughter's mistakes. Brando thought for a moment. "I have to save Scarlet. If Baba Shah and the others don't catch up, then I can only enter the city again." "That won't do," Veronica interrupted before the others could speak. "You underestimate Her Majesty too much, little one. Did you think that your arrangements at Frostdew Manor caught her off guard? Now it seems that she was only testing you. If you return to Rushta, you'll be walking right into a trap." Most of the nobles present had different expressions on their faces, but almost all of them expressed the same thoughts. It was obvious that they had escaped from the imperial capital with great difficulty, and no one was willing to return. Although they had escaped without encountering the Dragon Queen or Andesha and the other tree herders that Sydney and Veronica had mentioned, this did not mean that they would be so lucky to enter the city again. Moreover, the situation along the way was obvious to everyone. Rushta was probably in a mess right now. Who would be willing to step into danger again? Brando naturally understood this principle. For this operation, he had used all of his trump cards, but there were still too many unexpected situations. In particular, the Dragon Queen actually dared to ignore the threat of the dragons and swaggered into Rushta. This greatly exceeded his expectations. If he had a 50% chance of success the first time he attacked Frostdew Manor, then this time, there was not even a 10% chance that he could kill his way into the city again. This was a gambler putting all his eggs in one basket. But he had to make a choice. Scarlet was not the only one trapped in the city. The Shire, Mephistopheles, Andrique, and Hippamra were all missing. He could not leave any of his subordinates behind. Teacher, Vahina clearly saw the plight of the nobles. She looked at her teacher with pity. In her opinion, Brando was the one who saved the nobles. In order to achieve this goal, he had sacrificed so much, and they should be responsible for it. At the very least, they should not show such a disregarding attitude. It was chilling. Veronica sighed and patted her student's shoulder. "But if you have made a decision, no matter what it is, I will accompany you, little one." Brando was not surprised by Veronica's words. He knew that this was her way of the sword, but he was still very grateful. Ever since he met the Sword Saint had helped him a lot more than once. In his heart, he even regarded the Sword Saint as a senior. Not to mention the unspeakable relationship between her and his teacher, Greysword Saint Mephistopheles. But what surprised him was that many of the nobles present in Cruz expressed the same opinion. He looked at the nobles of the empire in surprise. In his impression, these people, even Vahina's father and brother, were not kind people. They were almost the footnotes of these nobles. Since when did these nobles become so easy to talk to? He could not help but look at Chancellor Nydivan. The old man did not say a word and only quietly waited for him to make a decision. But the fact that this important person did not say a word was enough to express his attitude. "We are first and foremost soldiers, Count," one of the nobles said to Brando. "Right now, we are on the same boat. As long as you make the decision, we will follow it." Brando finally understood the hidden meaning in this sentence. The point was that, we are on the same boat. The nobles of Cruz were still as smart as before. But in any case, he still felt a little touched. At least his work was not in vain. "Thank you very much," he replied. "I understand what you mean. Rest assured, I will not make a hasty decision, but I will not give up my goal easily either. Wait for another half an hour. If there is no news, I will re-enter the city." Brando looked at everyone present. "As for you, you can wait for me here, or organize yourselves to go to the Metz area first. I believe that for a long time in the future, the Silver Queen will not be able to find the time to hunt you down." He did not say this out of impulse. He knew that even if he brought these nobles with him, they would not be of any use. The combined effect of these nobles in the battle was not as important as Veronica. He might as well do them a favor. He could only choose to side with the eldest prince in this internal power struggle. Once these nobles returned to their territories, they would be potential allies of Erewhon in the future. Now, this was all he could do for this ancient kingdom. And the rest was his personal affairs. Everyone was silent. Obviously, if there was a way to avoid death, no one would be willing to die. Brando's words touched all the nobles present. In the eyes of these upper-class imperial nobles, which a mere Count of Tonagel could not reach, this country bumpkin lord from Erewhon had become a great person. They suddenly realized that there were such people outside of the empire who had the style of the ancient nobles. He was not afraid of danger, benevolent, tolerant, and responded with the greatest degree of loyalty from his subordinates. This kind of noble could only be seen in the most glorious era. "Young man," Nydivan suddenly said slowly, "I'll go back with you." Brando was stunned. He almost thought that he had misheard. Everyone in the Cruz area was also stunned. They subconsciously looked at the former Prime Minister of the Empire. Prime Minister Nydivan was a big shot. If one was not a citizen of the Empire, it would be difficult to understand. A few decades ago, the people of the Empire called him our Prime Minister. This was an exclusive title that no one could use except for old Nydivan, not even the most famous prime ministers of the empire. He single-handedly created the most concentrated and prosperous era of the empire. If one said that he was a meritorious minister, he deserved it. If one said that he was a powerful minister, he could accept it calmly. In an era where the average political life of an imperial noble was less than 10 years, or to be exact, 8 years, Prime Minister Nydivan had been in this position for 53 years. Even until the death of the former emperor, he was still the latter's close friend. If there was a miracle in this world, then this was already a miracle. His power extended to every corner of the empire, but in the end, he completed the transfer of power without using any weapons. He safely stepped down from the altar and handed over a prosperous empire to the Silver Queen and her successor. He could even enjoy the rest of his life. If history had moved in the direction that Brendel knew, and not become a mess like this, Brendel would have thought that history was going in the right direction. Would such a person be a hot-blooded and impulsive noble? Obviously not. Then the background of his words was worth discussing. Even the nobles who had made a decision before seemed to be a little shaken. Only Sydney frowned when she saw this scene. It was not that the Saintess of the Leo Palace did not frown, but in fact, she rarely showed any expression, so this subtle expression was a little rare. Brando did not know this, but Sydney knew that this was the second time the old Prime Minister had asked to see Her Majesty the Queen. Did he really think that he could persuade the headstrong and self-opinionated Supreme of the Empire? This was obviously a false proposition. The old Prime Minister was definitely not that naive. If he made such a request once, it could be said that he did not see the situation clearly, but if he made the same mistake again and again, then he was not naive. Sydney could not help but carefully observe the old man's expression, but unfortunately, she could not find any clues. Old Nydeven did not seem to want to talk about this issue in detail. He only said this one sentence, and the others did not dare to ask. On the other hand, little Nydeven seemed to want to say something, but was suppressed by his father's stern eyes. Brando happened to notice this detail, but he did not say anything. After thinking for a moment, he did not dare to answer any of the Prime Minister's words. He only replied, "Thank you very much, but no matter what, we will wait for half an hour first." Half an hour was not a long time. But at certain times, it was still long enough to make one restless. Chapter 1085. Time ticked by slowly as the nobles calmed down. Veronica took a map from Sydney and marked out a few areas with stones and branches. December Square and the surrounding areas are filled with rioting people. Every street from the south gate to the east gate is completely blocked by them. South of the Empress, we noticed a few guards confronting the advancing crowd when we passed by. In short, these places are not suitable to pass through, she explained as she gestured. After entering the inner city, there are Imperial guards guarding it. Even if there are problems with the patrolling cavalry and the city guards, these troops under the direct command of the Imperial family will still be loyal to their duties. There are also a few Knights of the Flame Kindred and a few monks of the Holy Cathedral stationed here. Even if there are high-ranking forces infiltrating, it will not be able to reduce their fighting power in a short time. She turned to Brando and asked, "How confident are you?" Brando shook his head and said truthfully, "Not even 10%. The night wind blew through the hills and the forest, rustling the corners of the map. The stones and branches that were pressed on it fell to the ground. Everyone present felt the deep chill of the night." Veronica did not pay much attention to the map since it was meaningless anyway. She looked at the young man Erwin with an indifferent expression, as if the answer to the question should be so. The female commander said, "Then at least you have to avoid the rioting people. They may be of help to you." "I'm afraid it will be difficult," Baron Huamet said at this time. He was the eldest son of the Duke of Flowers and Leaves, and Faina's brother. He was a young man with regular facial features, thick eyebrows and big eyes, and had the righteous aura of a soldier. The current riot is far from the record of 23 years ago, not to mention the one in the year of change. "I'm afraid it will be difficult to affect the inner city." Everyone present fell silent. Obviously, they did not see the opportunity brought by the riot. However, Brando felt that it was not that simple. If the All for One was behind the rioting people, it would be fine, but the tree herders rarely returned empty-handed. Once they took action, they must be up to something. However, he did not voice his thoughts out loud. He knew that in this era, it was difficult for the nobles to distinguish between the factions of the cultists. Even a knowledgeable person like Veronica would often confuse the tree herders with All for One. He could tell the difference, but he could not explain why he knew so much about the cultists. It was a taboo topic, so he decided not to talk about it. The only one who was as calm as Brendel was the old Prime Minister Nydeven. The man who had once commanded the winds and clouds of the Empire had become silent again after scaring everyone. He did not participate in the discussion and only watched quietly from the side. However, he was full of energy, as if he was not afraid of the cold night. His narrowed eyes were always sparkling with vigor. Next to old Nydeven, Junior Nydeven hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Her Majesty has long known that there are cultists behind the riots. She did not ask about it, but I'm afraid she wants to kill them to establish her authority." Although he was called Little Nydeven, the current Prime Minister of the Empire was actually in his 60s. According to the lifespan of the Iron Folk of Vaunt, he was already middle-aged. Although he was not appointed by the Queen, he finally stepped down from the political position at the last moment. His understanding and speculation of the Queen's political intentions could be said to be the most authoritative among the people present. The political situation in Bengal is unstable. Killing people is indeed the best way. Veronica nodded. Only Brando frowned. As a person from a civilized world, he still could not accept the topic of killing civilians, although he understood that such a topic was nothing to the nobles. In nature, social animals often depleted their numbers to reach a balance with nature. The same was true for humans, whether through war or internal strife, especially in an era when expansion was difficult. The root of the unrest in the core of the empire was the cutting off of the supply line. Moreover, the war between Metz and the south of the Evergreen Corridor was not going to end anytime soon. In that case, they could only reduce the number of people consuming food. Lord Nydevan, what do you think? Veronica turned her gaze to the old Prime Minister. Old Nydevan sighed. Her Majesty wasn't like this in the early years either. Brando was stunned. He did not expect the former Chancellor of the Empire to say such a thing. The others were similar, but the old Chancellor's words evoked the memories of the older nobles, such as the Grand Duke of Mahotefan. Indeed. The latter nodded. It is indeed unexpected that His Majesty would become what he is today. What was Her Majesty like in the past? Brando suddenly asked. It was not that he was curious, but he realized that old Nydevan's sudden interruption of the topic might be hinting at something. Commander Veronica, you should remember. Veronica was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. Her Majesty used to be known as the kindest princess in the Empire, but that was during her time as a princess. I remember it clearly. The Grand Duke of Mahotefan smiled. At that time, we were learning noble etiquette in the Royal Griffin's Academy. Her Majesty often talked to us youngsters about the future and ideals. She was most concerned about the status of the empire, but at that time, she believed that the people of Cruz did not have to rely on war, but could also rely on commerce and development to seize prosperity and power. Yes, I was a staunch opponent at that time. Veronica could not help but laugh as if she was remembering the youth of the past. I was about the same age as Her Majesty, and every time I would be angered to death by her naivety. But the Her Majesty back then was indeed very different from the Her Majesty now. She was especially concerned about commerce, hoping to achieve the second flourishing period of civilization through the expansion of the Dark Forest and the trade links within the civilization. Hearing this, Brando could not help but touch his nose, wondering why this strategy sounded so familiar. To be honest, the female general's tone could not help but become gloomy. I actually agree with the current Her Majesty, but her way of dividing the empire is not something I can tolerate. She also went against the rules of the game of the nobles by attacking the princes. At this time, Brando suddenly realized that he knew too little about the Queen of the Empire. In another period of history, she was just a transitional figure. During the period when she ruled the empire, she existed as a bridge between the two great emperors. Everyone knew that the Silver Queen was Constance, who sat on the highest throne. It was the most peaceful period of the empire, and the world was at peace. The only thing worth remembering was the Third Holy War, but it was a pity that this holy war was destined to be a footnote for the next war of a larger scale, and that was the experience of another legendary emperor. As for the Queen's time as a princess, and even the history of her teenage years, few people knew about it. Brando was the same. He found that his understanding of the Queen's time as a princess was limited to a few words from Tumen. Why did she change so much before and after? Brando suddenly remembered a conversation at that time, and could not help but mutter to himself. Then in that seal, other than the crystallization disease, what did she see? Old Nydevan suddenly raised his head, looked at Brando shrewdly, and then shook his head. No one knows, but I have some guesses. The two of them seemed to be talking in riddles. Others were confused, but only Brando could understand that this question was back to square one. This was a question that even Tumen was vague about, but the old man in front of him told him, I have some guesses. He was stunned for a moment, and immediately stared at the former Prime Minister of the Empire. The old man was silent for a moment, and then said, I heard a rumor. Someone once saw Her Highness bring back a baby girl from there. What? From the crystal. Brando immediately understood that the key to the problem was the baby girl. The old Prime Minister stopped talking and looked around. Duke Mihodafen and Nydivan immediately understood and found an excuse to leave. Only Baron Huametz was a little confused, but he was soon dragged away by his sister. Vahaina looked at Brando with some worry before she left. Veronica was also about to leave, but the old Prime Minister stopped her. "You stay, Legion Commander. You are also involved in this matter," he said. "In the past, I once doubted this statement and suspected that someone was deliberately spreading rumors. However, after witnessing Her Majesty's actions over the past few decades, I finally understood." Brando and Veronica did not interrupt. They knew that what the old Prime Minister was about to say was the main point. As expected, the old Prime Minister slowly answered. "I suspect that the baby girl is a newborn." "What's a newborn?" Veronica asked, puzzled. Brendel suppressed the storm in his heart and recalled the literature he had read in the past. He explained to the female army commander, "There are many theories about the newborn species, but the Buga people believe that the pure-blooded divine folk is the most likely." "Divine?" "Not a divine, but a pure-blooded one. The Myrnas are also descendants of the divine with thin bloodlines. The dark dragon Odin is also a divine, but the only pure-blooded divine of the previous generation is the Azure Knight." The old Prime Minister nodded slowly. "Sir Count, your understanding is more detailed than mine. Therefore, the Azure Knight in the Pale Epic is also a newborn species. Why would there be a newborn baby girl on the final battlefield?" "I don't know. Perhaps she is a descendant of Odin and the Witch Queen." "That's impossible." Brando shook his head. "The bloodline of the divine is thin with each generation. The descendant of Odin and the Witch Queen can only be a Myrna." He paused and asked, "Lord Nydivan, why do you think so?" The old Prime Minister was silent as if he was hesitating, but he finally made up his mind and said, "Very few people know that Her Royal Highness made a vow of chastity after the end of the Holy War. Of course, this is a secret. The vow was made by Vala. Later, Her Royal Highness married Duke Olsen. 7 years later, the Duke was assassinated by the cultists on his way to the Metz area. During this time, Her Royal Highness gave birth to 7 princes and 3 princesses. I thought it was all in the past, but then I suddenly figured out the key point. After having doubts, I secretly confirmed with Vala that Her Royal Highness had never broken her vow." "What?" Brando and Veronica could not help but exclaim. They had never heard anything more bizarre than this. "What about the princes and princesses?" The old Prime Minister nodded. "From then on, I began to have doubts. On one hand, I announced that I was going to live in seclusion and would no longer interfere with the internal affairs of the Empire. On the other hand, I secretly investigated and finally found some clues. I found that Her Royal Highness had been secretly supporting some well-known alchemists for the past 10 years. Her extermination of the cultists in East Metz and imprisonment of Mayad was actually for the blood of God in the hands of the tree herders." "You mean, I suspect that Her Royal Highness is trying to recreate the newborn. Those princes and princesses are her masterpieces. Of course, she claims that these children are her own. Her marriage with Duke Olsen is also a good cover. But in fact, there are people in the Empire who have been suspicious for a long time. After all, Her Royal Highness does not look like a woman with fertility." "Wait a minute." Brando suddenly felt a little creeped out. He could not help but think that the next emperor of the Cruz people was actually a cyborg. But he immediately realized that the eldest prince of the Empire was an exception because he was the son of Constance's elder brother. She had taken the throne from her elder brother, so she would eventually return the throne to her elder brother's bloodline. This was also one of the promises that the Silver Queen made to the dragon and the Empire's previous emperor. "Nothing." He waved his hand, indicating that he was overthinking. The two looked at him strangely but did not ask. But Brando thought of another question. Since Her Royal Highness is trying to recreate the newborn, what is her intention? Where did the newborn that she brought back from the final battlefield go? He asked this question, but the old Prime Minister shook his head unexpectedly. "I don't know. Let's not talk about how the pure-blooded divine can be recreated with the power of mortals. I also don't know why Her Royal Highness is so stubborn. But the newborn that year did not fall into her hands in the end. What? I happened to investigate this matter. The existence of the child was deliberately covered up. Only a few people knew of her existence. And among the 3 parties involved, I found a Mr. Pamid Andatel. Unfortunately, I was a step too late. By the time I found him, this gentleman had already been summoned by the Lord and had left ahead of me. I spent a large sum of money to buy all his notes from his widow. From the words and phrases in them, I learned the truth of the matter. I can be sure, Mr. Count, that it was your grandfather who helped Her Royal Highness at that time to cover up this matter. And the baby girl was eventually taken away by a woman named Gloria. This woman was not from the Empire. At first, I took the wrong path. I thought that she was close to your grandfather, so I spent a lot of time on this, but to no avail. Later, I changed my mind and investigated the people around your grandfather. Only then did I find out that this woman was your father's fiancée. And in the royal genealogy of the Kingdom of Erewhon, there happened to be a princess with this name. Chapter 1086. Princess Gloria. Brando remembered this name. The Shire once told him that this woman was Griffin's aunt. Princess Griffin also told him that she once had such an aunt who was her father's betrothed. He also remembered that the Shire's original words about this princess were, "She may not meet you." In other words, this princess may still be alive. Is this princess still alive? She is still alive, the old Prime Minister replied with certainty. Someone saw her a few years ago near Bragg's. Near Bragg's. Brando's voice trembled a little. Where is she now? This time, the old Prime Minister shook his head. No one knows. No one knows? No one, unless your father is willing to speak. Brando thought for a moment and shook his head. Even if he could convince his father now, there was no way to contact the other party. He took a deep breath, and then another, calming down. After a long silence, he asked, Lord Nydeven, what does what you said have to do with our current situation? I think this is where the crux of the problem lies, so I must see His Majesty. I suspect that someone was behind this and deceived everyone. What do you mean? From Mr. Pamid's notes, it can be seen that what happened that day is not consistent with what people later knew. On the first night of the incident, there was no conflict between Her Highness and your grandfather. In fact, there were 3 people who went to the center of the fog and entered the center of the temple, Her Highness, your grandfather, and one other person is unknown. But later, in front of the Bugas, Her Highness's statement was completely different. Your grandfather was excluded from the incident, and the mysterious third person was also concealed. And as far as I know, it was this person who really gave the order for Her Highness to make a decision. Brendel was stunned when he heard that. Why? He asked. In order to cover up the truth, but I suspect that this is not your Highness' original intention, because it would not benefit the Empire at all. The old Chancellor continued, and this is the answer to the question that Mr. Palmead has been searching for his entire life. Just like Mr. Palmead, I can't find any point of interest in this matter. Everyone's actions seem absurd and unfounded, as if someone is manipulating everything behind the scenes. At this point, he stopped and slowly said, but recently, I've suddenly figured out some things. Now, I think I might have an idea of what to do. Sir Nydeven, do you mean that you can persuade Her Majesty? Veronica frowned and asked cautiously. If I can confirm that everything before our eyes is contrary to what Her Majesty has in mind, the old Prime Minister replied. Is that why you insisted on coming with us? Brando asked. The Prime Minister nodded. Then can we hear your conclusion? Veronica asked cautiously again. The old Prime Minister nodded and replied, I have been investigating Her Majesty for the past few years, and I found that she has been trying to find a way to find the little girl. This means that her efforts over the years have all failed without exception, and the most recent failure led to the death of His Royal Highness the 4th Prince. After that, Her Majesty stopped all actions, and the alchemists I contacted also disappeared one by one. What is she trying to do? Veronica asked. I don't know, but she must be up to something. But I suspect that the matter behind this is not so simple. On the surface, it looks like the black dragons are trying to revive the glory of Odin's era, and they are trying to lure Her Majesty to do this behind the scenes. The 3 dragons are directly involved, and everything seems to make sense. But because Her Majesty and your grandfather have concealed a key piece of information, the Bugas and the dragons believe this one-sided story. Is it the baby girl? The old Prime Minister nodded. I've been thinking about this question for a long time. What prompted Odin to seal a newborn under the holy temple? The importance of the birth of a newborn to the Myrnas is self-evident. I've gone to many places, relied on many connections, and read many documents in the hands of the wizards and the holy temple, but in the vast literature of the Myrnas, there is not the slightest record of the birth of this newborn. All the evidence points to the heavy mystery tied to this baby girl. The old Prime Minister's slightly squinted eyes reflected a deep light, as if he had witnessed the end of the Holy Cathedral of Fire's era with his own eyes, and he had personally placed the laurel full of glory on the head of Grand the Great. The old Prime Minister sneered and questioned, the strange thing is that the person behind all of this is turning a blind eye to this. He has more information than us, and as the pursuer of the Black Dragon, how could he turn a blind eye to Odin's obvious signal? But what about Her Majesty the Queen? Veronica asked, is she also turning a blind eye to these suspicious points? For the Silver Queen, these suspicious points do not exist, Brando finally said. Lord Nydeven spent decades investigating this matter, and Lord Nydeven's investigation is based on a more detailed investigation by Knight Pamela, and even first-line information and notes. This is not a simple task, and if it was not for the suspicion in advance, the Silver Queen would not have conducted such a detailed investigation. Moreover, if she was working with that mysterious person, her every move would be under the other party's surveillance, and she would have no time to care about other things. I understand, so for the Silver Queen, everything she saw is probably a lie carefully woven by the other party. If she continues down this path, she will not get what she wants. Your guess is right, Your Excellency, and I am afraid it is not just limited to Her Majesty the Queen. The other party has played the 3 empires, the Bugas, and the dragon race in circles, and their goal is not as simple as overthrowing a country. There must be a great secret on that baby girl, and I have suspected more than once that the other party's main goal is that baby girl, but I am not sure why Her Majesty sent her away at that time, and why she hid the existence of this little girl. The old Prime Minister sighed. This question has been bothering me until recently, and I do not have much time left. I am afraid only Her Majesty the Queen can answer this question of mine. That is to say, Lord Nydeven, you do not have sufficient evidence? Brando asked. This journey is a narrow escape, and no one has full confidence. The old Prime Minister, who was once at the peak of the Empire's power, answered this question indifferently. Brendel did not say anything. He was doing the same for his promise, and the old man was doing the same for the empire that he had built. Both of them had reasons to move forward, even if they had to sacrifice their lives for it. He looked at the old Prime Minister, who was already somewhat stooped, but in his eyes, he seemed to see the spirit and grace that once dominated tens of millions of people. Some people were born to accomplish great things, and their existence was a footnote to epics, and their corpses would become monuments, whether their enemies liked it or not. The 3 of them did not speak, but each of them already had a plan in mind. Brando was the first to break the silence after a moment, and asked, I wonder what Lord Nydeven's guess is about the other party? The old Prime Minister seemed to have guessed that Brendel would ask such a question, and said, I have been investigating the cultists for the past few years, and I found out that contrary to the common knowledge of many nobles, the cultists are actually divided into many smaller categories. First and foremost, All for One and the Tree Herders are not the subordinates of All for One, and the disciples of the Black Flames are closer to the Tree Herders. The Tree Herders have 12 patriarchs. Apart from Andesha and Mayad who are imprisoned in the imperial capital, there are also 12 patriarchs, including Funica, the envoy of sorrow, lord of the tainted blood, and Tiamas, the harbinger of death. These 12 are known as the 12 patriarchs of the Hydra, which is also the origin of the 12 patriarchs. However, the sea monster has 12 heads, but only one body. This gigantic monster's body is called the Ring of Ashes. Ever since the Withering Druids split from the Ring of the World, this organization has been controlled by a group of fallen golden folk. I pursued the matter to the end, and finally found some information about its previous leader. It is a bone dragon, and still lives near Osopal. This bone dragon had a long history when it was alive. It was a subordinate of the evil dragon Fuchsia, and on the surface, it was a member of the Black Dragons. It often incited the dragons to return to the glory of Odin's era, but it was later found to be related to the tree herders, and died at the hands of its own people. Since then, the dragons have been wary of the Black Dragons. It's a pity that the dragons underestimated this fellow. I have evidence to prove that it was not related to the tree herders, but was the actual leader of the tree herders in that era. It did not completely disappear after that, but escaped into Madara after turning into an undead. Of the 3 black dragons that infiltrated the Empire 60 years ago, at least one of them was a student of this bone dragon. She is the leader of the tree herders of this generation, the leader of the 12 patriarchs, the evil dragon Lord Clarice. Brendel immediately had a clear answer in his heart. Dragon Queen Gwendolyn. Now that he had strung this lost bead together, everything became clearer than it could ever be. Why would Andesha and Mayad suddenly appear? Why would the situation in Rushta be so strange? If the Dragon Queen Gwendolyn was also a member of the tree herders, then everything would make sense. If there was a tree herders member like Gwendolyn by the side of the Silver Queen 60 years ago when she was still the princess of the Empire, then she could use the excuse of reviving the glory of the Dark Dragon Odin's era to threaten the Queen's hopes for the Empire. Coupled with some lies, everything that happened today could be explained reasonably. But there was still a problem. But how can you be sure that this is not the Queen's intention? Brando asked. There was no such thing as a perfect lie in this world. Although the Silver Queen might not have evidence, there were times when doubts did not require evidence. If she did not have the will, how could she have gone so far on this path? After all, the Queen of today was no longer the kind-hearted princess of the past. If I do, the old Prime Minister replied, and if I die in this land, at least I will have an excuse to explain myself to Grand Todd. I don't want to die. You can choose to back out. The old man smiled at Brando with a teasing look in his eyes. At least I won't place my hopes on someone else. The old chancellor smiled faintly. Veronica was still silent, probably digesting this information. When Brando first heard the truth from Tolman, his reaction was not much better than the old chancellor's. He took out his pocket watch and looked at the time. There were only 10 minutes left. It was already late at night, and the forest was so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. Even the owls had left the canopy, and only a full moon hung above the hill. Ko Hua rode up to him on his white wolf and said, "There's someone in the forest." Before Brando could ask, the nobles were already in an uproar. "Who's there?" someone shouted from afar. Brando could not help but wipe the sweat off his forehead. If it was someone ambushing him, he would have been answered with a few arrows. In the game, players often did such stupid things, but after a few times, they learned their lesson. Fortunately, the newcomers did not have any ill intentions. Soon, a familiar voice came from the forest, "Don't attack, they're on the same side." Brando's face relaxed when he heard the voice. It was the Shire's voice. The Shire and a few people walked out from the bushes. The young wizard servant walked at the front, and his body was covered in smoke and fire. When he fought with the Knight of Flame at the Cold Dew Villa, no wizard surrounded him. This could only mean that they had encountered a battle on their way here. The Shire was followed by Mephistopheles and Enrich. Both of them were covered in blood, which was even more telling. But looking at their condition, the blood seemed to be from the enemy. "Why did you arrive so late?" Brando asked with a frown. "There was a little trouble on the way." "My lord, I couldn't contact you." "How is it, Miss Scarlet?" The Shire looked around and did not find any trace of the Highlander girl. He quickly stopped talking. Something happened? She was moved ahead of time. Brando replied. He looked at the Shire and the vampire siblings behind him. Are you guys okay? I've killed too many people. Enrich answered coldly. This standard Enrich answer suddenly frightened the nobles who wanted to get close to the beautiful lady. Why are all the women under the sky like this? The crew's nobles felt hurt in their hearts. But at least they could find comfort. At least the little elven princess was still gentle and elegant. She had the standard demeanor of a noble lady. Brando did not care what these people thought. He was already used to the vampire lady's sarcastic way of speaking. He only asked, "What's wrong?" "The city is in a mess," the Shire shrugged. "We had a big fight with the cultists." "Oh, and we brought back a guy. If we want to go back to the city, maybe he can help us." One had to admit that out of everyone present, this young adept servant was the one who understood his lord's temperament the best. If he did not save Scarlet, then he would definitely kill 10 times in and 10 times out. Chapter 1087. Who is it? Brando asked. A man from Cruz. He said he was looking for us. When we met this guy, he was being hunted down. We saved him from the cult. As Charles spoke, he waved his hand behind him. The bushes rustled, and a young man in ragged clothes walked out from within. The young man's face was pale, and he looked like he was still in shock. His grayish-blue eyes were filled with vigilance. Finally, his gaze landed on Brando. Brando felt that the young man looked familiar at first glance. Then, he remembered that he had seen the young man before. It was near the Cat and Beard Inn. Judging from how close he was with the young waitress, they must be lovers. He remembered that the two of them went out together, but now, only the young man had returned. Something must have happened. However, the city was in chaos right now, so it wasn't surprising that anything would happen. Fortunately, the girl named Seti was a kind and easygoing girl. Zhang Heng frowned. Subconsciously, he hoped that nothing would happen to her. If something were to happen to her at this time, even he wouldn't be able to help her. He thought for a moment and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Although the young man named Alcra was down and out, his mind was still clear. He said, "My lord, please help us. The secret society's disciples want to use Seti to deal with you." Brando immediately became alert. "What do you mean? What's going on?" Alcra then repeated the conversation he heard between the secret society's disciples in his own language. Brando realized that the young man's language skills were outstanding. In just a few sentences, he was able to describe the whole incident. Brando was furious. He did not want to provoke the secret society, but he did not expect them to come knocking on his door. He was worried for a while, but then he remembered that the Roman had white mist with him. He calmed down a little. No matter what, the girl was just an ordinary person, and white mist was the contracted spirit of the witch empress. The chance of poisoning white mist was too slim. The tree herders obviously did not think of this. Only then did he put away his worries and notice the suspicious points in the young man's words. However, before he could say anything, Charles, who was beside him, voiced his thoughts first. These people are really digging their own graves. The Shire frowned. Fortunately, the Roman lady had white mist with her. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. But how did they know the relationship between the Roman lady and my lord? Alcra was worried about Seti, but he knew that both of them were responsible for this incident. He hesitated for a moment before replying, "I'm sorry, Seti and I told them. The Conclave has many informants in Rushta and most of them are ordinary people like us. We only told them that there were guests in the inn, but we didn't know that the young lady was your fiancée." Old Nidevan, who was watching from the side, suddenly spoke. "There's no doubt that only the people around Her Majesty the Queen would know your identity, and the only one who has the motive to order the cultists to do such a thing is that person. It seems like our previous guess was correct. What guess? Charles had not experienced the previous discussion, so he could not help but be confused when he heard this. It's the Dragon Queen. Medusa walked over and answered. She then explained to Nydivan about Prime Minister Nydivan's speculations. The young wizard servant couldn't help but reveal a rather shocked expression. He pondered for a moment before saying, "It's that baby girl from back then?" "What did you say?" Brando immediately looked at the Shire. The Shire slapped his forehead. "I suddenly remember a lot of things. Remember when you asked me about Miss Amandina's father and Bragg's? I suddenly remembered that I was looking for something just like them." "What is it?" "Are you Mr. the Shire?" Brando and old Nydivan asked at the same time, but old Nydivan was obviously more confused. He looked at the Shire carefully. "Why are you still so young?" The Shire did not answer the question. Instead, he continued. "Perhaps it's the answer to a question. It's like a clue scattered in my mind. I often remember looking for something in the Alcala region, but there's no systematic answer. It's like a fragmented dream after a long sleep." "Then what is it?" "What I remember is not the same as what Mr. Tolman said. I remember that your grandfather and the princess brought back a baby girl. That baby girl was wrapped in a piece of bright amber. That night, only Shippard, Pamid, and I witnessed it." "That's right, Shippard is Miss Amandina's father. What happened at that time?" Old Nydivan's voice was trembling, like a puzzle that had been pursued for decades and was finally about to be solved. At this moment, it had nothing to do with the Queen, the Imperium, or even the truth itself. Even in his dreams, the old man was troubled by the puzzle itself that was made up of countless complicated knots. Brando pursed his lips. This puzzle had also troubled him for a long time. "I remember that Her Royal Highness wasn't in a good condition at that time." "Oh, that's Her Royal Highness today. She looked very weak and emotionally unstable. She avoided us and secretly discussed with your grandfather for a long time. In the end, your grandfather brought the baby girl out and asked us to find a reliable person to send her away. He also asked us to keep this a secret. Her Majesty was not in good condition at that time." "How bad was it? Were there any obvious external injuries?" Old Nydivan asked. "No, there were none. But she looked very weak, as if she was suffering from a serious illness. Her mental state was also very unstable. I remember that she was against taking the baby girl away for a while, and sometimes she was sobbing softly. She seemed very helpless. Of course, this is my personal judgment. What about Mr. Darius?" Mr. Darius' face looked very heavy. "Was that before or after?" "What before, what after?" "Before or after Her Majesty entered the final battlefield?" Old Nydivan asked loudly. The Shire looked at the former Prime Minister of the Empire strangely and replied, "Of course it was after. They brought the baby girl out from there." "Before that, how was Her Majesty?" "Very good. There was nothing wrong." Old Nydivan took a deep breath and seemed to be a little hesitant. The others were far away and did not understand what was going on. They thought that they were arguing. The sound of the argument spread far away. A few stray dogs were wandering around the edge of the forest. When they saw the crowd, they ran away with their tails between their legs. Someone saw a fire in the direction of Rushta. The stars lit up the dark night sky. The air was filled with the smell of dryness and burning. "Are you sure that the baby girl was wrapped in amber, the Shire?" Brando asked. The Shire nodded. "What happened after that?" "We found a reliable person in the alliance. Your father's fiancée, Princess Gloria, who was serving as the envoy of Erewhon in the alliance at that time, entrusted her to bring the baby girl back to Erewhon overnight." "What happened after that?" "Did you see her?" "Later, when I returned to Erewhon, I saw her once. It was about 3 years after the Holy War, in a small town near Ranner." "What about the baby girl?" The Shire shook his head. "I did not ask, and she did not say. I only asked her some things about your grandfather." Some things about my grandfather. Yes. For days after we sent the baby girl away, the Bugas and dragons arrived. Her Highness' attitude was very cold, and what she described was completely different from what happened at that time. This meant that your grandfather had to take the blame for her. The three of us who knew the inside story did not understand. We asked your grandfather about it, but he was not willing to say more. You know what happened after that. The young wizard sighed. For the next few decades, the three of us have been searching for the answer to this question. Now it seems that the one closest to the truth should be Shippard, but he died too early. Brando looked at him deeply and replied, "Perhaps you are the same, the Shire." The Shire paused for a moment before he reacted, "Perhaps, my lord." Brando looked at the old Prime Minister beside him. The old man's face was a mixture of confusion and contemplation. "I seem to have grasped something, but I always feel that there is a layer of window paper between us. This feeling is really uncomfortable." The latter could not help but shake his head. "No matter what the truth is, we have to be on our way. Perhaps when we meet Her Highness, we will be able to answer the last question in our hearts." He glanced at the burning city of Rushta and gently closed the form in his pocket watch. At this moment, Alcra, who had been staring at little Nydivan beside old Nydivan, suddenly asked carefully, "You are the Prime Minister?" Little Nydivan was slightly taken aback. Not many people around his father would address him that way. But when he saw the latter, he immediately understood. In the entire empire, there were not many people who could associate him with the title of Prime Minister of the Empire. But in Rushta and the surrounding areas, there were still many who could recognize him. He nodded silently. Alcra could not help but look at the others present. He could not recognize many of these nobles. He originally thought that they were just Brando's servants, but little Nydivan's appearance had obviously changed his opinion. When his gaze fell on old Nydivan, he could not help but feel even more complicated. He almost could not believe it. The old Prime Minister was at the peak of his power in the Empire, but after the death of Grand Emperor Grantocrates, he also lived in seclusion for decades. If not for the fact that he looked somewhat similar to little Nydivan, Alcra would not have believed that this was the legendary figure in front of him. Once he was convinced of this, the way he looked at Brendel was completely different. "My lord." He carefully lowered his head and spoke respectfully. Brando glanced at him. Although this young man and the girl's actions might cause trouble for him, he knew that they had no choice. Besides, Seti's brother did die on the battlefield of Ampere Seal. Although he was not the one who started the war, he could not blame the girl. Perhaps this was the biggest mistake of the Holy Cathedral and Her Majesty. They had unknowingly changed the fate of many people, but they had never felt guilty about it. This kind of arrogance had been deeply rooted in the nobles' hearts for hundreds of years. He replied, "Don't worry. The white mist knows what it is doing. Seti is just an ordinary person. It will not do anything to her." Alcra did not know who the white mist was, but such a noble made him feel at ease. He looked at little Nydivan and the old Prime Minister and could only feel relieved. Not to mention, this noble's servant had saved his life. After a moment of silence, he said, "My lord, if you want to enter the city, I may know of a secret passage that can take you into the inner city." "Secret passage?" Brando was stunned. The nobles in the inner city built the passage. The priests of the conclave bribed these nobles. "I happen to know where the exit of one of the secret passages is," Alcra replied. Brando was not interested in the secret passage itself. He only asked, "Is the passage guarded by the cultists? Are they the ones you mentioned?" "Yes, but there aren't many people there on normal days. That secret passage is very remote and the entrance isn't big. It's a backup passage for the priests." He looked at the others present and calculated in his mind. "But I think it should be enough to pass through your subordinates." "So the cultists prepared these secret passages for many people to pass through?" Alcra paused for a moment. It was obvious that Brendel's question was out of his expectations, but he was a smart young man and immediately realized where the problem lay. He frowned and replied, I'm not too sure, but I think that's the case. You said you know the location of one of the secret passages. Are there many of them? Brando asked again. Not many, but there should be more than 2 or 3. Old Nydiven's eyes flashed as he listened to the conversation. The inner city is in danger. This is our chance, little Nydiven said excitedly. Little Nydiven seemed rather excited. Her Majesty is too arrogant. Perhaps Dragon Queen Gwendolyn has deceived her. The tree shepherds must have made preparations. The problem is, we still don't know what she is after. There is no need to know, Brando replied softly. We will not take the secret passage. Not the secret passage? Alcra really did not understand what this noble was thinking. Brando's face was cold as he replied coldly, before we meet Her Majesty, we will collect our debt. Chapter 1088. Praise the slaughter, praise the death, praise the war, praise the bloody land. Thy name, written in the name of blood, spreads in the depths of hell. The howling north wind is thy blade, and sickness and old age are thy spear. Thou is undefeated, undying, and undying. When we recite thy name, thou shalt return to this land once more. Great Frederick, you are the master of all, the end of all things. The buzzing noises in the square converged into one, like the moans of a dying patient lingering in everyone's ears. Streams of blood flowed between the mud and the cracks of the stone slabs, like red snakes, wriggling and spreading, dyeing the ground under everyone's feet crimson. In the sky above the roofs of different heights, the flames reflected the night sky red. Columns of thick smoke were rising into the sky under the night sky. Sparks floated in the rising hot air above the entire imperial capital, like a river of starry light. Far away from the square, the archbishop raised his head, lifted his thick cloak with his hands covered in age spots, and looked at the scene piously. He spoke in a low and hoarse voice. 30 years ago in Metz, I dreamed of all of this today. I saw with my own eyes the black flames emerging from the ground, turning this decaying empire into ashes. The young believers looked at the archbishop with reverence. For those who lived in the darkness, the great purge 30 years ago was a memorable one. In any village in East Metz, countless witches, wizards who practiced black magic, and those who were declared to be heretics were dragged out of their houses every day, either hanged or burned at the stake. That was the darkest period in East Metz. Although the evil forces were severely suppressed, the local production state was also stagnant. After all, no one could stop dissatisfied people from using the name of the Holy Cathedral to attack dissidents. The end result was that the villages in East Metz were empty, and had not recovered to this day. Ironically, the merciless slaughter did not stop the spread of darkness. On the contrary, the fear and desolation in the countryside provided the heretics with the soil to survive. In fact, in the decades after the Holy Cathedral's purge, the Holy Cathedral's control over the countryside in East Metz had weakened. Most of these young people were believers who had developed after that. They had never seen that cruel era, but through word of mouth within the sect, they had a considerable understanding of the horrors of that era. For the older generation of believers who had survived that era, their hearts were full of reverence. However, compared to the archbishop, the flames of revenge in these young people's hearts were not inferior to the old ones. It was as if only by turning this 1,000-year-old imperial capital into ruins could they satisfy their desire to destroy everything in their hearts. Everyone's eyes were filled with fanaticism. At the bottom of the square, the secret society's believers in black robes walked forward in a row, holding sharp blades in their hands. Every time they came close to a row of kneeling citizens on the ground, they would press down on their necks and pierce their hearts with their blades. The pain of dying woke the people from their delusions. The dead struggled to turn their heads to see their murderers like livestock being slaughtered. Blood foam gushed out from their mouths, and the light in their eyes dimmed. The believers quickly laid the lifeless corpses flat, allowing the blood to mix with the soil and flow on the square. However, most of them did not even have the chance to resist. They twitched and fell to the ground. Row after row, they were like lambs being slaughtered. The believers moved quickly. In just a few moments, the back half of the square was left with rows of corpses intertwined with each other. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. The blood flowed to the center of the square as if it was summoned by something. The statue of the knight stood in the center of the square, holding a sword in one hand and looking coldly at the scene. The light from the surrounding torches cast a huge shadow on its face. It looked like this hero of the past was shrouded in a gloomy aura. However, the believers in the front row turned a blind eye to everything that was happening. They chanted devoutly. The blood did not reach the knees of the people in front, but they still knocked their heads on the ground and worshipped in fear and trepidation. It was as if there was a voice in their hearts telling them, "I am your master, and I will give you everything, whether it is revenge or eternal life." The bishop looked at the scene with satisfaction. The rioting people were gathering in the inner city under the instigation of the tree herders. They set everything in sight on fire. Under the fanatical atmosphere, the people gradually lost their minds. They were usually careful to protect their property, but now there was only one thought in their minds: loot, burn, and destroy everything. The scene in front of them was just a reflection of the entire Rushta. In the entire imperial city, there were dozens of such ceremonies in different places. As long as a third of them were successful, they would be able to summon the gift that they had been preparing for a long time. This was a great gift for the empire that was about to disappear. It used to be so arrogant that no one thought that the empire built by one of the four sages, the Flame King Gretel, would one day come to an end. Even if countless kingdoms and duchies fell and disappeared over the centuries, the four great empires still stood at the peak of civilization. They did not even fade in the slightest. But by chance, all the coincidences gathered here. It gave them the moment to control and overturn the fate of this behemoth. He couldn't help but think of his experience in Metz decades ago, the arrogant attitude of the knights and nobles of the Holy Cathedral. The empire didn't put these people in their eyes at all, allowing them to grow, and then cruelly suppressing them at a certain time. It was like wheat in the field, but it was not time to harvest. When the nobles saw their colleagues being hanged, their gazes were no different from looking at wheat that had been cut down. It was the same understatement, and there was even a tinge of appreciation in their gazes. It was such a gaze that deeply hurt him. The bishop looked at the direction of the square one last time. He saw a pool of blood gathering in the center of the square. It was so viscous that it looked like a mirror. Many crimson, twisted monsters with wings were struggling in the pool. Thick blood covered their bodies and connected them to the blood pool. They looked like embryos in the womb. They were so ugly that it was nauseating. He knew that the son of the evil god had arrived. The disciples of the Black Flame and the tree herders were everywhere in Wonde. They worshipped the power of distortion. It was not chaos or the demons, but the evil god. The question of whether the evil god was a god or not had been debated by scholars for thousands of years. However, these horrible and ugly existences were indeed part of the gods. They were born from the blood of the gods. No one knew who created them, or what kind of intentions they had. However, since the day these horrible and twisted monsters were born, it was as if they were cursed by all the malice and hatred in the world. They were crazy and irrational. They worshipped killing and cold death. They were powerful and strange. It was as if their mere existence made the world uneasy. Because of this, when the evil god was born, they were deeply sealed by the gods. Only a few of their descendants were left behind on the earth. They were called the oracles. The most famous of these was the evil god born from the blood of the gods, the demon tree Fenlidos. Its descendants, the golden demon tree, were deliberately cultivated by the tree herders. They were spread all over the world. That was how the name of the tree herders came about. The followers of the tree herders, the disciples of the Black Flame, worshipped the power of these strange creatures. However, for a long time, they were still very far away from obtaining this power. The weak oracles seemed to be the limit of the power of mortals. Since the War of the Holy Saints, no one had ever been so close to a true god. Even if it was an evil god. The debate among the scholars seemed to have come to an end in the capital of the Cruz people, Rusta. He pulled down his cloak again and muttered to himself nervously. Beg for mercy, but I won't give you a chance. There was nothing more delightful than watching an enemy that was once so powerful that it was terrifying groaning in front of him. He wanted to see what kind of expression those insufferably arrogant fellows in the inner city would have when they were about to die. He casually turned his head and said to the people around him, "Have the people we sent to the Cat and Beard and returned?" The young disciples asked each other this question and soon received a negative answer. This answer made the bishop frown. It was as if they were so powerful that even the empire had to kneel down in front of him. How could they make things difficult for him over such a small matter? This made him very unhappy. What, there's no news at all? His tone became disdainful, containing a strong sense of dissatisfaction. The disciples shook their heads again. The city is in a mess now. Maybe they met with trouble on their way back. Someone in the crowd gave a reasonable explanation. The bishop thought for a moment and agreed with this explanation. In his opinion, the Dragon Queen's plan had no possibility of failure. He had carefully investigated the people in the inn and knew that the fiancé of the small noble was not capable at all. Of course, the unexpected factor of the white fog was not within his consideration. He decided to put this problem aside and said, "The ceremony in the city must be accelerated. The main ceremony is almost finished. There are dozens of ceremonies big and small. Could it be that those idiots can't even finish 1/3 of the ceremony in the time I set?" The young disciples looked at each other and did not know why the usually easygoing bishop suddenly became so angry. But these people were not idiots. Soon, someone suggested, "Maybe we can contact them?" The bishop thought for a moment and nodded. They rarely contacted each other in private because they were afraid of being discovered by the ubiquitous witches. But tonight, there was no such worry. At this time, the self-righteous Her Majesty Queen could not even take care of herself. The young disciples immediately took out a communication crystal and carefully connected it. Then, they respectfully handed it to the bishop. "Whose crystal is this?" The bishop turned around and asked. The light of the torch cast a thick shadow of the hood on his face. It was as if there was a deep scar hidden under every wrinkle. "It seems to be Dennis's. That's the ceremony on 9th Street. The bishop held the crystal in his hand and asked calmly, "Is it Dennis? Please reply if you hear me." The crystal was silent for a moment. Then, it lit up slightly, and a voice came from above. "I hear you, but I'm not Dennis." The bishop was almost stunned for a moment. Everyone present was also silent for a moment. Then, the bishop said in exasperation, "I don't care who you are. Get Dennis to talk to me immediately." "I'm afraid that's a little difficult." The voice from the crystal replied with some difficulty. "What's so difficult about that? Where is he?" The sound of rummaging came from the crystal. Then, the voice replied, "It's like this. I don't know that the corpse at my feet is the person you're talking about. Why don't I send them over and you can identify them one by one?" The bishop held the communication crystal in his hand. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Who are you?" "Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself." The voice from the crystal replied, "My name is Brando. I don't care if you know me or not, but you'd better wash your neck and wait for me to kill you." Thud. The crystal fell to the ground. As everyone looked at each other, the bishop could only feel a ball of anger quickly gathering in his chest and burning fiercely. It felt as if he had just obtained unparalleled power. Even the powerful empire did not dare to touch his edge and had to bow before him, but a group of clowns just had to jump out to test his strength. He did not care about the other party's name at all. He only subconsciously thought that they were just a group of crazy nobles who wanted to prove themselves in front of Her Majesty the Queen. He could not help but laugh in anger. These people really want to be famous. Fine, I'll wash my neck and see how they're going to kill me. But unfortunately, this group of crazy people only seemed to treat it as a joke and did not really intend to kill him. But what they did next made the bishop feel even worse than if he were killed. Under everyone's gaze, in less than a quarter of an hour, the communication crystals on the ground lit up one after another. And every time it lit up, there was an unfamiliar voice announcing himself. Then, he told them, "Honorable sir, your subordinate unfortunately died in my hands. But I promise you, there will definitely be a next time." The bishop's face went from red with anger to green with anger. But after a few times, the faces of the people present began to show signs of turning from black to white. This was because they realized that in less than half an hour, more than 7 ritual grounds were attacked. From the reaction of the crystal, there were no survivors. It was only now that the bishop realized that the other party was not some crazy young man. This was definitely a revenge organized by some party after they reacted. Unfortunately, this revenge was so swift and heavy that it almost made him tremble. He could not help but tremble a little as he asked, "How many people did we lose?" In fact, he was more concerned about how many ritual grounds were still in operation. For a moment, he almost thought that the organization's meticulous plan had failed in his hands. Chapter 1089. Plop. Plop. Brando frowned as he walked through a thin layer of sticky blood. Every time he lifted his foot, his boots would leave long streaks of blood behind. It was nauseating. What was even more unpleasant was that he could not find a place to walk. The room was filled with corpses. They could still save a lot of people at the previous ritual sites, but here, there were only lifeless corpses. Wretch, the young man named Alcra was retching on the altar, but he could not vomit anything. Whatever he wanted to vomit, he had already vomited out. The Shire floated back from the distance, hovering about a foot above the ground. He had no choice but to waste his magic in such a place. Otherwise, he would not be able to walk as fast as Brando. Not a single one of them is breathing. These people are simply professional killers. Even the butcher knows to pray to Mother Marcia before he kills them. He shook his head as he spoke. He had a new understanding of these cultists. Actually, most of them died from excessive blood loss. Medisha added, "I've checked their wounds. Many of them did not die immediately after being cut. This ritual must have extracted their blood." Brando stopped and looked at the pool of blood in front of him. It was as calm as a mirror. It was not a pool, but more like a drop of blood with a diameter of 10 meters. The tension on the surface kept it at a height of 30 to 40 centimeters. Blood itself did not have such tension. As soon as Brando approached, the surging magic in his eyes converged. The pool of blood that was calm on the surface gushed out without warning. A twisted monster jumped out from it, screaming and pouncing on Brando with sticky blood all over its body. Brendel took a step back, and the flaming blade in his hand flicked upwards. Countless metal shards that were fixed in the void pierced through the monster's chest without any resistance, like a hot knife piercing through butter. The flesh on both sides of the blade seemed to have encountered a high temperature of several thousand degrees, emitting flames and bubbling blood as it melted. Pus and blood flowed down from the open wound. The monster let out a shrill scream, but Brando raised his left hand and an invisible wave swept across. The shrill scream came to an abrupt end. The nobles stood far away from the house, but Chancellor Nydivan and his eldest son followed in and witnessed the scene with their own eyes. They saw the terrifying monster's head twist and then disappear as if it was swallowed by a distorted space. The body that lost its head twitched, and an arrow of blood shot into the sky. However, it did not touch Brando at all. Before it could get within a few feet of the young lord, it was pushed away by an invisible force. Plop. The monster's body fell back into the blood pool. Brando glanced at the blood pool. The space on his left suddenly cracked open. He reached out, and a bottle of high-grade holy water flew out of the dimensional space and landed in his hand. Just as Nydivan recognized what it was, he saw Brendel open the bottle and pour the entire bottle of holy water into the blood pool. "Don't." The young chancellor looked pained. Just as he was about to say that it was too wasteful, the blood pool that had been filled with holy water suddenly churned as if it was alive. It let out a deafening scream. Then, countless bubbles emerged from the blood pool, and clouds of red mist that represented high temperature rose into the air. Such a violent reaction left all the nobles speechless, including little Nydivan. His scream lasted for almost 15 minutes before it gradually subsided. When the thick red mist in the room dispersed, everyone was surprised to find that the place where the blood pool used to be was now empty. There was only a lump of dark, dried blood on the ground, and in the center of the blood scab, there were only a few blood-red crystal-like objects that emitted a demonic light scattered around. Brando waved his hand, and those crystals flew into his hand out of thin air. What on earth is that? Little Nydivan finally reacted, and asked with a pale face. Brando frowned and did not say anything. The monster from before should be an oracle. It emitted a thick scent of top-grade divine blood. It should be the divine blood of the dragon of fanaticism, Alphonse. Brendel had never seen an oracle infected by divine blood in the game, but players had their own way of judging. This angel was still in its infancy, but its strength was already on par with the adult earth angel he encountered in Chablis. He couldn't help but wonder where the disciples of the Black Flames sect found this thing. In the past, the most common ones were the 4 elemental gods' blood oracles, followed by the dark gods' blood oracles and the thunder gods' blood oracles. Of course, this was excluding the disciples of the demon tree Fenlidos. The golden demon tree had almost become a newbie killer in the game. He turned to the young man not far away and asked, Alcra, do you know what the disciples of the conclave are summoning? Alcra's face was pale. He saw the dried blood pool and his stomach churned again. Fortunately, he had already vomited everything he could, so he only felt like his stomach was being scraped. After vomiting some jaundiced water, he answered, My lord, the disciples of the conclave claim that they will summon the archangel Aroma to end the rule of the empire. Nonsense, Nydivan interrupted, look at this. Only fools would believe their nonsense. They should be summoning the evil god Frederick. Old Nydivan suddenly spoke. The evil god Frederick? There were at least 800 evil gods in Wonde, and not every type of divine blood corresponded to an evil god. There were many failed experiments by the divine folk, and the players might not be able to recognize all of them. The old chancellor nodded. This is related to the origin of the Lust Tower. During the Twilight War, the archangel Aroma with the sacred sword slew the evil god Frederick here. Later, the Flame King Gretel found the Archangel's shield here and used it to build the Lust Tower. So this is not only the place where Aroma sacrificed herself, but also the place where the evil god Frederick fell. Brando understood. So they are using Aroma's name to resurrect the evil god. How powerful is this evil god? Just as there were many types of evil gods, their strength was often uneven. Powerful evil gods such as the evil god Somari made with the blood of the thunder god and the demon tree Fenlidos made with the blood of Gaia were rumored to have strength close to that of a god. Although they were not as powerful as the 7 dragons or the Lord of Elements, they were close to a demigod like the god of giants, Milos. Brando knew very well what kind of strength Milos had. Back in the deadly tundra, a remnant demigods will almost destroyed the world. It was easy to imagine what kind of strength Milos had in his complete form. As for the weaker ones among the evil gods, it was hard to say. For example, the evil god Frederick could actually be killed by a holy angel. Although the holy sword Aroma was a holy seat of the holy cathedral of fire, her strength wouldn't exceed the silver body. Of course, this was a real silver body, and it was different from the silver body forged by the players with the war slate. Old Prime Minister Nydivan did not know that Brando had already classified the evil god Frederick as a weakling in his mind, but the natives' understanding of power was obviously not the same as the players' understanding of power in the later stages of the game. He was silent for a moment before replying, no matter what, at least he has crossed the step of the sage. This is no longer something that you and I can understand. If they can really revive Frederick in his complete form, the Empire will probably suffer an unprecedented calamity. Brando was thinking, what is there not to know about those above the Sage Realm? But after a moment, he reacted. From the old Prime Minister's point of view, this seemed to be true. What kind of concept was it to cross the Sage Realm? The proud silver folk, the sorcerer kingdom that dominated everything above the floating clouds. Among the dozens of sorcerer leaders in the past 1,000 years, only William and Solomon were rumored to have crossed the line between man and God. But in reality, William was only at the peak of the sage realm in this era. Moreover, the arrival of the great demonic wave had a greater impact on the lower levels, and the impact on the upper levels was negligible. So, even after the year of sparks, William was still unable to cross the line between man and God. Solomon, on the other hand, did indeed have the strength of a silver body. The god of mages was not a rumor, or else he would not have been able to dominate the Silver Alliance for thousands of years. As for the more powerful giant dragons, only 2 of them had crossed the line between man and God in thousands of years. They were Woned and Tauskratz. The former was known as Woned, who was close to becoming a god, and was seen as the successor of the next dragon god. Once her golden body broke through to the power of existence, she would be the first new god after the departure of the god of Woned. The latter was the hero of both giant dragons and humans, the sky dragon Tauskratz. This title explained everything. His golden body was slightly weaker than Woned's, but it was still at the level of a demigod. These 2 dragons were the only 2 demigod dragons left in the entire giant dragon race. Therefore, once one crossed the sage realm, it would be after the holy realm. Regardless of whether one had a bronze body or a golden body, they were all at the level of a holy realm. The only difference was whether one had the power of a normal holy realm or the power of a demigod. This was the reason why the evil gods were called gods. For mortals, even people like old Nydivan, who stood at the peak of mortal power, had to look up to the realm of gods. Therefore, for this old man, it was not surprising that he had such an understanding. However, for Brando, in the post-war era of the War of the Slate, most players had entered the early stage of the bronze body. This was the limit that the Iron Folk could reach, and their strength was roughly equivalent to that of a weaker divine servant. However, the players, or rather, the game version, took a different approach and used the war slate to simulate the power of the superior laws, allowing players to awaken the silver body. This silver body was still a distance away from the real silver holy realm, but it could still reach the level of the bronze body middle stage, and it could also gain some abilities that the bronze body middle stage did not have. For example, Brando was immune to all dark energy and negative corrosion. This was something that the bronze body middle stage did not have. With this experience, players had killed real demigods more than once, such as in the war against Ekis. Therefore, they were not afraid of the so-called demigods, let alone the evil god Frederick. However, Brando also knew that if the disciples of the Black Flames really resurrected the evil god Frederick in this era, it would be a big problem. Fortunately, this was the Empire. Brando thought for a moment and replied, "We've destroyed a lot of ritual places along the way, so we should be able to disrupt the arrangements of the disciples of the secret society. But I can see that such places are scattered all over the Lushta star, and we can't spare the effort to uproot them one by one. This is just a small lesson. I have plenty of time to settle the score with the tree herders. Our main goal now is to head to the White Rose Garden." Old Nydivan nodded. He knew very well that Brando only attacked the cultists for revenge, and there was no reason for him to help the Silver Queen solve her current problem. After spending some time together, he more or less understood the temperament of this Count from Erewhon. He did not have any objections to this. The old Prime Minister had been able to stand tall in the eye of the storm precisely because he knew when to stand firm and when to compromise and give in. If the disciples of the secret society can summon the evil god, why didn't the Empire summon the Archangel Aroma to deal with them? Alcra suddenly asked. It's not that simple. Young Nydivan shook his head. The cultists chose to use sacrifice to resurrect Frederick. Who knows how many people would be sacrificed? Which royal family on the continent would dare to do that? Besides, even if they used other methods, they would need a saint's relic. I wonder where the tree herders found the remains of the evil god Frederick, a saint's relic? Although the young man was smarter than most people, his knowledge was still limited. He asked in confusion, "What about Lady Aroma's shield?" Isn't that angel's shield erected in the Victory Square? And I heard that the angel's sacred remains have always been protecting the empire beneath the imperial capital. Although that shield was found by Lord Flame King, it's actually just a symbolic thing. The current prime minister shook his head. To Lady Aroma, her most important weapon is her sword. That's why she's called the angel with the sacred sword. As for the sacred remains, it's actually just an incomplete phalanx. It's even less useful. Archangel Aroma. Brando suddenly thought of something and asked, Archangel Aroma? Is that the angel with the sacred sword, the golden flame angel Aroma? Chapter 1090. That's right. A voice came from inside the room. Sydney and Veronica walked out of another room with a straight face. From her face, it was obvious that the situation there was just as bad as here. Ko Hua walked out of the room on the left. This building was a small temple. It originally belonged to a god in the art field, but after the gods left for thousands of years, it had become a public gathering place. Everyone was in the main hall of the temple, and there were two smaller ceremonies going on at the same time in the side halls on the left and right. There were also dead people on the ground. They are simply lawless. Veronica's gloomy face was even worse than the statue of the Lion Palace's saintess. The latter was a cleric, while she was a soldier. Soldiers could not tolerate some sneaky people acting unscrupulously on the land of the empire. However, this did not affect Ko Hua's mood. The she-wolf still looked indifferent, as if she had nothing to do with it. Evil gods and dusk species were the enemies of mankind, but the two had nothing to do with each other. The pride of the pure-blooded dusk species was no less than that of the gods, so she had reason to look down on these defective products. The three Valkyries followed behind her. These tall, heroic female Valkyries who were burning with pale white flames would always attract a lot of attention. The nobles all looked over, and the latter did not look away, showing the true temperament of a soldier. At this time, Brando did not care about hiding anything and showed all his forces. He was so powerful that even the former prime minister of the empire had to look up to him. How could this be the level of a noble in a remote area? Even the great noble families in the heart of the empire might not be at this level. After Brando received a positive answer, a trace of emotion appeared on his face. The Flame King found Aroma's shield? You even found its sacred remains? Veronica looked at the young man with some curiosity and replied, Little guy, what's so strange about this? Rushta itself is a relic of a saint. This city is under the protection of the Angel of Aroma. Its outer walls are enchanted with powerful holy spells that can withstand any level of magic or physical attacks on the continent without leaving any traces. This city wall is known as the Invincible White Wall. Today, the scale of Lushta has expanded by several times and several districts have been built outside the outer wall. However, the outer wall of the city has never been rebuilt because of this reason. As she spoke, her voice involuntarily became softer. No matter how strong the fortress was, it would be breached from the inside. From the looks of it, this 1,000-year-old capital was facing the same predicament. Brendel did not mind her slightly hurt pride. He knew that Lust Tower was a holy relic, but he thought it was a relic left behind by the Flame King Gretel. He did not expect this to be the case. Alcra, you said that Aroma's shield was erected in the Victory Square. Then where is the holy skeleton? It is said that it was buried under the statue of Iroma, my lord. Aren't they afraid that someone will steal it? Who dares? Besides, ordinary people can't even get close to Aroma's statue. It's protected by the gods. Very well. Everyone present suddenly felt a surge of confidence from the young Count Erwin. He looked up and looked around. Let's go to the Victory Square. Little Nydivan was stunned. Wait, there are Imperial guards stationed there. His voice weakened again, and it's not in the direct line to the Rose Garden. It's fine. Brando replied nonchalantly, sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting wood. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting wood. The old Prime Minister narrowed his eyes, as if trying to figure out what Brendel's intentions were. He asked with some praise, "Where did this proverb come from?" "It's quite concise and simple." Brando usually smiled at such questions without answering. Besides, those around him were already used to his strange but not unreasonable words. Enrich's lips moved in disdain. She wanted to say that it was a slang from his hometown. As for where his hometown was, it was far away. Anyway, it was not in Bucci. Brando turned to Alcra and said, "Alcra, I'm going to use your secret passage. Lead the way, we'll go to the Victory Square." "As you wish, my lord." The young man seemed to be used to Brando's way of doing things and did not question him. "Very well." Brando looked at him and said, "If there's a chance, I'm willing to bring you back to my territory." Alcra's face was filled with joy. Brando's words meant that he wanted him to become a servant. A servant of a noble was also half a noble. If he made a contribution, it would be easy for him to be recommended into the world of nobles. While he was just a commoner, the gap between the two identities had been removed with a single sentence from Brendel. Although it was not completely removed, at least there was hope for him to move forward. He had learned some relevant knowledge from a priest, and was very different from the muddle-headed youths in the countryside. Because of that, he was more ambitious. However, the identity of a commoner often made him feel uncomfortable and painful. As the son of a farmer, even if he joined the army, it would be difficult for him to obtain military merits. This was because only knights could perform meritorious deeds, and knights were also nobles. In the army, commoners were often regarded as the followers of knights, and their meritorious deeds should undoubtedly belong to the knights. This was also the biggest threshold between the two classes. He almost subconsciously wanted to agree, but at the last moment, he held himself back and said, "My lord, but Seti, you can bring her with you. If she's willing, you can also bring your family, her father, and other family members." Brando nodded. This was a generous offer for any noble. Even the other nobles could not help but look at Brando and the commoner. They wanted to know what was so special about the latter that the Count of Erewhon was willing to raise so many mouths to feed. However, Brando really admired the young man. He was smart, came from a humble background, and was able to seize the opportunity. He was willing to give the latter a chance, but in fact, the latter's loyalty at the last moment was the reason why Brando gave him such a generous offer. As for Alcra, he was already moved to tears. The nobles of Cruz expressed that they did not understand. Only Corfa stood by the side, watching the scene from afar. When Brendel turned his gaze to her, he thought for a moment and said to her, "Can you stay in the outer city? Aren't you afraid that I'll run away?" "Your sister." The little she-wolf clenched her teeth, but quickly calmed down. She looked at him with a gaze that seemed to see through him and said, "You won't kill her. You won't even lay a finger on her. My sister is kind and innocent. How can you blame her for my mistake?" Then she said word by word, "Brando, you are a good person. You can't fool me." Brando thought that Ko Hua was kind, but not pure. The little girl was not as ignorant as she appeared to be. Her brain was not inferior to Delphian's at all. In fact, he knew that as a twin, Black Ko Hua was the same. It was just that she was not willing to help. The little she-wolf's words were directly sent to his mind with her psychic ability. Brando found that he could not send the message back. He did not know how the other party broke the psychic interference of the horseshoe insect. Perhaps this level of trick was not worth mentioning in the eyes of such a pure-blooded dusk species. He could only say, "This is for you." Then he threw the blood-red crystal in his hand to her. The little she-wolf didn't care at first. She casually took the crystals, but her expression immediately changed. "This is pure dark magic. Oh my God, there's also some divine power in it. This is good stuff. You're actually willing to give it to me?" She raised her head and looked at Brando with narrowed eyes. "I see. I understand now. You humans are ridiculous. If we can obtain great power, we can easily devour our own kind. You actually gave up the power at your fingertips for these pedantic reasons. This is the difference between humans and beasts. Brando answered coldly. He gave the little she-wolf a solid blood crystal. It was similar to a magic crystal, but the blood crystal contained the blood of God. It was not comparable to a magic crystal left behind by a demon. This thing was very useful to him. In layman's terms, each blood crystal was equivalent to about 500,000 experience points and 10 points of all attributes. Although the effect would be greatly reduced after absorbing too much, the few blood crystals in his hand could almost increase his strength by 1/10. But just as the little she-wolf had said, these blood crystals were not condensed from the pure magic of the blood rain of God. These two things were not that powerful. In fact, they were the product of sacrificing countless lives to obtain them. Demons loved these things the most, and so did the dusk species. But he could not accept it. But it was a pity to waste it. After all, the dead would not be resurrected. It was just right to give it to the little she-wolf. Cut the crap, he said. Stay in the outer city and cause trouble for the cultists. You are doing Her Majesty a favor by destroying their ritual. Ko Hua did not object and accepted his bribe. I don't think you can completely destroy the tree herder's ritual. Brando did not care. He left Ko Hua in the outer city only to slow down the cultists and continue to teach those clowns who provoked him a lesson. If it was before, he would certainly hope that the cultists could cause trouble for the Silver Queen. But now, he did not want the cultists to invade the inner city and cause trouble for him. Delay them for 2 hours. I can't do that. I'm not stronger than you now. Then 1 hour it is. Deal. At this moment, the inner city was in a state of chaos. Not all nobles had the right to be invited to Her Majesty's banquet. The middle and lower nobles who lived in the inner city could not enjoy the singing and dancing in the Garden of White Roses. They could only watch the flames in the outer city in fear, hoping that the tragedy would not repeat itself. In the turmoil decades ago, although the mobs did not invade the inner city, the nobles, especially the middle and lower nobles, had a hard time during the week of siege. In order to protect themselves, they had to spontaneously organize to guard the city walls. It was inevitable that they would lose their property. More unfortunately, some nobles died because of it. Death was a distant and terrifying word for the nobles in the imperial capital. It was second only to being stripped of their noble status and becoming a commoner. As for the nobles in the imperial capital, there were even fewer older nobles who had experienced the turmoil back then. The younger nobles tossed and turned in bed throughout the night. After all, who knew if the rioters would suddenly appear before them? In a sense, their worries were not unreasonable. At this moment, the inner city's gates, walls, and fortresses had been reinforced by the imperial guards. Some of the knights of the Flame family had also participated in the defense work. But the situation was not as optimistic as imagined. Cassette was such a knight of the Flame family. As a knight of the Flame family, every one of them was a high-ranking member of the Holy Sanctum. At the same time, he was also an elite among the nobles of the empire. His title was a viscount, and he was born in a branch of the Khanna family. This family belonged to the Cecil family. It could be said that he was a member of the Holy Sanctum faction. His status was extremely high. As soon as he arrived at the city wall, he took over the defense work of this section of the city gate. He was fully deserving of the title of the highest-ranking officer. The original commander, a knight captain of the city guards, did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. This was a knight of the Flame family, a godlike figure in the eyes of the empire. But Cassette's expression was not much better than the knight captain's. Before he arrived, the mobs led by the cultists had launched 3 attacks on the city. Other than leaving a mess of corpses, they did not cause any damage. Although the inner city walls of Rushta did not have the effect of the angel's protection, it was not something that a group of mobs could take down with their bare hands. But this was not good news. As an experienced knight of the Holy Sanctum, Cassette had already seen that these cultists were deliberately wasting lives. Morale was meaningless to fanatics, but death was very meaningful to the cultists. The cultists were the disciples of the Black Flames, and not the All-for-One or the Sheephead cult. Cassette's rich experience in fighting enemies allowed him to make a judgment immediately. Moreover, during the third attack, he had already seen the oracles mixed in the crowd and killed one with his own hands. If he had not acted quickly, there would have been casualties on the city wall. The oracles were at least elemental realm. And he could see that the one he killed was just a newborn. He could not help but wonder where the disciples of the Black Flames found such pure blood of God. The strength of the oracles did not depend on the strength of the blood of God they belonged to. For example, the evil god Frederick could also have powerful oracles because the blood of God that created them was very pure. It could also be said that the blood of God contained a very high amount of blood of God. Because of this, Cassette was keenly aware of the danger. Although Her Majesty had been cautious enough to invest enough defensive forces, it was still not enough. The situation was somewhat unexpected. He did not quite understand why Her Majesty would leave the mobs alone, nor did he understand that the so-called banquet was so important. It was worth giving an order for the Flame family knight to firmly guard the inner city before the banquet ended. They were not allowed to let a single mob enter, but they were also not allowed to launch a counterattack. At first, he thought that it was a little ridiculous. Killing these rioters was the right thing to do. But now, it seemed that he was thinking too much. If the previous siege came a few more times, he wouldn't be able to guarantee the safety of the people on the city walls. We have to inform Her Majesty. He turned back and said to his deputy, "You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."